Class is in session and reality is about to be rewritten. At ESU, brilliance takes center stage. Rian Landau dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Danam Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rian Landau, the debater, and Mr. Fantastic's Danam Ket, the professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. Guys, it became available as of April 2nd, so make sure to get it before April 30th, because in a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest minds decide what's real.
The city never sleeps, but something beneath it just woke up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths, fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building, and then descend into the secret labs pulsing with unstable energy beneath the surface. The street level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements. Every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York. It's what lies underneath it. This was available on April 2nd, so it's out right now, folks. In Marvel Rivals, the city is only the beginning.
New maps and, of course, new Twitch drops. Ladies and gents, they arrive with the Ignite preseason. Tune in to participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, a nameplate, emotes, and an exclusive Gambit costume. I mean, you've probably got it already, but if not, make sure you get it before it finishes May 30th, 3 p.m. UTC. Watch, support your favorite teams, and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason heats up. Speaking of the Ignite preseason heating up, welcome everyone to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason, and we are getting to the business end now. My name is Dan Gaskin, I'll be hosting for today, and of course, I can't do this alone. I have two incredible commentators alongside me. Shib, Dogman. Dogman, I'll start with you. We had an amazing day a couple of days ago, and of course, we had some incredible action yesterday. I mean, what did you think of what went down yesterday?
I mean, I was in awe. I mean, there were so many different things. A standout for me, I believe, was the spawn camp, the spawn hold. One of the first teams today that is competing for 5 minutes is crazy on Central Park. But, I mean, really, at the end of the day, my overall thoughts, and I'm curious about Chib's take on this too, is that I can't believe that it's the preseason. I mean, like, the fact that we're still this early on in the Ignite, overarching macro scheme of things is exciting, and I just can't wait for it today.
Yeah, there's so much more coming, right? I mean, again, there's still options for roster mania as well, but the teams have been so tight. It's any given day for any given team. Today is very much a make or break it, right? Gaskin, teams can go through right now to the playoffs or lose everything in these matches today. So there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of teams biting their nails, hoping that other teams lose, and maybe they can scrape their way through to playoffs. Or will they be sent home, eliminated nice and early here in preseason? Well, this is the preseason schedule, of course. We are currently amidst the group stages, but that is going to end right here, right now today, before we progress into playoffs. Remember, only 8 teams will progress from the 10 that we have in preseason at the moment, from the 12, that we have in preseason at the moment, and they will be the 8 of the best. And we'll see them duke it out before we move forward, of course, into the actual main season, which I cannot wait for, but it has been so juicy thus far. Now, remember, this is not the only stream that you can watch this. We also have the Spanish watch party as well that is going to be going down. If you want to check out any of our incredible creators, commentators in Spanish, that's where you're going to get it done. They've been so good thus far, and I'm sure they will continue to do an absolutely incredible job. Now, if you are wondering, what are these guys playing for? What is part of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason? Well, the prize pool has been pretty insane, especially for a preseason. Dogman, I mean, 50,000 USD in total. I could only dream that I was competing for this back when I was playing.
Yeah, this is a big chunk of change for all these guys. I mean, especially as the teams moving up from MRC, on top of the fact that there's a lot of other squads getting salary now in the partner teams, and, with all the new skins, the esports skins as well coming alongside with the Deadpool in-game. I mean, yeah, it's awesome. $50,000 and 16, like you mentioned, for first place, dude. So $50K just for the preseason is kind of nuts.
It's absolutely nuts, and it's only going to get bigger and better as we move forward through the seasons as well, and I cannot wait for it. Now, in terms of map pool, of course, we have plenty of maps. There's new maps that are being added constantly throughout the game. Shib, I know you have your favorites, and I know we've seen some played a little bit more than others so far in preseason. What are you expecting today, and what do you think of the map pool at the moment?
You know what? I love the map pool, without a doubt. I want to see more Yggdrasil, but that's just me being a little bit selfish. One of my favorite maps, and teams just aren't electing to run a lot of Yggdrasil. We're seeing a lot of Midtown, Central Park, which, I love those maps as well. I'm not going to lie to you. Domination across the board is a game mode that I personally favor. So, you know what? We're seeing a lot of fun, exciting stuff. I just think that these early spawn hold triple comps are fun to watch. So, looking forward to seeing more of that.
Well, if you're not familiar with Marvel Rivals competitive and Ignite in general, we have an interesting system that you might not have necessarily seen if you are lower ranks. We have the ban and the lock scenario, where a lot of our players will get the chance to get rid of heroes or protect heroes that they may be wanting on their team, which is a very important phase in competitive Marvel Rivals. Dog, I mean, this is something that a lot of teams have had to learn about when it comes to bans and locks and knowing how to target enemies and what to protect for your own sake.
Yeah, it's as you mentioned, we have a lot of new players joining us, so welcome if you're coming from the more casual side of Marvel Rivals and maybe dipping your toes into competitive for the first time. But yeah, Gask, we have the ban and lock system, which is a 10-step system, in which if you just follow it by the numbers, it's pretty simple, right? It may look complicated, but at the very first step, both teams ban at the same time, and then it becomes asynchronous a little bit, where the team on the top will go for the ban, the team on the bottom will go for the protect first, and then the team gets a choice to ban against that just for the other squad. So it's 4 specific bans for both teams at the end of the day, right? So, like you mentioned, there's a lot of sort of theory crafting that goes into it. I've seen a lot of already memes kind of go into people, in the coaching staffs of a lot of teams being maybe not the best drafters, but sometimes it's hindsight, right? And the best strategy and the best players are always the most flexible from what we've seen so far. So you have to maybe slot in the correct choices. But yeah, it's a lot of fun so far with the ban and lock system that's taking place in Ignite, which is different than MRC's global ban system.
Certainly has been a game won and lost sometimes in the ban environment. If you ban badly, you might not be able to succeed. But this is the lay of the land and how the teams are ranked up in each group at the moment. Starting us off with Group A. Obviously, Shib, we've seen SG absolutely dominate, but there is still everything to play for everyone else in this group.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things to note is the team that's on top there was Swamp, lost a map to Fly at the bottom yesterday. We talked about how crazy this bracket is, this group is, in just the Americas region in and of itself. But the fact that that's available, Swamp hadn't lost a single game before that. And so it's just so tight-knit, even though it looks so separated here. Swamp, NRG, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, Cafe Rose, all of these teams have talent. I'm just looking forward to seeing who actually makes it through.
There's definitely a world where we could end up with a 3-way tie today, but we'll see whether that happens, and we'll work that out if it does. Now, in terms of Group B here, Dog, it's a little bit more solidified. TLC are already qualified. SSG, YWL, all 3 of those teams are through to playoffs, but with TSM, Lunex, and Nightmare all to play for here.
Yeah, I think that, like you mentioned, Team Liquid, Citadel at the very top. They've solidified themselves as that #1 team, probably in the entire region alongside Swamp Gaming so far. But I think SSG is also a pretty solid choice in that second spot, I would say. Like, yeah, we lost, I would say, has looked a little bit more uncomfortable as of late. And that's only because of, the fact they played against SSG, who looked so strong. So I think it really just goes, Team Liquid, Citadel, probably solid top. Maybe we go SSG. I locked in that second spot, depending on how things go today versus Lunex, obviously. But then after that, I think, like you mentioned, that bottom 3 spots, those 3 deciding matches to see who makes it into the playoffs, that's a big deal, and we're going to already see one of those deciding matches happen in the very first one of the day, dude. So exciting stuff moving forward for all of those teams in the next round.
Exactly. Our first match of the day is going to be Nightmare versus TSM. It's as simple as if you win, you're through for TSM. But for Nightmare, they have to win and then hope results go their way elsewhere. Again, we can go into that a little bit later. But this is today's matches. If you're a fan of any of these teams, make sure you tune in at that exact moment. But of course, why wouldn't you watch every single match here today? Because they're all going to be incredible. Nightmare, TSM, 100 Thieves, CR, TLC versus YWL, Sen versus NRG, and then SSG versus Lunex. Every match has a reason to watch as well. Even if teams are through, they will still be competing for seed. And seeding is going to be very important once we get into that bracket stage, because you might want to try and avoid the likes of Swamp Gaming, for example, or maybe you don't want to play TLC in the initial stage of the bracket. Because, shit, when you look at these matches, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on some of these teams here today. I know there are some teams who have already played all of their games, but now this is your last chance to try and get into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, just reiterating what you guys are saying, there's so much on the line today alone. This is the day that decides if you make it into these next series. Yes, we're in preseason, but you want to make the playoffs. You want to get that cash. You want to get the notoriety. You want to prove that you're a strong team. There's still so much on the line for these teams in trying to build themselves and get confident. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not even sure who I would want to go against at this point because everybody has shown up in some fashion or another. And I think speaking of showing up, TSM versus Nightmare off the rip here. TSM, if they are able to take this moving forward into the playoffs, that is a huge game one to start off with.
But as we do start off with it, of course, for Nightmare, it's a slightly different situation for them. They have to beat TSM, and then they would need Lunex to lose against SSG in the final match of the day, which, I mean, not a bad situation to put yourself in. SSG have looked fantastic so far, Dog, but at the same time, it's never nice not to have destiny in your own hands. But first and foremost, they just have to focus on trying to win this matchup. What's your initial thoughts on TSM versus Nightmare?
I mean, my initial thoughts are, this is a match made in heaven, right? It really is because of everything that's happened throughout the tournament. These teams have sort of been very similar to each other. I think they both had expectations to get to that top 4 slot to make it to the next round. And the fact that, potentially one of them is going to be out, maybe Lunex if they were to beat SSG, that would be huge. For me, it feels like it's a tale of, for Nightmare, beating themselves. Like, this team is always a very good team. It had very high expectations, especially with all the scrim bucks and stuff, the weeks leading into the group stages. But realistically, after this patch, something's just not been going right. It's almost like they play down to the levels of their opponents. Like, they definitely have the talent to succeed. But, I mean, shit, what do you think, dude? Like, this team feels like they should be a lot better than they are right now. Like, this team shouldn't be winless throughout this entire group stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said exactly what I was thinking and saying yesterday is they play down to whoever they're playing, and they don't always necessarily play up to the level of who they're going against. Sometimes they do, and they look great. And I think they're a very solid team that is willing to play some of this dive stuff that looks strong right now. I just think they need the mental confidence to move forward. They just haven't had the chance to get it yet. So they're still playing down to this level that I just don't, I don't see them succeeding at. I know they have the ability to, and I want to see something different today, for sure.
And obviously, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Nightmare, especially after, the interview that we saw yesterday as well. A little bit of controversy, I'm sure, but also they want to make up for that. They want to show what they are made of here in this matchup and prove everyone wrong. Because even though it feels like a Hail Mary right now, there is a real opportunity Nightmare could still get through to playoffs, which would be crazy considering what their record would look like, but definitely a possibility. If you had to pick out one player here, Dog, who do you think is the player to watch on Nightmare?
I mean, for me, I would usually say Vision just because of what he's done so far. But honestly, I think Skier has been solid on this lineup. Like, I think that, a lot of people maybe have said the back line needs a little bit of work for Nightmare side, but generally, I've been pretty impressed with Skier's gameplay. I think he's been good. And also on their bench, too. Like, if they were to sub-smash it and stuff, too, I wouldn't be opposed, considering how we've seen him in the past when he was on Dark Zero. I think this is a good squad across the board. But for me, I think Skier's probably going to have a solid game. And if I want a player to maybe improve after the previous games, it'd have to be Dinks. And I love that guy. I think he's been good throughout his career, but just something ain't clicking. And unfortunately, this team just needs to step up. And maybe that they, like you mentioned, because they have those chances to get in, because it's maybe their win and get in situation. If Lunex loses later, you gotta feel somewhat confident, and it's kind of goes back to Shib's point where we just need to see something out of them in terms of that confidence level. And for me, it starts with things.
0-4 at the moment, and of course we've seen them win domination and then go on to lose multiple matches. Can they make up for it here today? Now on the flip side, we have TSM, Shib, and for them it's simple. They just have to beat Nightmare and then they are through. They don't have to worry about anyone else's games. How are you feeling about TSM, and similarly anyone you're looking out for to be the key player here?
Yeah, TSM as a whole has looked better for me. And the only hiccup I would say is what we saw yesterday at that spawn hold against, we lost. Yeah, we lost just holding them there after capping .1 on, I believe, Central Park. It was just a tough look, and it looked like they could not find their footing. This team, I've seen success and growth from a lot of different players. I think Cal is really coming into his own as a strategist player who's more traditionally known as a duelist. Starting to get a lot of finals and a ton of healing at the same time. Really valuable there. We've all known the Gulk, the Gantis from Gale. I think Gale is an incredibly strong player right alongside Bedtime Story. The front line looks great too with Gilbert Noodle, and Guru. Pizza on the back line as well. This whole team's got talent. I just want to see them now show it because we lost for that map. For me, it was a tough watch.
And Dog, now we're into kind of the latest patch. We know now how things are working out. We saw the White Fox buff, for example. We were wondering how that would change things. Is the meta going to shift slightly? Now that we've been able to witness how these teams are lining up, do you think we're going to see more familiar ban phases? People have kind of got an idea of how they want to approach things now here?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think we go back to the Gambit being as good as it has been. I think we probably ban that most of the time. And I think a big surprise for me is more players not picking up the Rogue and stuff, just because we saw towards the second week with Rogue and Gambit getting through in a lot of these ban phases and some teams not even opting to play it. That's been a bit of a surprise. Like, I feel like just how strong that character has been, it's just insane. Just because, like, I always thought Vanpool was really good in sort of server admin, but honestly, as of this week, whenever you have Gambit and Rogue getting through, that is something that it feels bad to pass up on.
Well, Shib, we're going to head over to Celestial Husk first to kick us off with Nightmare and TSM. As I've already alluded to, we know that Nightmare have been very successful on domination. Do you think we might see an early Nightmare lead here?
Yeah, Nightmare definitely has the potential to take this home. They love that more divey style, and I think, honestly, Celestial Husk plays great for that. I think there's a lot of stall potential, too, on point, which they do a good job of. Keep your eyes out for portal plays off of the back of strategy results to get there and just stall. Get the point early, hold to that 70%, win one more fight, and it is game. And they've done it before, and then they've crumbled. I think they need to get an early win here for the side of Nightmare in order for them to kind of put that leg up, feel confident, and move forward. But for the side of TSM, if they get this win early, I think it might be in the bag for them.
We have seen TSM already lose once on Celestial Husk so far this preseason, so perhaps that is going to be a reason why we might see it happening here. I think TSM maybe got to be a little bit worried about Nightmare here, but the first matchup is just about ready. It's TSM versus Nightmare, and to take us away, we've got Dogman, we've got Ship. Guys, crush it.
Oh, reunited, and it feels so good, brother. We are back at it once again. Doggy, it feels good to be out here with you, my friend, as we start up the banning phase.
Yes, sir. Good to be back. Good to see honestly the last game too of the group stages. It's exciting to get back to it, right? And the fact this preseason has been so action-packed, and immediately off the rip, we get to see the difference of opinion and between Nightmare and TSM going for the traditional, get that one-sided Elsa mismatch, and then for TSM getting that Gambit removed already. Like, Shib, what do you think for TSM's matchup into Nightmare? We've seen how good Visions has been on Elsa, but avoiding it sometimes is okay, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm actually curious to see, and it's very dependent on players, but I'm curious to see the numbers as to when Gambit's banned in comparison to Elsa, when it's a mismatch on either side with where it lies. But I think Gambit has been just of utmost importance, especially in this or at least in yesterday. So I'm looking forward to seeing, what that number looks like right now. The lock-in of Gambit, obviously, on the side of TSM, feeling comfortable there. And then, you have to do it. Remove the Rogue. It's too strong with that team up.
Yeah, it makes sense for, I think Guru's the type of guy to play a lot of that stuff too. Maybe even Gilbert. I mean, he's been so flexible, but we immediately have the Vanpool on the opposite side ban. But it is kind of interesting, Shib. Like, I feel like when you go for that Elsa ban and Protect, you kind of open yourself up to maybe more diversity in terms of what the enemy can play. Whereas if you go for that Gambit ban and Protect, like, we know that you probably have to ban the Rogue. Now, the interesting thing is, Shib, and I'm curious your take, as we have the one-sided Vanpool come through. The Star-Lord, okay, they're hovering it right now, but I wanted to see what you thought about it, because I'm kind of falling out of the camp of perma-ban Star-Lord into the Gambit stuff. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad combination. We've seen teams try to run the Punisher without as much success. But, I think one point that you made that I think is definitely worth reiterating is when you do get the Gambit through, Loki now has to be a priority ban. Same with Rogue. And that really does just make your bans far more traditional instead of just team-based. And I think the teams that are finding the most success in this tournament now are now target banning specifically against the enemy team and not just blanket banning, which I think we might be seeing a little bit here from Nightmare.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because like when we saw the FlyQuest game yesterday, I mean, you can't let Vest get rogue generally.
Yeah.
And look at that, they're eliminated now because of it. So going into it, like you mentioned, the ban's a bit more traditional for Nightmare's side. TSM probably a bit more specific, but this will be a little bit of an interesting matchup because Light gets to finally play that Daredevil. Visions gets to play as Elsa. And I don't know, it's going to be a good matchup on Celestial Husk, a very fun game one of the day, Shib, considering, both these teams, I think you and Gas set it up perfectly. It's just like, winning, you're in for TSM. For Nightmare, they still have to rely on Lunex and stuff. But this match is probably the biggest of the tournament for both teams.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here. We can see what they are floating. TSM is running that triple comp that I thought personally was one of their best comps they've run in the tournament. They elected to not really try to make it happen yesterday, keeping it more traditional. I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like in a Nightmare. And for Nightmare's side, that Emma has definitely taken a step up as we see the emote here from Guru. Gotta love that. But definitely taking a step up in terms of finding wins and value. I think he struggled a little bit early on in the preseason. So we'll see what that looks like now from the side of Mace and Monster on that Cap. We know how strong Cap is.
Yeah, Cap's been super good. I know that you probably got a little bit of flack on your TikToks when you're posting about Cap. Is actually quite good right now, and people are like, no way, he's bad. He's got lost his animation canceled. But as you pointed out, Cap is even stronger this patch than previous ones, right?
Yeah, especially at this level of play. I think it's, the animation cancel is definitely a fun thing to play with, but just the raw damage of having that extra damage on every auto without having to set up your melee shield throws. It just gives you the will and the ability to take out backline at any time instead of forced setup. So we're going to see what the team looks like here. Cal is going to be on the side of the Gambit. And we begin now. Gale, immediately, are you kidding me? Able to find Mace. One number up here for TSM, walking right through and showing why the Gulk is such a threat. 65 HP, though, dangerous, and I do believe gets knocked out there. Back to Bruce Banner form. So the trade comes through, but Pizza says not up in here. Goodbye to Light. And they are once again up a number, traded back from Vision, though. And now they're even once again, at least for now, while you see Gale trying to build back into that Hulk form.
Yeah, Mace comes back with Portal, but it's too late. TSM's claimed the point. But this is kind of traditional so far. We've seen some from TSM. It was a good bubble from Guru from him to block off the healing, but Vision still gets to go ham. I mean, Vision's just getting KO after KO, still free to get full impact, by the way. So he's at that tier 3 Elsa form that Shiv is terrifying to play against.
Yeah, Elsa in such a good state right now, even with that HP nerf from the last patch, 25 HP being removed there. Making some of those breakpoints more viable, but we can see now Nightmare, that portal play actually really did work for Mace. I thought it might have been premature after the take of point there from TSM, but it really did buy them the space to be able to take that right back. And now they're going to be up 28% to 12, which would have been the fastest turnaround in terms of point capture we've seen yet. Vision in an off angle already has the Glartrox available. Keep your eye out for that Apex Predator. Light on the back line, ready to engage on a Guru, who's in a dangerous spot now, drops backwards towards the team. Out goes the boundary that's committed. Clobbering time goes out from Gilbert. Does that seem to get value? Not quite enough inside of that boundary, as now the boundary gets launched right back on the side of TSM.
Yeah, they were anti-2 Mace with the Eye of Agamotto, and we've seen big eyes before, and it is enough to get rid of BTS. Again, removing him. But Gale, you mentioned the Gulk before, unfortunately not able to get much done after the Strat ults are committed, and they just get walked on here, Shib. So great work from Nightmare. They commit even more ultimates after the fact, but it's kind of like it goes back down to the thing is they delay Gale's Hulk. So many Strat ults pretty much with the Captain American stuff, right?
Yeah, and he's going to have to jump off point at this point. That's brutal. That's a really good stagger that they're forcing here, and that's the downside to playing Bruce on a map like this, where they can stall you with some of the CC from their side of Skier, obviously, with the force physics, right? So ultimate is going to be slightly in the favor of TSM, but Nightmare are looking really good on domination, as is tradition at this point. A little bit of overcommitment on ultimates. Monster able to find BTS off the rip, and that was a huge target, as BTS almost had all available. What a play, as now Guru goes down, and Monster stepping up in this moment.
All right, that was brutal. I mean, just stagger pick after stagger pick. I don't think I've seen BTS alive longer more than a few seconds. It's been a really hard game so far as Monster's been able to do whatever he wants. Nightmare capped the map. Excellent work on round one. And Chip, just to kind of analyze everything there, I'm curious what you think, but because they're running the Rocket Raccoon and stuff, we've seen a lot more Phoenix. Do you think that could be a viable switch up for TSM, or maybe it goes back to the thing where they got spawn camped by, we lost yesterday. It looks like all confidence is removed from this team.
Yeah, I agree. I think TSM just didn't look like themselves there at all. But also on the other side of the token, I think Nightmare looked really solid. I saw a lot of good flanking avenues. I think that map lends itself to being a very flankable map, and Light was consistently in the back line. You see there 6-1, taking maybe some of those comments personally, trying to bounce back quickly. We honestly haven't seen a lot of Rocket in this tournament. Honestly, one of the first full showings of Rocket in a map. And I think it's not a bad idea. I agree Phoenix is a good counter, right, if that wanted to come into play. The BRB is massive, but Rocket does a good job in staying healthy when there's dive on the line, just kind of playing his own life. And I think they're kind of using that to disadvantage, but there really wasn't enough pressure to even get on top of the Rocket.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's a lot of difference that Nightmare has put in terms of the play style today. But coming into it, Shib, right, TSM do have that Psylocke ultimate, nothing to counter it in terms of straddle. It's on the opposite side. They go for that fast portal, too, on the flank.
And let the games begin here as Guru starts a portal play. This is very traditional for TSM, usually trying to find some sort of crazy pick or kidnap potential. And they are starting heavy, but escapes right there in that moment. Vision in a dangerous spot. Gale just jumps right over, unluckily, but is still able to find Mace. There goes at Dance of the Cutterfly, walking in. The Glartrox now gets launched. Oh, but walks back into it, thinking the bubble was still there, but it was not. Guru goes down now as Vision finds one.
I mean, this is crazy. How are they not getting more out of the Psylocke ult and stuff? Regardless, point almost capped. They do commit the Raging Royal Flush too, but it's met by Invisible Boundary. And Nightmare, they're still touching the point. Eventually, Gilbert's going to fall on the side of TSM as well. So they have to give up so much space. Pop a late Invisible Boundary, but can they even live through it? The point's still going to get delayed out. The gold ultimate's out.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the boundary. I think it was to just stall as they do now have one and end up working out in the end here. Light on the chase. On the side of BTS was able to find that health pack, try to turn this around, but Lights is not up in here, able to find BTS now, heading back to point. Goodbye to Gulk, who should be out of at least monster form for the moment, so is able to hold on, but that's a retake again from Nightmare after just a couple percentage points on TSM.
I mean, if I'm a TSM fan, I'm just glad that BTS finally switched to Phoenix. I mean, he was doing nothing on Psylocke, and I don't think it's really, player issue. It's more that Psylocke, especially with the Mantis against the Daredevil, is just such a one-sided matchup. But immediately Guru starts off with the ultimate as TSM look to reclaim some point and maybe try to counter this Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, I think they're kind of Nightmare's playing their, play your own life composition. It makes it very difficult to dive with a solo dive like Psylocke trying to make plays. Vision's able to find BTS in that trade early on. Pizza Demon in a low position as Mace now gets one. Monster onto Cal. And Nightmare have stepped up after yesterday and look incredibly clean with 42% and climbing on the point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been pretty one-sided thus far. Ultimate's coming up, at least for TSM's side. The next one, delaying Gulk again. That's the second time in a row. Pulled back by Light, and then Skier, too. So, adding insult to injury. He gets back into the Hulk form. No way. If he gets delayed again, though.
Oh, wow.
Goes away. Wait, Lordruck, though! Oh, my goodness! On the right side, they all came back for Gale to save him, but unfortunately, they get wiped.
That was dirty. Wow, what a play there from Skier and Vision with some insane comms, finding virtually the entire team in that suite of ultimate. Skier not even forced to use that boundary. Nightmare looks refreshed right now. They've taken some of these losses personally, and they want to make it to the next stage, and they're looking like they have a chance here. TSM's got to find their footing, because right now they're looking lost.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty brutal so far. I mean, they start with the Gamut Raging Royal Flush, but Nightmare has reacted perfectly so far. Ship Gale's already out of the Hulk form, too.
Yeah, and more value of that BRB. Dink's able to bring Light back after a utilization of ultimate from the Van Pool. So that pick gets no value, and they're back on point. Gale goes down. The boundary stays up here for the side of TSM. Gilbert now making the switch to Venom, which I think is a smart play, at least for the stall on point, and pretty aggro towards that back line. Monster doing a great job just distracting the back line. Guru able to find Light once more. Numbers up for TSM. Can they take this back? But 99% is a big hill to climb as Bedtime and Guru go down. Nightmare trying to stop this right now. A portal play needs to be committed here for TSM.
And Pizza just gets walked on by Mace. Cal just watches his teammate die. Gilbert trades Skier at the very least, but you talked about a Monster and Mace finding two. Gilbert to delay, waiting for that portal play, but they still have ultimates afterwards, Shib. I mean, BTS is over to that Daredevil as well. It just feels like he's not done anything on this map.
Yeah, and that's a huge pick there from Mace on a Bedtime story, trying to get back on a point. Alco some commitment of the Sia and Light with the Let the Devil out. Overtime ticking down. Nightmare finds two from Vision, and they might be able to win this decidedly. 100% to 9. Are you kidding me, Nightmare?
Yeah, he got CC'd at the end, so Gale would not touch in the ultimate anymore, and that was beautiful so far from Nightmare. Map wins, Celestial Husk goes their way in this best out of 3 when it matters most, like you said. But if we're taking a look at, how this team has performed on Domination, Shib, this is their best map type by far. It's when we go to Convoy, when we go to Convergence, that I'm a little bit worried. Now, TSM, I mean, especially if Vision's going to pop off like he did in that series, I'm going to be always worried for TSM. But regardless, like, this is the best case scenario for Nightmare. They're always really solid on Domination. It's just when we go to Convoy Convergence that I have a little bit of questions. For TSM, I just really am wondering, based on what we saw yesterday, Shib, I wonder if their confidence is even there, dude, because, I mean, BTS didn't even get a single final hit, and I don't want it to stat watch, obviously, because it's not just on him, and especially since it's not their best map type. But this looks like a team that is a shell of their former selves, and, I'm wondering if they can bounce back after next match. But we will see in just a moment after we go to this break. We'll see you guys for map number 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's preseason, and boy, oh boy, do we have a game on our hands here. TSM on the brink of elimination. Remember, if they lose this matchup, they're done, because that would mean either Nightmare or Lunex would be able to progress through this group into playoffs. I mean, Domination, we've always known Nightmare is strong at it, dog, but this puts them at such an advantage now going into maps 2 and maybe 3.
Absolutely, and they look to, despite everything that's happened, to be maintaining their sort of mental, right? And that's what we talk about a lot. It's a mental game because it is esports at the end of the day. And, I think that for TSM, I mean, just a brutal match overall, and I really want to see them rebound on Central Park because that's their map pick. We've seen them play here yesterday, too. But, Shib, I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks to potentially not the best game versus, we lost.
Yeah, they had a really solid point take and then just got stuffed before the streets phase even began. They could not get them Ratatasker actually moving forward at all, the cart there. So it was just quite a tough look. And you know what? They just got to forget about it. But their backs are truly against the wall. They need to step up. Both teams need to step up. Huge advantage for Nightmare as they will have map 3 should it go there in their favor in terms of their map choice. But TSM did not look like TSM in that domination at all.
No, not at all. And I think now the concern for me is with your back against the wall, with the pressure on, how suddenly do you deal with it? The only advantage I think that TSM have here, Dog, is the fact that we've seen Nightmare in this position 3 times, and they have gone on to lose the entire match. So I think that TSM can definitely go off of that. But you know these players far better than I do. Do you think TSM will be feeling the pressure here now, knowing they are just 1 map away from being out of this competition?
I think so. I mean, the only thought that comes to my head is I hope they still care, you know? Like, at the end of the day, like, a lot of people know these guys are content creators are coming in. They're very good, very high-level esport players, too. This team is, you know, historically good. Like, back when they were Solaris, I think they've always competed at a high level. Just, I wonder how they're feeling because, like, you know, it's a similar situation to what you said about Nightmare, where, you know, you have to kind of bounce back. You have to have that resilience. But at the moment, based on how the last map looked, I wouldn't say so. Regardless, I feel like the TSM of old, the old Solaris team that I think would bounce back, would play weird stuff. They would do things like Namor, you know, Hela if they want to at points. But the current version of TSM is in this weird sort of space where they'll play anything. Now, it's kind of like back on the original point that you said, Gask, like Nightmare's a team that plays down to their competition a little bit. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is a close map because of it.
Yeah, certainly expecting a closer game now, and I hope it's going to be a closer game. Maybe we go to the full 3 maps. But that means map 2 is ready. It's locked and loaded. Ship, Doc, take us away.
All right, let's get back into it. And I'll tell you what, the composition from Nightmare was very difficult to try to find a priority target on. So they ended up turning it a little bit there and trying to find light, and did a few times, but it's much more difficult to play a self-survivable comp on defense in something like Convergence, because you are just going to target who's on point, and that will kind of be the mentality of the team. It kind of does shake up what they want to do here for Nightmare. So we'll see what that looks like. On attack, it's a different story. Definitely can still run that, but it struggles a bit on defense. But off the rip, Nightmare will be attacking.
Okay, well, they immediately go for that Elsa ban off the rip due to, well, Visions was popping the hell off last map. It was kind of like what we saw out of every match so far, but this time they actually won in you know, those incredible stat lines from Visions. That results in the Gambit Protect coming out of Nightmare's side and the Loki ban on the opposite spectrum. But, you know, that probably means the Gambit Protects come through, and shit, we might have ourselves a mirror Gambit composition for both teams.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. It was a big problem with some huge ultimates in the last go-around. I like the comp they were trying to run, but it really did struggle into a mean Elsa. So goodbye there from the side of Vision, who's now floating, at least for now, the DD. And we're going to see the lock-in of Gambit, which means immediately they will remove that rogue, likely on both sides if they're feeling like the team can run it. But again, it's not necessarily Fly. They don't have Vest, so they might decide it's not as much of a threat to them.
Yeah, I think there was another aspect of it was putting light on the Daredevil. TSM get that protect for bedtime story Star-Lord, at least with the Gambit. Since that was banned out in the last map, that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I think that is a good pickup. That is a good change considering light on the Daredevil looked very comfortable. I think he was kind of doing pretty much everything in terms of countering what BTS was doing on Psylocke. So that enabled them a lot, but now they get the Star-Lord at the very least. That's going to allow the Vanpool ban to come out on the opposite side, as it looks like we have a bit of a pause going on in the ban phase due to what I assume to be online technical difficulties as it happens.
Yeah, it does happen like that, as we will welcome Gaskin back in. Buddy, yeah, I think the big takeaway there so far is the fact that we will see BTS on the Star-Lord, which I do think will help a lot with that Gambit combination. What do you think of the role in the ban so far, buddy?
Yeah, it's pretty much traditional what we've been expecting, what we've seen for the last 2 days, really. You keep Gambit if you can. You get rid of Elsa where you can as well. It depends. And as long as Loki doesn't get through, you shouldn't see any shenanigans. I think Bedtime Story on the Star-Lord, very important. We saw how incredible Bedtime Story can play when that Star-Lord gets activated, especially with the backup of the Raging Royal Flush. A real question for me is, like, where you go here. I wonder if this is like a tech pause or whether this is a tactical pause from Nightmare, perhaps trying to really figure out how they want to go with these bans. Because now that you've seen the Star-Lord protected and you've already got rid of the Rogue, that would be my question, Dog, is where you even go from here.
Yeah, I think that we probably just try to ban out some of the things that were a problem in the last map, and well, really also what was a problem for us against other teams too. So because we go for that, Star-Lord Protect on the opposite side for Nightmare, Maybe it's go into another duelist as well, since they went towards that Daredevil. But since they don't have a Daredevil on TSM's side, really, I mean, BTS and Cal really haven't played it. We could even prioritize more Vanguards again. Maybe if we're gonna play more divey stuff again, make sure they don't get the Emma. Even I know we haven't seen any bans over to that, or we know that Gale loves to play that Hulk. Maybe we ban out that, although that wasn't really an issue for us and a problem to deal with. So there's a lot of options, and I think because of the last map and how it went, because of what we saw TSM's ban phase sort of phase into, I imagine Nightmare, really any option they pick is going to be a good one, and it's just up to the overall team play at this point, because I don't think they've had a bad draft so far.
And it surprises me a little bit that we're seeing Mantis just go unscathed as well, considering some of the players have been saying like how important Mantis can be to those compositions. Do you think that's more of a team situation here, that TSM and Nightmare aren't really into playing Trip Strat, for example, Shib?
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the table. I'm surprised about that because we have seen Gale run a strong Mantis in the past. I'm curious why maybe that wasn't the case there in map 1, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options here. We might see the Mantis, we might see the Vanpool, which I don't think got as much value as we maybe would have thought on the last go around, but I think it's difficult to run Vanpool into strategies that don't necessarily need to aim to heal. I think, obviously Invis is a good target, but does have that self-shield and invisibility to try to stay healthy as long as possible. But Rocket, just keeping those right clicks out, can stay healthy, and you dance with your Invis in the backline. But if opposed to something like a Luna, where even if one of those, shots misses, you're taking extra damage, it really does play better into that. So maybe that's the case as to why they don't, they maybe won't ban it out here.
Well, looks like the bans are back under the way. The pause has continued, so I'll allow you two fine gentlemen to continue your casting.
Thank you, Fine Gaskin. Oh my goodness. The Vanpool comes out and gets protected and banned, so they do get that one-sided focus towards the Vanguards. Then the Star-Lord sort of mismatch comes through on the opposite side. But I like what you pointed out, Shib, earlier, I think, is the Mantis stuff. I mean, I think it's interesting because it's like you said, like Gale obviously has a very good Mantis. I think a lot of these players have a good Mantis in general because it's kind of a relatively easy hero to play sometimes, but it's very team-oriented, I guess, right? Because that was my worry when we saw Bedtime Story on the Psylocke and stuff. Like, it just feels like it's missing that Mantis. It's missing Gale on the Mantis, for example, but it just something ain't clicking, I guess, with that specific composition that is available because it's, like you said, it's so strong. But I guess if your teams can't play it, I mean, you can't force it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something I don't think we're going to see a ton with the top sides of the bracket in terms of placement and seeding. If you allow Mantis and Ultron through, I think that comp is super viable and strong right now. I'm surprised that is the case, but you're right. I guess they're just not as confident on it, and that's totally okay. It's very much, a team-based hero shooter where there are plenty of compositions that can absolutely work, and the comp here is going to be running this gambit and very much trying to pocket the Star-Lord for the side of TSM, where Nightmare, we're going to see what they elect to run. I don't think Vision, was going to stay on the Iron Man there. Something a little more traditional with the flank from Light, and Monster is going to be looking for the backline flank with Light on the Vanpool.
I mean, they switched it up, put Visions back on the Phoenix. We've seen a lot more Phoenix as of this last week, but on Central Park, it's up to TSM, right? Tournament hopes in the line here, Shib, and they're on defense first. Nightmare going to be on attack, so TSM feeling more confident in their defensive push and hold, where Gilbert Noodle is going to be on that cap for the first time this series.
And let the games begin. Right on top of Skiers in a dangerous spot. Great damage there. Not going to be enough to get the KO, though. Looking backwards towards Monster, who was trying to apply some pressure on the backline. Light holding the height here. I will not be surprised if he decides to flank around and go into that strategist doorway. Very much where strategists like to run to, but it's kind of simple to understand where they're going to be and where they'll retreat to at all times. Gale in a dangerous spot goes down quickly. Gilbert Noodle trying to stall for a bit, but goodbye Gale from the side of Light. Now looking upward towards that cap, who's just trying to stall and doing just that, distracting. BTS in a bad spot as now goes down from Light. Guru able to trade one on a maze through the chaos, but the number's still up here once more for Nightmare. I believe a portal play already needs to be committed, and he talked about pulling out, maybe the Namor, and that is going to be the case.
Okay, good. I was going to say, I am just done seeing Gale on Hulk. I got to be honest. He's a good Hulk player, don't get me wrong, but this team is not working around it. Nightmare obviously have a prepared game plan around the Hulk. Everybody's focusing on him. The rest of the team is forced away. And yeah, just stop playing the Hulk, please. We're going back over to TSM with Guru onto the Emma, and this feels a little bit better for TSM off the rip. And I like that mismatch, too. I like BTS versus Light in the sidelock duel. I would somewhat favor BTS into that. Now, for Nightmare, I think their team plays a little bit better. I think Visions on the Phoenix is always going to be gross and very difficult to deal with. But like you said, Shib, I like Gale also going over to the Namor in this upcoming fight. With TSM, though, they still have a 4-minute hold they have to do in second phase now as an early invis boundaries pop.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It looks like TSM's playing a little bit nervous here. They're trying to take that early point to get on top of point, by where it initially begins, and it's already free pushing right past them. They've essentially switched spawns without having control of point. And Mace is going to find a 3-piece, make it a quadra here. Are you joking? Nightmare looks refreshed, and TSM is kind of on their heels. They've got to bounce back and figure this out because Nightmare looks unstoppable right now.
Yeah, they used Invis in a lost team fight. At least they used the Ensong Inferno, so we can use Gilbert Noodle's ult as another Stratus ultimate just to help delay after the Raging Royal Flush is popped. They have 0.9 meters left to go. Light commits to Psylocke, dances the butterflies against that Strat ultimate, so they get an extra out, although BTS is down.
Yeah, number comes through his Vision's able to take out Gale right now, looking for more here as they do have priority on point. Out goes a Raging Royal Flush to the side of Nightmare. Vision able to find Pizza, and once again, I believe Nightmare is going to push this thing through quickly. I'm not sure a portal play can be committed. It cannot. Are you kidding? Look at the time on the clock. 5 minutes here for point 3. Wow, Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare is just shredding through this map at the current moment. TSM grasping at straws right now. They just need to find some form of life. I mean, Gale's going over to the Star-Lord now. He was off of the Namor, and then BTS still onto the Psylocke. You know, I would maybe expect BTS to be on the Psylocke instead, or I mean, sorry, onto the Star-Lord instead. But regardless, they need to win at least a fight here. Monster already starts off this fight early with that Deadpool ultimate.
Gale able to find Light right now, and that's going to be 1 as Vision's able to take out Bedtime Story and even the numbers just a little bit. Gale has that Legend available as Monster falls, gets a 2-piece, but already the point at the staircase with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Vision on a height trying to hold, but that's still at this point a slight alt advantage here for TSM, but it's looking like Nightmare just has to wait a few fights and then they can heavily press Q and walk this thing through.
Yeah, they trade out Light at the very least. You know, I would like to see even BTS switch to the Phoenix maybe or whatever, but he comes over, follow through on divisions. Maybe these fights stringing together will be good, but again, they trade in a pretty heavy advantage. Again, they lose 2.
Yeah, I honestly, this Emma pick here from Ace has looked really good. It's really shutting down a lot of this more brawly dive stuff. This Cap is struggling. I think Emma does a really good job at marking Cap and can help that backline when they're ever, if they're ever stressed. But right now, it doesn't look like they are too much as BTS is able to find one there. There goes that Galactic Legend. It's not combined at the moment as Cal does not have the Raging Royal Flush available. It's not necessarily needed to be the case as Gilbert dives in and finds Dinks, and that's a great initiation there. Now Guru makes the switch over to Eminem match, and I like this decision as Guru finds 1. They needed to change this comp up. They're doing just that. Sometimes it looks like a bit of panic when they're switching this much, but sometimes it just is trying to find the right solution.
Yeah, good fight so far out of TSM. I mean, they just keep catching Light out. That was the second time in a row they found Light first pick. So either somebody has to help Light take these off angles, and it looks like Monster's going to do it this time around. But we just got to stop getting picked off in the middle of, really, before fights even begin.
Couple minutes have been taken off the clock here. The cart is still sitting here on the stairs. And again, that's actually Ratatasker, the god of squirrels, for those who maybe are wondering what that is. But we see Vision with a nice stun, able to find BTS. And we heard yesterday in some of the interviews, that right click on Phoenix is pretty much your sole job. Landing that stun gives so much value. Gale in a bad spot there, very low on HP, able to escape for a moment. Light gonna commit here and finds 2 off the back of a huge ultimate. The Psionic, they get a 3rd coming in from Vision and a 4th now as the 5th goes down, and Nightmare is now walking with 2 minutes and 20 to the very end of this map. TSM does have Cal and Gilbert, though.
I mean, if Nightmare is smart, I think they even go for like some early pressure to force out a strat ult or something, or even try to get ults in the spawn, but they give TSM space, and I think that's a bit of a mistake. Now they come out with the dance floor a bit late, met by an Ensong Inferno to help peel as well.
Light in a very dangerous spot, falls there from a nice shield toss from Gilbert Noodle. And that is going to be a pick from Cal and Gilbert once more. Vision finding Pizza. The ult advantage there for TSM did work out as the reset comes through and Dinks jumps off map for another fight. Coming up, TSM does hold on to BTS Gilbert in that fight, and that is some good patience, which puts them at an ult advantage in these next fights.
Yeah, sadly for Nightmare, I mean, they use a lot of ults, but not more importantly, they give space to TSM to walk out of spawn as they now group up together as a cohesive unit. So realistically, they needed to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe pull, a page out of Yeah We Lost book, go for that spawn camp trap. But TSM have ultimates here, 1 minute and 22 seconds left to go, Shib, and they have ults too on the defense.
Yeah, I think a dance of the butterfly at the spawn door there would have been super valuable, just to force them to use something, or at least buy time for the cart to move forward just a little bit more, as Gale's able to find one. Cal onto light for 2. Gilbert says 3 in bedtime, gonna find 4 and 5. And the confidence is coming back here for TSM, who has not needed to commit an ultimate in quite some time. Gale, barring Gale in that, with the Galactic Legend, but still up heavily in ult advantage with 50 seconds on. This is quite the hold here from TSM.
I like this. TSM maybe changing pace on the high goal for that dance of the butterflies early. You have to get follow-up now here at the choke, though. Vision's getting the hard pocket. Everybody tried to come over here, but they didn't get anything else out. Nobody else was ready for that dive. Maybe if Gale was more in position, they could have gotten some ults out or KOs. But it's a good job of Nightmare to bounce that back and forth and play safe to keep the invisible boundary for this upcoming fight.
Looking for the first initial pick here. If you can find one in the neutral, put your team at a heavy advantage. TSM holding on to Gilbert with that freedom charge is also a great ultimate for this situation. Monster on the back line forces out one as Pizza needs to use that boundary. Cal able to find light, though, in the mix of this Venn diagram that is boundaries is very valuable here for TSM. As we are heading to an overtime situation, Gale finds another on a Monster. Will TSM be able to hold this 5-minute clutch? They are stepping back into their shoes, but Skier takes out BTS, a number back in their favor. Pizza with some insane damage off the back of the front line. Pizza finds one on a Mace. Gilbert onto Diggs. Gale onto Vision. The portal needs to come through. Will it get here in time? I'm not sure it will. It does not. What a hold by TSM.
Yeah, excellent hold by them for sure. Both teams to me right now, Shib, look like they're a little bit slow in terms of making maneuvers first. Like the best teams we've seen so far throughout the tournament have been decisive, really fast with their movements. Both teams, you can see, are a little bit of a step behind those other squads. Now, for Nightmare, realistically, that was almost good. It was just so many times we saw Monster on those, like, at least at the end, the very super long flank, and even before, an excellent switch up for TSM was to focus him, right? Like, they would get out that taunt early, they get Monster's E out, and you hear a lot of these pros talk about how Deadpool is super easy to KO after he uses that cooldown, right? So with that, they've just found Monster every single fight, and he just had a rough performance after third phase.
Yeah, it's surprising to see how valuable some of this just backline peel is, man. I mean, I feel like Vanpool's kind of been known as just like the deleter of the backline, but they're doing a really good job playing off each other and not worrying too much, always having an answer when need be, I would say. But TSM, I mean, honestly, from what I'm seeing from both these teams is they just started off with just a ton of nerves. I think Nightmare looks more confident off the rip, obviously. TSM has not quite looked like themselves until that final point. They started to figure things out. I like this switch in comp as they're keeping it more consistent right now. I think Cal did a good job there in the back line. Guru's switch was very valuable. We saw some picks there from Pizza, even on that invis, which was solid. Didn't go down one time to some of those ults from the side of Vanpool. They're locking back in, but can Nightmare shut this down and end the hopes and dreams of TSM fans, or will TSM bounce back in like it to start off on the Spidey?
Yeah, I like it. We'll see how it goes throughout. But it is a very difference of opinion, too. Like, I bet you TSM's, a lot of their vocalization, a lot of their leaders comes from their back line, too, with now Cal joining the team, and it's kind of the opposite for Nightmare with Mace on that front line. But while they set up at that choke point, maybe make sure TSM doesn't get through easily. They're already getting pressured into this back room. Excellent job to disengage it and bunker up for the strategist, though.
Wow, that was disgusting by Vision, able to find BTS in the air like that with one clean combination. Vision's aim next to none here, as we are going to see Monster chasing Gilbert on the high side, not going to have any answers, and does go down. Monster finding one, but Guru also finding light in the chaos. Very low shield here from Monster, who's going to commit towards that backline. Gale is on the off angle, but Vision has caught that off angle and is trying to hit the delete button and does just that. Vision, once again, looking good.
Yeah, he makes it look easy, plays it slow on the inside, finds the right target to focus, and they're finding these staggers. Pete's on the left side, nice job, though, to get out with 1 HP. Regardless, target focus by TSM. They're still kind of in this fight, building straddles early. But Nightmare, I mean, they're coming up on their own. Invisible Boundary available. They could get a good fight early before TSM have shot ults. Here.
I was gonna say that corner that they were holding Pizza and Cal there, they stayed healthy for a very long time. I was surprised to see that. Great patty caking, but Light able to find a window right there and take out Cal in the back line as Mace is able to take out BTS. And TSM are struggling right now on this attack. Good maneuvering here by Nightmare. Gale, though, does get a trade onto Light, trying to even the numbers just a little bit. And the strats are back, and there's the commitment. Out goes the Raging Royal Flush. It's going to be matched right back. Who gets more value? The first pick is very valuable as Mace is holding on to this Meteor M. Shields go up into the sky, looking towards the back line. Who will be the first to go down? No one quite yet, as everybody's just dancing. Out goes the Boundary. TSM now still holding on with ult advantage. Gets a huge pick, actually on the side of Vision into Cal throughout the chaos.
Yeah, this keeps happening, though, in this right side angle. BTS keeps 1v1ing Visions and getting absolutely duped, just absolutely smoked. Like, it's just not even fair. Like, in the meantime, though, opposite side of the map, you do have Gale's ultimate committed. Follow up there by Gilbert, so they leave BTS behind and are already 2 ticks on.
Oh my goodness, and you talk about a Dalipa, and that combination right there was obscene from the side of Monster, who's going to head back to the point and stay healthy. But oh no, they didn't touch as TSM takes that for free. That was a miscommunication jumping off point in that moment as the team did not engage enough, and that is all comms based right there. You know, not necessarily well done by TSM. I liked what they were doing, but just a huge miss there from Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on Monster, I think, because he has to go back into spawn to get healthy. I think that makes sense. Maybe it's on someone else to touch for sure. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, Shiv. This is almost as good as the second phase was for Nightmare's attack. Obviously, a lot more time in the bank, but 3 minutes and 30 is not a small amount of time. Regardless, we need to see Nightmare maybe find picks in the back line again. I mean, they've been doing it so far, following up on Light.
Light able to find Pizza and just doing a consistent job of being annoying to that backline as Spider-Man does, but Cal makes him pay for it. Is able to find one as Vision takes out BTS once again. That trade there, Vision has been dominating that back and forth right now. Guru still holding the front line, but they are going to have to drop back as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice job to at least focus on Visions, but the big thing with Visions is not finding these KOs necessarily. It's just living. He's able to dash back, get some heals from his strategist. Now, on this upcoming fight, though, we do have Feast of the Abyss. They want to go aggressive on the backline right now. Dive for TSM. Nightmare will need to outlive that.
And here goes the engagement once more. BTS saw the Psylocke play coming in from the side of Vision, tries to mark it, but lost in the chaos. Out goes the Raging Royal Flush. Can they get value out of this? Oh, Mace in a very tough spot. When the laser's charged up like this, able to find one, make it 2. As Gale gets the 3rd, there's going to be a 4th from BTS, and the cart is moving. And now TSM is making this look like a game, folks, as they're pressing through towards point 2.
Well, thinking about switching off of stuff here. They had to go through a choke point, but it's into strat ults, or sorry, duelist ults immediately, probably. They do commit that Gambit ultimate at the very least on the inside, but can they find the KOs? Vision's 9 HP does commit the ultimate and actually gets a KO.
Wow. Yeah, and just good patience there. Skier does not have to commit the boundary, so does have an answer for Gale and Guru here. The best case scenario here for the side of TSM is somehow Guru's able to trance Skier prior to that ultimate getting committed, while Gale uses that Galactic Legend to find a few picks. 2 minutes on, though, is plenty of time, but Nightmare with a great retouch there.
Yeah, excellent for sure. Visions to read that on the right side, too, to go aggressive before TSM do. But let's see if they don't get caught on the open here. Mace doesn't have the Meteor M for Gale on this defensive hold. They do have straddles to counter it, but are they grouped up together? Cooldowns used. They go for the far flank shift. This is a very interesting approach to it, but let's see if it takes too long and if it's too telegraphed out of TSM.
Monster holding on to the Freedom Charge here with the Invisible Boundary available too. Out goes that Sonic Seduction from Guru. Not sure it lands too much value in that moment. Good movement there by Nightmare to stay away. But there is going to be the Galactic Legend commitment from Gale. Pizza Demon does have that boundary available too to match it, and it is going to be a little bit better, which just means a little bit later, so it will last quite a little bit longer as we see another pick come through. Oh, the chance at a pick. It doesn't actually land with a huge Freedom Charge to stall. Skier onto Pizza, Light onto Cal, and Nightmare once again popping off in these fights, and it's a 1 minute situation.
Well, this is kind of something you see out of a lot of teams that don't really know what they're doing. Like TSM goes for that far right flank. For what reason? What was the purpose of that? They took time off the bank. If they had like a set strat, if they had a set play, I understand it. But doing a flank just for the sake of doing it is never worth it. You have to set something up. Unfortunately for them, they didn't. They popped Gale's ultimate. At least you get ults out with Monster and Skier. But they really need to win this upcoming fight. Maybe get somebody caught out here aggressive forward.
Yeah, TSM is just playing comfort picks, Nightmare, and it seems to be working out for them as we see a ton of commitment here. BTS starting off, able to find one. Dinks in a bad spot, and is going to be found there from BTS, heading back towards the point, up 2 now. Light driving backwards, able to get that health pack. They're going to not elect to fight that quite yet, as the re-engage from Monster and Light will come in at the same time, but Light has the spectacular spin available, folks. Keep your eyes on the back line. Can they stay healthy through the chaos here? Light gets picked off
away
from 4, though, which is massive, as Cal gets Monster 2 numbers up now, and they are going to give them this point, as TSM is making this a final fight situation, as we got a minute 20 available.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare seemed like the better team, right? But towards the end, TSM pushed it in towards the cart, weren't set up for that dive with the Spider-Man. Regardless, it almost feels like Nightmare at points are clutching defeat out of the jaws of victory. And with a minute left, they still can do it, right? They can still get the hold, but TSM, are they given the space to set up Gilbert Noodle's Beast of the Abyss?
That's a huge pick there from Mace, switching over, obviously, to try to counter Gale here, that Galactic Legend with the Meteor M. Saw that early run in point 1, and Skier able to take out Cal. Try to trade this just a little bit, even numbers, both of which going to be the Gambit. Mace again onto BTS, and good aim here, trying to find another to make it a little more of a fight as the cart is pushing forward, heading towards those staircases.
And how do they set up this upcoming fight, right? Do they want to overcommit? If 35 seconds left to go, if they time this perfectly, Shib, this could be super awkward for TSM. See how aggressive they go because of all the ults. Guru immediately pops it off with the MO early, but will he find anything off it just from some stall, just to buy some space in the cart, it looks like?
Yeah, not sure it was enough value there, as I do like seeing some of that all, sometimes countering Gambit, as everybody will be charging at you, so you can use that, psionic there. As BTS is able to find Dinks, so out goes the boundary, and Pizza pays for it. That is huge as Skier takes out Guru. 4 seconds on. The clutch needs to happen here for TSM. Nightmare up in advantage, finds another, and another, making a third here. Nightmare trying to take this home and make sure that their best chance to move forward in this preseason. Guru with the portal. Will it come in time? It does not. Nightmare take home the W.
Oh my God. That's insane, Shib. Well, first of all, for Nightmare to get it done, they win it 2-0. Huge congrats to them. But now, that makes the game later on today super interesting with Lunex, right?
Sheesh.
Like, this is the most interesting outcome I think we could have had, and well-deserved MVP for Visions. I think it's been this way throughout the tournament, and it's definitely point proven. I think he's lived so much and done so much for this squad, but a 2-0 over TSM is huge.
Yeah, I mean, this team, it's, TSM, shout out TSM, unfortunately not going to be able to make it forward in this preseason. We will be seeing them again, a team with a ton of fans, just a little bit on their heels today. Started to look like themselves there on map 2, at least towards the end, especially on point 3, but not quite enough. As shout out to Nightmare, who looked refreshed today, looked like a more confident team. A ton of success from Vision with 20 finals. Looking at those stats, I mean, wow. Gaskin, what'd you think of that?
Unbelievable. How on earth have Nightmare pulled that off? Especially considering they're 0-4. They were 0-4. You would have thought they were dead for rights. And somehow they've pulled off this victory to give themselves a chance of still progressing through to playoffs. And I tell you what, Lunex will be happy as well, because it does give Lunex the opportunity later against SSG. But as you've already alluded to, sadly, that will be the end of the road for TSM, because even if it went down to tiebreakers, their map records are just not good enough against the two teams that they would be tied with. So, Nightmare, get the job done, boys. I mean, initial thoughts, Shib. Coming into this, we knew that Nightmare were good enough in domination, but we didn't know how it was going to go once we moved into Convoy and Convergence. What did you learn from that map that we just saw? Because it looked like they were a different beast today.
Yeah, I think Nightmare just started playing more comfort picks. They looked like they were just playing heroes that they were more, consistently playing in ladder and had more time on, and they just looked locked in. They looked great on the Emma. We saw Mace popping off of the Emma. I like the switch there to try to counteract some of the play from Star-Lord. We looked over there at the Magneto, just finding success with their compositions. And then obviously Vision with 20 finals is absolutely obscene.
And then Dog, Nightmare, they give themselves the best opportunity. Of course, it isn't guaranteed yet. They're going to be, I'm sure, watching very closely to match 5 later on, biting their nails. But this is going to be a tough one for TSM, of course. They're like eliminating another team essentially here. Where do they go from here? How do they progress in terms of when we get into the main season?
I mean, there's a lot they need to work on. I think that last game I would kind of not pay attention to as a TSM fan a little bit, just because of the fact that I mean, there was a lot of things that just looked disconnected, primarily BTS and his front line. I mean, it's been like this whole tournament, and a lot of that is meta dependent. So, like, at least they could look at it that way, where, you know, maybe this patch just wasn't theirs. There's a lot of that sort of that can like they can maybe double down on if they want to. But you probably got to pick and choose between Gale and BTS moving forward. I think they're both great players. But one of them, they kind of fill the same role almost. It just feels awkward to have these two players that feel very similar, like characters, you know. And I think that they just need to pick up another like dive player, maybe a Jitward type character who could play a lot of these melee characters. I would love that out of TSM moving forward, and I think that would really improve them by a decent margin.
And Shib, I mean, you were mentioning how good Nightmare were, and we get a chance to now chat to one of the Nightmare players right here, right now. And I think we've all been waiting for it. It is going to be an interview with Mace. Mace, I'm sure you've got me now. How are you feeling about that victory? I'm sure you are on top of the world right now.
I'm feeling good. What's up, Dogman? How you doing?
Oh, I'm great, Mace.
I'll play security guard. I'll play security. Don't worry. Just before I let you and Dogman, yeah, before you guys go at it, you are going to be a big SSG fan going into the rest of the day, I'm sure, because I'm sure you've worked it out yourself. If SSG beat Lunex, you guys can still progress. So how are you feeling about just everything at the moment?
I mean, overall, like, obviously it feels good to win for sure, but I think overall, like, going into Ignite, there's been a lot of disappointments, you know, throwing 3 back-to-back 1-0 leads, you know, it does take a little bit of a toll, especially like momentum, you know, wise. We were pretty confident going into this, but heartbreaking loss after heartbreaking loss after heartbreaking loss, it does get to you a little bit. Just still trying to rally the troops, keep the mental high, do the best we can, and just play with what we got. You know what I mean? So I think we did a good job there, showing today that we can keep up. And, you know, if SSG does beat Lunex and we get another chance at playoffs to show that we can change, I would love that.
Yep, you can only play what's in front of you. All right, I'm going to let the dog off the leash now, so I apologize in advance.
What do you mean?
Man, no, just saying. Take it away, bud.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, Mace has been waiting for this interview, so really, the floor is more. I'm going to Uno Reverso. It's yours, dude. You got the floor. What do you want to say, Mace? Lay it all out there if you want, dude.
Listen, dog man. I mean, there's no more beef between us. You backtracked everything on your stream. Like, you apologized. You said, you know, like, I played pretty well. So it's like, I don't know, you kind of diffused the situation before I even got here. You know, maybe if we had an interview last week, we would have, like, had some, you know, clashing. But I mean, Dogman backed out. You know what I mean? So it's just, that's where we are. I got to be the bigger man. You know what I mean?
I got nothing to say to that. I don't know what to say. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, when we watched that back, like, it was. Like, you know, like when we watch these games live action, you're just like, damn, this Mace guy, he's just feeding his ass off. Like, he's just getting in there, you know? And then, like, watch it back, I'm like, okay, wait, he has a point. You know, like, I think the healing was a bit sus at points, and it wasn't just him overextending. It's just disconnect. And I think more so, can I phrase this on like, to go back towards what you have to say about this? Like, because it's a team game, because, you know, there's, like, a lack of synergy at points, like, how do you fix that? How do you fix, like, these huge holes in a meta that you obviously need to patch up before it's too late? Because like you guys said, like on domination, on these map types, you've been good, but there's just that slight disconnect. How do you go about even fixing that stuff when a lot of this comes down to like team synergy issues?
I think the biggest problem we've had, like, overall, like, sure, like, maybe one person, it plays mechanically bad, oh, whatever, right? It's never just one person's fault. I think overall, as a team, we've struggled a lot with trust. And I think, especially in a game like this, I like, even in Overwatch, I think this game requires much more team play and much more trust in your team. And there are just a lot of times and moments where we would lose momentum and stop trusting each other. Especially against, we lost, especially against SSG. You know, there were a lot of times where we just lost trust. And over the last week, that's kind of been our focus of like, okay, trust your teammates, trust them to do their job. Don't make hero plays. Don't, you know, try and 1v6 the enemy team. You know what I mean? We're a team. We're here. Let's just play together and trust each other. You know what I mean? And that's just, you know, we worked a lot on that, and I'm pretty proud of us.
Awesome. First off, what's going on, buddy? It's good to see you. Today, you guys looked incredibly confident. It looked like a totally different team, man. The main question I want to ask you is, what was the game plan and the mentality? Because you guys looked refreshed. You were playing comfort picks. It just seemed like the team that we expected to see.
I mean, going into this, like, our warm-up was like quite literally perfect. I pride myself a little bit in that. By banning the Elsa first and giving them Gambit, we knew for a fact that the Gulk was going to come out, the Thing was going to come out, the Tank Pool, like all those characters were going to come out. We even had a warm-up where the exact comp they were on Domination, we prayed it, we practiced it, we warmed up it, and that's why we were so confident, is because we knew exactly what they were going to play. And same thing on Central Park. We knew they were going to go Central Park. We knew they were going to go defense. They do it every time. And when teams are so predictable like that, it's hard to not just plan for already counter swapping them before the game even starts. So I think that was a really big advantage we had today of it's just like prep gap, you know what I mean? Like having that preparation. Obviously, like all of our players played so well today, like genuinely. We had a few hiccups, especially on Central Park, but you know, I think the prep gap on top of having all our players really motivated to win, motivated to play, and trusting each other, that's the team that I want to see. You know what I mean?
Awesome. Thanks for your insight, buddy.
Very impressed with how you guys played today with your back against the wall. Now you've got to watch on. Lunex versus SSG. Who do you think takes it with an honest thought?
I mean, like going into Ignite, SSG was I love a lot of people on SSG. Going into Ignite, SSG wasn't looking that good. We 5-0'd them many scrims back to back to back. You know, we were pretty confident going into our match with them. I think, like I said, we just lost momentum. But SSG has been looking very strong. Like all of their officials have been looking very strong. Even against TLC, their first match, I think they looked pretty good. So I'm pretty confident in SSG winning. I mean, I'm not going to count Lunex out. I think Lunex is still a very good team with some good players like Tones and Redis and stuff like that. But only time will tell, and the hate watching begins. You know what I mean?
Yes, it does. Get your SSG jersey on now. Buy the bundle in the Marvel Rifles store.
Buy the SSG bundle. Buy the SSG
on for the interview. Thank you so much, Mace. Congrats, and we'll see whether SSG can get that win for you. Take care, mate. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, well, we got the Mace and we got the Dogman together, but I have to say you guys were very cordial, and I think he's right. You guys diffused the situation, and at the end of the day, you can only call a spade a spade. Mace played very well today, deserves their victory, and now they have to watch on and hope that Space Station get the win, because by my math, it would mean that Nightmare would go through on map record, which would be pretty insane to go through at 1-4 here, Dogman.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a little insane, and that's what happens when you're given time to chill. You know, like if the interview happened a day ago, you know, maybe that completely changes. Like everything flips on its head. But you know, if Nightmare gets eliminated early, you know, maybe they're hitting my line to back up their Strategist line after the tournament. Who knows? We'll have to see after this, Gas.
Yes, we will. All right, well, that's going to be our first match concluded here in preseason of Marvel Rivals Ignite. Then we've got 100 Thieves versus Cafe Rose coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 이는 높이 바라왔던 나 잡을 딱 받은 스파스타 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려
Fantastic! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Ha-ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason. It's week 2, it's day 3, and we've already had one match already, and it was a swift 2-0 in favor of Nightmare. But now we move our attention to 100 Thieves and Cafe Rose. Now, Shib, it's pretty simple here for 100 Thieves. If they win, they are through, and if Cafe Rose lose, then they are out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the simple and short of it. And 100 Thieves have started, they're just looking better. I think they're starting to come back to their own. It's similar to what we saw there from Nightmare. They're starting to play more comfort picks. Vinny on that. Groot looked amazing yesterday. This whole team is locking in. They look decidedly better than Sen yesterday. I'm just going to be honest. They were dominating those matchups. And, you know, I wanted Sen to look better there. I know they have the potential, but 100 Thieves is now in the same boat where I wanted them to look better, and they had the potential, and they are doing that. So just comes with time, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform here.
Oh, speaking of 100 Thieves, let's take a deeper dive then and have a look at this roster. It's been very interesting to see their ups and downs so far through this preseason. Dog, talk me through this squad, because I thought they were going to be the team to beat this preseason. I thought they were going to be right up there at the top, but they definitely started a little bit slower than expected.
Everybody was with you then. That, like, 100 Thieves, I think, before the season, definitely seen as that top dog, and then have looked shaky, right? But that's most of the teams except Swamp Gaming and Team Liquid Citadel. Those two teams have been at the top, whereas every other team has had glaring flaws. Like, for 100 Thieves, they've been solid in different things, in different formats. I think Millennia is still one of the best strats in the entire scene. And then you've had Self step it up, by the way, as, like, that new up-and-comer. Delena as well is kind of elevated into that star role that I don't think we saw him sort of reach until like maybe if we're going all the way back to MRC Season 0 when he was formerly known as Ant. But this roster, I think that realistically the only downsides is sometimes like Vinny will go down because he's being focused a little bit too early and stuff, and maybe Winnie's not fully in sync with Millennium or something. But regardless, this team can get better if they work on their aggression, I think, and they're definitely on that way, but they need to kind of string together a few good wins back-to-back, and I think you guys talked about it. This is a very important matchup for them in this storied franchise.
I think what was important that we saw from 100 Thieves yesterday as well is they finally got over that hump of domination. They got that domination win, and I think now they can just move away from the, oh, we can't win dominations that other teams seem to find themselves in as well. Now, as we look at Cafe Rose here, Shib, I mean, this is a team that has a lot of pressure with this game. As we mentioned, they have to win, give themselves a chance to move through as well. How are you feeling about them? They tried a slightly different strategy yesterday. We saw a couple of off-meta selections from them.
Yeah, Cafe Rose currently 1-3, but I don't think that's an indication of how strong this team is. They have some really good dive potential. We got to talk to No Binds, who's incredibly confident there on the Venom. But then we started seeing teams target out certain bans to this team that kind of put them and threw them for a loop. I think across the board, their backline is great, their vanguards are great, and even the duelists are playing very well. Pro Builders pulling out the atoms, still finding some great success. Looks really good on the hero, if I'm being honest. But I just think as a whole, Atom compositions right now are just not as strong, and this is a team that really likes to run it. So that's, I think, their biggest weakness, but as a whole, the team is very good.
Yeah, and if they do find a victory here today and win 2-0, there is a chance they go through via tiebreakers. It gets pretty complicated, and we'll go into them if it happens, because I think the nitty-gritty of it we don't need to get into unless we really get there. But Dogman, it's quite similar to the Nightmare situation. Cafe Rose, they want to get a win here, get it done in 2, and then hope the results go their way elsewhere, essentially. Do you think that takes the pressure off in a way that you know you just have to win and then hope that something else is going to happen for you? You essentially almost resign yourself to, well, we'll let fate decide at that point.
For sure. It kind of comes down to what I believe Vess has said in the interviews for FlyQuest and stuff, you know, because when you kind of reach these situations where, you know, a lot of the fate is out of your hands and stuff, you just kind of, you can play a little bit more free, maybe. Like, you just kind of don't care as much in terms of the, you know, negative press or anything like that. You just play to your strengths, and I think Cafe Rose can do it, and, you know, they definitely are already in a great spot playing with house money as an MRC team.
Well, Burning T'Challa is where we're going to start things off here. We've not seen 100 Thieves win here yet in the preseason. Cafe Rose, they're 1-1, so they have actually found a victory on domination here on Burning T'Challa. I think it's their only one, so not really surprised that's where we're going to be heading, probably with their selection. Shib, how are you feeling about Burning T'Challa? I know you were questioning, you didn't feel like we'd seen it enough yesterday. Well, now you get it prime and ready.
Yeah, exactly. I think Burning T'Challa is pretty solid for dive, at least a few of the maps. There's a lot of height angles, off angles, and initiation points, and even some stuff to hide behind if you are playing Venom, where you can kind of do that dance that you see in Clintar sometimes and just move, you know, wall running essentially for days to stall points. So has a ton of potential for the side of Cafe Rose. They can absolutely step up here, but 100 Thieves, I'm sure they're going to run tried and true picks. They started stepping back into what they felt comfortable last season, and it looked really good, or throughout Ignite. We'll see if it matches up to dive and if they can take this W home.
Yeah, I think that 100 Thieves are certainly looking like the more comfortable team from what we've seen so far, and maybe Cafe Rose are going to be looking at this one saying it's going to be a difficult game, but they can only play what is in front of them. The players are ready, the teams are ready. It is time to jump into the first map then. Dogman, Shib, take us away.
All right, my friend, let's get into it as we start up now with the bans. 100 Thieves Cafe Rose. First ban, at least floated for a moment there, was going to be the Elsa. Wouldn't be a major surprise, but it looks like, yeah, it's going to be a mismatch once again. Last time the Gambit ban came out on top. We'll see if that changes.
Yeah, we have to see if that mixes up the sort of outcome, because I think it's, as Gask pointed out, I mean, not very traditionally a great domination team. And then on Burn T'Challa haven't won on it yet. I mean, they didn't even win it if we're going all the way back to grand finals in the playoffs. They didn't win a single Burn T'Challa there either. And that was the old version of 100 Thieves, where you would assume, okay, maybe with a little bit more players that are better on domination, we do better. But regardless, this is their time to come back. And it's, as you guys talked about, I mean, these teams are evolving so slowly in practice and in scrims. So, you know, maybe they're doing better in scrims on domination these days. For Cafe Rose, though, I mean, this is sort of a win now situation for them, and they're going to lock that Daredevil after, you know, we could potentially have locked the Elsa, considering how the Gambit, Protect, and Ban have gone for 100 Thieves.
And Lyric also for the side of Cafe Rose has had a ton of success on that van pool. You can see the float right now. Yeah, I was going to say, so you wouldn't be surprised if that ban comes through. That ban is through there for 100 Thieves, so that won't be seen. But yeah, I think they want to try to support that dive style. I'm surprised, and I don't think it's necessarily the case. Surprised maybe we won't be seeing a Venom ban or lock in this situation. Maybe later on that will come into play. The Mantis ban for the first time of today, which again was quite the surprise that Mantis was allowed through and they didn't want to run it. But it's all about comfort here. 100 Thieves don't want to see it though.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, this is the first time as well we've seen that Elsa get hovered and given throughout. You know, I mean, a good Mantis team in that Cafe Rose love to play triple strategist. And it maybe goes back to what you talked about earlier when we talked about this team, Shib, since Cafe Rose want to play that on Warlock when maybe you would assume this team would play like Ultron and stuff. You sort of force them onto a hero that maybe is not as meta, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the early DD ban is something we've seen a couple times so far in the preseason. It's not necessarily a bad decision by any means that the team is more comfortable on that dive, and they do know how strong, obviously, Delena is on that hero. So, you know, that's going to be the immediate ban focus for them, and instead they're going to elect to just try to put a ton of pressure on the backline and get to the backline as fast as possible. But they do also now get that Elsa through because the ban didn't happen here. The final ban's going to be Invis or Mantis. They're not quite sure, but 100 Thieves is showing their cards a little bit. I do believe they want to try to run that Mantis comp. It might force them to ban it.
Yeah, let's see what they want to go for the ban on the opposite side.
It does.
Okay. Yeah, it's as you mentioned, Ship. We get to see that Mantis ban at the end. Well, I mean, this is a big deal. This is the most important ban phase we've seen for either team, right, Shib? So, you know, we get to see now what Cafe Rose could do with some of the best duelists in the game versus 100 Thieves who focused on getting this Gambit comp.
Yeah, backs against the wall once again, much like game one. 100 Thieves needs this W to move forward and head right in to our next stage of Ignite. But again, this is just the preseason, folks. Teams are still adapting, learning meta, figuring out how to play together as there's been a ton of roster mania. But you know what team hasn't had too much roster mania? That is 100 Thieves, as Winnie and Self going to be the new additions, and both of which have been absolutely performing. We're going to see Fox come out here from 100 Thieves.
Starting off on Bernard Chalo, let's see if, you know, for 100 Thieves side, I feel like they can play well, or like you mentioned, around Delena playing that star role. But it's kind of like, I think Self has been playing solidly. Whenever we get to see him playing the Daredevil and stuff, it's awesome. But it's when they play triple strategist, when they go over to the Ultron, that I'm getting a little bit of questions for 100 Thieves. But that also comes down to how is Vinny going to do in that Captain America role, in that dive role, after, you know, going from things like Groot a little bit more stable in terms of anchoring down everything. So also TTK and Vinny being together for so long has been interesting. And for Cafe Rose, this is a team on the come up. So realistically, house money, like we said, not a lot of pressure on them, which could allow them to play a lot more free.
Yeah, and Vinny also played a mean Venom in Ignite Stage 1, so I'm curious, electing to run Cap a lot more this season. Actually haven't seen the Venom yet, so might have just been, you know, pushed back in the bag a little bit and allow Cap to shine. The positioning starts off here. 100 Thieves in a really good spot, trying to find that early pick on a Lyric. A lot of cooldowns forced out there. The clap begins from Millennia, trying to land a freeze from downtown. Doesn't seem to do that, but the priority on point is here. TTK on that van pool. Haven't seen a ton of this so far, able to find an early pick there on the Lyric and start off getting some experience with that picture.
Yeah, great work to focus on the Cap player on the opposite side and play healthy, play safe. It's a 2-2-2 style, so there's not going to be as much healing for these Vanguards either, as Millennia claps down Pro Builder. We use the Deadpool Ultimate. This is an easy fight win for 100 Thieves off of some excellent target focus against the 2-2-2 style. Sanji, sure, you find one, but you're going to get reset back to spawn. The new changes came through, Shib, with the 2 instinct lost for him as well. But honestly, you talk about, I mean, Millennia, I think, is one of the most underrated strats. I know a lot of people talk about Cooper, talk about Nero, talk about Valentina, but Millennia doesn't get enough praise, in my opinion. I think is one of the best strats and my personal favorite to watch in North America.
Yeah, Millennia is great and not afraid to pull out the Luna, which we've seen from Cooper. Those who, you know, are not afraid to land shots and get a ton of value on a hit scan, because you can just deal so much damage and just apply a ton of pressure. And when you're running that triple comp, you want strats that deal damage. That's why we've seen a lot less Cloak at this level of play. She does have that awesome Terror Cape, but outside of that, her neutral fighting potential is not that good. Self immediately going to start off with a Rage, able to find Pro Builder, make it a 2-piece on the Lyric, and another good start here for 100 Thieves. 46% and climbing as Vinny finds another. And 100 Thieves have not missed a beat. They're looking incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, this is it's not looking good so far, especially with the fact that we locked the Daredevil. We allowed that to get through on our side very early on, and we can't even play it at the current moment. So this has been brutal. Just looking back at the draft phase, and for 100 Thieves, they got to be feeling pretty happy about that fact going through so far.
The next fight begins. Ult advantage going to be in a slight favor for Cafe Rose, but honestly not for long, as we will see 4, almost 5 and 6, just off for himself, actually. So keep it to 5 for 100 Thieves. There goes some commitment now for Winnie. Able to find respect instantly. What a pick there. A Self finds, wow, Zanji and another Self. You talked about maybe not getting as much value on the ult run as we've seen from some of these players, but right now, getting 4 in these last 2 fights alone in terms of finals, and 100 Thieves. At this point, Cafe Rose has got to figure out something, because they can't even get there to commit these ultimates.
And they're going to portal play to touch. At least you have those ults that you've mentioned. But did they even get it off? They get stunned out. It looks like the answer is it did. So job done for 100 Thieves. You talked about it, Shib. That was one side that was dominance out of them. Completely different looking team based on what we've seen so far throughout the tournament.
Yeah, the weird position right there that we saw from the side of Cafe Rose is they all had ult, and none of them wanted to switch, and they said, all right, let's just commit map 2, and we have to win our first fight, which it is heavily in their favor if you see the queues across the board here. But yeah, the no commitment there on Portal, maybe just afraid because of the space that was owned from 100 Thieves, and that's the value of taking space. Once you've already committed point, you try to fight early, don't allow them to Portal, make sure they take damage on their way in, burn cooldowns, so you have an advantage in the fight, and it's just masterclass right now for 100 Thieves. The only one going down being Self from that pick from Zanji.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, ace with 1 KO is not exactly a sight that you want to see if you're on the opposition or if you're on that team. But you know, that's the tough part when you play the Elsa, when you don't get these fight wins back to back to back, you lose that instinct so fast now. And Delena's able to still match him on the Phoenix, which has been impressive too. So this is their chance. Should be talked about it. They can take advantage. Nobine's not going for a portal play either, so sticking on the Angela. And the tough part is, I think this is a somewhat worse map too for the Psylocke. So they really need to get out and roll early from Lenya with one of their duelist ultimates to set up maybe a Glartrox or something. But they have so many things to work with. If 100 Thieves play perfectly, sure, you lose this. But I mean, there's so many ults for 100 for Cafe Rose.
Oh, that was dirty right there. Good shots by Delena, able to find Zanji instantaneously with some really good tracking in that fight. Playing with that low sense like we like to talk about in the past. Come on now, Delena gets another cancel onto Pro Builder, who tried to commit the butterfly there. And that is so much value. 2 ults down, no value yet from the side of Cafe Rose. 100 Thieves once again playing textbook and just looking clean while doing it. Wow.
I mean, that's every ult gone for Cafe Rose. They finally get a KO, though, in the middle of their invisible boundary. But those were some gross shots. I got audibly sick by the shots out of Delena. Regardless, that is Ultron's rage down. Nobines commits the ultimate. They need to get KOs here, Ship.
Dog straight up threw up from the grossness as Pro Builder's able to find one on Delena, and there's going to be more chase here. Zanji able to take out Millennia now, and that is a good start here for Cafe Rose, but all of those Qs did not get value. Instead, it's just the neutral for them, and they're starting to get back into their own swing of things here. 100 Thieves will have ult advantage in this next fight, though, and they're going to try, at least, to not overcommit in this fight to ensure they can bide more time on point and defend with some of these Qs.
I mean, I like the Daredevil in this comp. I think the Elsa is a great hero. She's definitely server admin at points, but with the nerfs and stuff, it makes it a debatable question. You know, do you want to go over to the Daredevil to at least make this synergize a bit more with the dive so you can help Pro Builder out?
And here goes the initiation. Rage of Ultron right on Nobines. Goodbye. Not much you can do about that. Trying to chase, but instead going to look forward, try to keep the team healthy. Lyric goes under map, and that is incredibly unfortunate timing there for that map break. Usually you see teams break that early so they don't have to deal with it, and not electing to do that there. TTK applying so much pressure. Calm, cool, and collected here with the Van Pool. Likely those who maybe you don't know, you typically build the Banhammer ultimate first, the range ultimate, so you can apply pressure to the back line, and from there you go to the AoE that you see him pop in a moment here. The Eve on when you're on keyboard, because it does apply damage reduction to your team. A slight nerf on that over these last few patches, but either way, very strong hero. TTK playing to the max of the ability right now. A ton of ults available here for Thieves still.
Yeah, that was a rough fight. Unfortunately, Ultron's Rage was not matched by Meteor M. Lyric didn't have it just yet. But you can't lose fights just in Ultron's Rage in that situation. We have to commit something regardless. 100 Thieves now, all the ult, and on Inferno, proactive play here.
Yeah, great answer there from Respect, though, as Winnie now commits with the Fox. What does the Fox say? It says, I want a couple KOs, but it does not quite get those. Is going to go back into form. And again, you can get KO'd as a Fox and go right back into this form, so you don't have to stress. Kind of treat it like Hulk without any downside, because you don't go back to Bruce Banner form. And there's going to be a dance floor committed. Out goes the Freedom Charge right back from the side of Vinny to try to keep the team up, and they're up still. On the high side, up on top there, is going to be, I believe, Self, Winnie, Delena, but they all dropping back down. Now Winnie holding this space, and the point is still being dominated by Thieves, 92%, as Delena gets another pick on a Pro Builder. Do I see a two-piece? I do. Delena is insane right now, trying to find a third. The portal needs to come in, 99, and it does. At least the touch comes through.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he's just shot after shot. This guy looks so free. Kind of like we saw out of Millennia from, or not Millennia, Melio out of FlyQuest before. They go for the portal play shift, but it ain't going to happen. 100 Thieves, get it done.
I'm surprised about that. I thought they had enough time to get that portal through from the touch, but I guess Nobines was not able to stall long enough. 100 Thieves have not missed a beat from yesterday. They are locked in. Thieves are back in shape, and they dominate that domination.
Yeah, that was pretty one-sided, and it was quite interesting the way they did it, the fashion they did too, through the ban phase, and just with Delena popping off on the Phoenix. It was kind of free, and you know, for the opposition, for Cafe Rose, I feel like they have done well with triple comps before. But it's pretty interesting shit that they just give up on the Gambit, even though we're giving it from 100 Thieves side. We still played this backline that's pretty safe. You allow the Luna Snow to pop off and get as much damage down range, and Cafe Rose just did not have an answer at any situation, man. Like, the best player they had was Zanji getting 3 finals, but not even just him. The whole team just had a hard time versus 100 Thieves comp.
Yeah, I'm with you. It might be the first time we've seen a team that locked Gambit didn't need to run it necessarily. But either way, you know, I mean, they did need to run it if I'm being honest. But either way, this is a tough look here for Cafe Rose. Again, for those who maybe don't know, they did lose a couple players early on just due age restrictions. But the team is still very, solid together. They look great day one, struggling a little bit right now, but they can bounce back. But outside of that, 100 Thieves, again, incredible. 7 finals efforts, Atlanta, a ton of damage. TTK not going down a single time. The whole team performed.
Very impressive. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect going into this one. I didn't know if we were going to see 100 Thieves at their very best. I guess after we saw the performance yesterday, we should have expected them to be right up there, but it seemed like it was a bit of a one-sided affair. Cafe Rose couldn't really keep up with just the aggression that we saw out of 100T. I don't know if it's going to get any better for Cafe Rose, which I think is my concern here, Dog. I mean, from what I've seen in that first map, there's nothing that suggests that Cafe Rose have what it takes to take down 100 Thieves. I know things change a lot now going into Convoy or Convergence. I mean, if you were Cafe Rose, if you were the coach of Cafe Rose, where would you rather go here? Do you feel like Convoy or Convergence has a preference for them?
Probably not. I mean, I like both realistically, but not versus 100 Thieves. That's the tough part. I mean, maybe you could say we go to a map like Kunlun or something like that where we saw 100 Thieves struggle versus FlyQuest, I suppose, or something like that. But regardless, I feel like this team, it's more so, and I'm the negative person here about this, but I really do feel like 100 Thieves is looking like old 100 Thieves like we should have seen earlier, right? Like, they seem a lot more comfortable in the meta. Maybe it was due to the meta shift that they looked a little bit off, but right now this 100 Thieves team looks unbeatable. And to be honest, like, I don't know if I would give Cafe Rose much of a shot on this next map, because if they're gonna switch it up, if they're gonna play comps like that, and also just Delena hit shots like that, and the team plays so well, especially with Vinny really just kind of living forever, doing a lot on every hero he played, I feel very comfortable in saying this 100 Thieves team is so much better than they looked last week and in the past couple weeks in general.
And Chib, it seems to be somewhat of a pattern. I mean, if you look at 100 Thieves, you look at FlyQuest, teams that had expectations to perform early on, but struggled to begin with, didn't look like themselves, but then started to find their footing a little bit later on here in preseason. Sadly, it was far too late for FlyQuest. What do you kind of take that down to? Why do you think these teams struggled to begin with? Like, why are they taking longer than others to adjust to this meta?
Yeah, there's a lot of different reasons, right? Sometimes it's team synergy and understanding, and some of these teams, including 100 Thieves, have been together for a long time, and they can just kind of understand how each other plays and play off it naturally without worrying too much. But it's also an understanding of the meta, like you guys have touched on a little bit here, as we see Shin Shibuya coming up next. A little bit of change in pace here, and I think that's what you need from the side of Cafe Rose to try to throw a wrench into the cogs here, try to get a W. But yeah, understanding the meta and finding a way for your team to succeed around it. We've seen teams lock in Ultron and not run it. I think the Ultron backline triple comps are really meta right now, and Self performing like that with 6 finals, almost getting up there to Delena, is an indication that 100 Thieves can run meta, and they can run those DD comps, and they can play aggro with Cap, and they have solutions, they have answers for every aspect of the meta. But does Rose?
Just to follow up on that, Dog, as well. I mean, does it worry you with how long it's taken some of these teams to adjust to the meta? Obviously, it's a very fast developing meta in Marvel Rivals. We get patches very regularly, seasons change, and we are going to see a lot of things change some of these heroes. Does that worry you with teams like 100 Thieves, like FlyQuest, who took a little bit longer to adjust?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously for FlyQuest, it's brutal because, I mean, we can all agree. I think now that we looked at week 2 FlyQuest, I would have expected them to be even in the running at this point, right? Just based on how they've looked. You know, they're the only team to really make Swamp sweat to a degree on a map. But regardless, it does feel, I mean, I kind of want to agree with you. I think it is a little worrisome. But also from the flip side, I understand it just because it is tough to develop into a patch that just released a week and a half before the tournament. Like, this is obviously not just about Marvel Rivals esports when a patch drops, but, you know, and obviously the players like to think it is because they're the top 1% or like pop 001%, sorry. This, like, the game is not just about us competitive players all the time, and it's tough to see that, right? But you have to adapt, you have to make those changes. And the teams that adapted the fastest in terms of Swamp Gaming and Liquid Citadel are definitely sitting at the top. But as long as you make it into the playoffs, it may not matter, right? If you figured it out at this point, I would say that I still think they're going to do well. And I'd be scared to play against 100 Thieves right now, especially if they look good in this next map.
And another thing, at the moment in preseason, Shib, we're playing best of 3s, but that's going to change to best of 5s once we get into playoffs. I think it's going to change a lot. Would you agree? Do you think we're going to see slightly different results in variants?
Absolutely. We talk about targeted bans being a thing, and I think the ban phase becomes ever more present and more important as you go into best of 5s, because you download the problems and then you really start picking them off. It's hard to identify a problem if it only goes to 2 matches, right? If you get that third, then you can really hone in on who you want to remove, who you want to prioritize for your team that works best into what they like to run. And then you find more success. And also you can see weaknesses in modes and try to exploit that a little bit more. I do think best of 5 is a better indication of talent, team versus team, but still best of 3, if you're able to take it too sweet like that, you can run some more cheeky stuff and get away with it.
Real question is, Dog, if we had best of 5 in preseason, do you think we would have seen different results? Would we have had the same tables that we have right now?
I think so, yeah, because then you allow domination to go through a little bit more, and some of these teams are very dom reliant, and then maybe they can go to an extra convoy or convergence map that the teams they play against are like least comfortable on. Because I mean, I feel like if you're good at like one dom map, you're probably good at most of them, if not all of them. Comparing that to convoy convergence maps can be all over the place, I guess. So yeah, I think that we probably would see something different there for sure, Cask.
Well, 100 Thieves and Cafe Rose at the moment, 100 Thieves are looking like the dominant force. However, for Cafe Rose, it is pretty much do or die now. They have to come back and win both of these if they would like to have an opportunity of progressing through to playoffs. It would be a very small chance, that's for sure. They would have to go into tiebreakers. They'd have to hope that other teams lose later on today, but there is still a possibility, and for them, that's what they've got to cling on to. That is the situation for them. As for 100 Thieves, if they win this next one, they qualify for playoffs. It's easy breezy, simple as you like, and I'm really hoping that we see a little bit more of an effort here from Cafe Rose, because it did seem like they just rolled over and showed their belly a little bit in that first map there, Shib. Is there a reason, do you think, that maybe 100 Thieves were able to just really target them in that ban phase? Was it already won before we even got into the map?
Well, I think the ban phase was important, but honestly, I just think they lost confidence completely. You know what I mean, buddy? They left the first point completely open. It didn't even make an attempt for Portal and just held on to ult, and you can't be doing that. That feels very laddery to me.
It does indeed. Well, speaking of ban phase and whether it can be won or lost in it, let's jump into said ban phase and let's see how these teams match up against each other. It's 100 Thieves versus Cafe Rose. Can Cafe Rose come back into it? Gents, take it away.
All right, my friend, as we head into the next match here, 100 Thieves need to win this thing to push themselves forward and keep going here in this preseason, heading in to the deep parts of the tournament. I mean, Cafe Rose, they want a chance at it here, so I'm expecting to see something different.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, realistically, on their side, they're going to go for the Daredevil again. Maybe prioritize playing them this upcoming map. But, you know, I really wonder, in the overarching scheme of things for Cafe Rose, we saw this out of the other squads too, and I'm curious how, for example, Nightmare do later on, but Pro Builder kind of feels like in a similar role that Light is right now, where he's trying to figure things out, what to play for the squad, and they're kind of like playing around what Zanji could play, and he seems like he can flex onto so many things that it's kind of making it complicated in that regard. But we'll kind of see how it plays out. Regardless, 100 Thieves get that Ultron Protect out early instead of the Gambit, because obviously they've loved playing triple so far, and it looks like they're immediately making sure they could play the Ultron chip.
Yeah, that's surprising, but I guess we're starting to see, again, it's not necessary to run the Gambit if you don't need to. I think if you have a comp that works, and and this is where things get tricky. This is where I'd say maybe if you ban Fox, you throw a wrench in their mix, right? Like, I don't think it's a bad idea. Well, we might, they're floating it. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's a comp they're comfortable on, and maybe it shakes it up enough, but I'm not sure because, Mantis is still on Mantis still on the table.
Well, that goes to what you said. Like, I think it, has 100 Thieves even shown they want to play a ton of that Mantis stuff? Like, are they really enabled by it? Like we've seen other teams when they damage boost the Psylocke and it just goes the hell off. For 100 Thieves, they get the Vanguard Protect of Deadpool. But for Cafe Rose, they're hovering it, ship. They're thinking about the White Fox, and there it is. That's their changeup.
Yeah, I honestly think, we talk about Valentina being a really good Fox. I think Winnie's in the conversation for one of the best Foxes here, getting a ton of value with ult. We see a lot of neutral picks, even with ult available on the opposition. Like, we saw picks from Winnie in Fox form, taking out the backline of, respect in picks on Cafe Rose with ults available, because it just was not expected to happen. It was too much, too quick, and they could not bounce back from it. So I like the change here. This is the kind of stuff I wanted to see from their ban phase.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we haven't really seen a bad Fox player, to be honest, too. Like, that character just is so strong at the current moment in the meta. It makes sense to go for the ban in that regard. It's kind of like Gambit to that degree. Like, I don't think we've necessarily seen really bad Gambit players, just like we haven't seen really bad Fox players. Now we've seen some pretty bad Jeff play, for example, and stuff. We've seen, some suboptimal Mantis play in some regard. But for White Fox, I don't think we've really seen massive failures in that department. Maybe you could say bad ultimates and stuff, but I like it, Shib. I mean, that's a good changeup. I'm curious to see if it pans out, though, because still, I think the overarching theme for me for Cafe Rose, and it's kind of what you mentioned with the fact that so many of their players were so young, they had to get Zanji and Pro Builder last second, but it's been a challenge, I think, for Pro Builder to really find his role in Cafe Rose so quickly, and I really want to see him step it up on this upcoming map for Cafe Rose to have a chance. For 100 Thieves, though, they can kind of keep playing their same game they have been playing. As we go to Shin Shibuya, it's awesome to have this map back into the hero pool.
Yeah, I love this map a ton, and I think just to kind of reiterate your point, I think you're right at Fox. Like, we haven't seen a ton of bad Fox, because I think Fox is one of those strats that when, you really test strategists when you dive them, and you play on top of them 24/7, but Fox is one of the very few strategists that excels in that environment. You pull out melee for him, and you can win a lot of those duels. You can actually win against a DD. If you just constantly land those melees, it keeps you healthy enough to win that trade. So it's one of the only situations that is the case. So definitely a good answer to a lot of that movement. Not a bad ban there against 100 Thieves. Here comes a portal play off the rip here. Will this be valuable?
This is super interesting, because they're playing support pool, by the way. And I think the only team to really want to do that a lot was the side of, we lost. I was talking to Jitward. He was saying that Deadpool needs to be okay, this is probably leaks. I know he didn't want me to leak it, but he's saying that Deadpool should be permanently in the game no matter what, whether it's Van Pool, DPS pool, whatever. There's some players of the belief that Deadpool should always be in the game no matter the ban phase.
Well, I think the advantage in the idea behind that, right, is you're building experience across the board. So if you do need to switch roles, you will have a fully, juiced out Deadpool, despite the role that you necessarily need. So we've seen teams run the strat pool early on to keep the team healthy, get a ton of experience, and switch over to dual pool and get value. And that is definitely, a huge strength that you don't see a lot. As, Deadpool in general, with all that experience, is very strong. You see the positioning here, though, from 100 Thieves on this right side, and I like this attack a lot.
Yeah, for sure. You talked about upgrades. I mean, that Deadpool's slowly getting those upgrades. Eventually going to get that damage boost for the team, too, in the taunt. So there's so much there. And immediately Deadpool committed. They're keeping that Venom inside. He's removed. No bind down.
Yeah, that's some good peeling, and that's going to be a two-piece Delena. We haven't seen a ton of Soldier play at all, but coming into the mix right now, and that's going to be a team sweep. Pro Builder trying to hold on, but won't be for long as the point is defended. And Thieves, with a great hold there, are going to lock in. But Cafe Rose, I didn't mind the attack. I like the switch there from them to change the map up a little bit, but what good positioning by 100 Thieves to drop back into that corridor together and just hold on tight and clean out the rest of Cafe Rose's comp.
Yeah, I mean, this is so smart, I think, so far from the side of 100 Thieves. I mean, Winnie builds up that jackpot so quickly, able to get even more damage and healing down range. And for the rest of the squad, they hard play around it. That ult builds so quick. They also have ult self. Excellent job last fight. They have ults in this upcoming one. It's going to be free Ultron's Rage as there's no Magneto on the opposite side.
What a tackle there out of the sky, and just going to be a big, oh, that is a huge eye from TTK. Delena able to find respect through the chaos for the dance floor. Going to keep the rest of the team healthy and make Winnie pay for it as the boundaries now committed. Likely just obtained there. Millennia able to find picks. Zanji onto Self, though, for the trade back. Can they take this and move this forward? Delena with some good positioning, trying to find the front line. As dropping backwards now, looking towards Pro Builder, who I'm not even sure if has passive still, but good movement there on the front from Vinny to stay up in the chaos and not use that ultimate and prepare for the next fight. And now they're going to start with that freedom charge. Give a bunch of charge to that back line, as it does give alt charge increase throughout the mix and over help. And it's matched right back from Lyric, who gets more value. We'll find in a moment. The last stand comes out. Delena goes down. And it does look like Cafe Rose are in a position to push and take this point.
I mean, this is the most 100 Thieves thing ever to do, dude. Like, they're just all playing around each other. Winnie, by the way, does get that bounce up on a Pro Builder after he does commit the ultimate. Does he have the jackpot, though? I think he does now. Okay, so he's just going to keep flying around the point, gets that overhealth, too, just kind of helping sustain his TTK, just kind of locks down the point. But this is what I was trying to say is the whole old 100 Thieves love to just bunker up, play together as a cohesive unit, and get wins off of eyes like this from TTK. But they C9'd it. We're moving to second phase.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful, but the major downside there, folks, is just a little bit too high. Jumped a little bit too much there. Left point for a millisecond. That was all it took. If that did not happen, it would have been absolutely obscene. But losing point there, Cafe Rose doesn't even mind if they go down.
Yeah, excellent work from Cafe Rose to force them into that position, but unfortunate for TTK not to have a team to help follow him up and at least touch the point. Regardless, 3 minutes now for Cafe Rose. They bought themselves some more time here, Shiv, and they can get these ults in the upcoming fight alongside this Bucky, which probably was more of a first point strat, but I'm curious to see if they keep it throughout.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to manhandle binds here on the Venom. Millennia able to find one. Delena finding respect. Make it 3 now as Delena takes out picks. Do I see 4? We might here on the Lyric, who's trying to run away and cannot for long as the triple comes out for Delena. And now they're on defense, holding them right at the point.
It just pulls one out of spawn. Yeah, comes back towards the main, understanding he can't get a reset. But yeah, this is going to be kind of like a hold we saw from Yeah We Lost. I think this is the new strategy we're seeing a lot in Marvel Rivals, is these unique holds, being comfortable in the uncomfortable, taking odd angles, making the other squad feel weird. And this spawn hold could work out because that door is also not open just yet for the offense.
Yeah, I mean, holding them at this point like this, where the door's not open, is insane, because you're essentially just playing point 1 all over again, and Self is going to fall there from Lyric with some good focus. It's going to be 1 down as Winnie's able to take out Zanji, evening the numbers a little bit. Millennia, Psyche lied. Now they're going to be up 1 onto Binds, and this point still hasn't gone through the door.
I mean, literally because the ult charge changes too. Like, Deadpool has ult every single like other fight. Like, it feels like it's up so much compared to every other strat who maybe has ult every 2.5, for example. Nice job to fall back, but no. Okay, Millennia doesn't get any healing. Lyric again, just like the previous fight, is able to open things up for Cafe Rose without any ults. That was a great job by Cafe Rose and Lyric.
Yeah, but I would say job done there for Thieves. They just bought enough time. All they wanted to do was just stall for as long as possible. Now they win 1 or 2 and it's over. But Cafe Rose does have ult advantage here. TTK has Delena and Vinny as well. But then you look over Lyric, Pix, Zanji, and Pro all have ult available. It is in their favor. Can they keep this going, or do Thieves bounce back on D and hold on?
See what they opt to do. I mean, over the high ground, it's still 50 seconds. You talked about it, Shiv. I mean, there's still 2 good fights for 100 Thieves. They can kind of play this however they want. And we saw last time Delena had this ult. He followed up on TTK's Eye of Agamotto. For Cafe Rose, can they take advantage of the current situation? They pop immediately the dance floor to counter Vinny and try to go in with the Devil's Rage on Zanji's son.
Damage boosting there in that moment, trying to find a combination. Zanji and Pro able to find a two-piece now, and there's that combination of ultimates we were talking about as we see some big picks now. Cafe Rose are still getting this point moving, but we're in a final fight situation here for Rose. They need to keep clutching, and there will be a few answer ultimates here. TTK with that eye. Millennia, keep eyes on for that invisible boundary. The only real... Ooh, actually, they will have 3 as Binds is very close to ultimate as well. Going to try to play a little bit too aggro here. Or a little bit more aggro, I should say. But Pix able to find Self early on is massive. Out goes that boundary, too, for Thieves. And that's exactly what Cafe Rose wanted.
Yeah, and they need to keep track on TTK. Millennia also committing that ultimate is huge. But don't get eyed here is probably the side of Cafe Rose. They go in with no Bind's ultimate. Eye to counter, but it may be too late. He's lost everybody's ship.
Cafe Rose is stepping up, and this is the entirety of what just happened is exactly what they wanted. They forced out those ults early. They walk in, use Feast, and immediately put too much pressure on so that Cap can come in and clean up the rest. That was disgusting by Binds and Lyric there to push them forward. 2 meters left in a dream here for Cafe Rose. Can they keep it going as Self starts off in the range of Ultron? Nobody goes down just yet. Winnie gonna start off here now and try to keep the team healthy with this ultimate, but still everybody holding on to the point. And it looks like HP bars are not moving, but now they are as Vinny commits the Feast. TTK finds 1, make it 2. Do we see the shutdown now as TTK is going crazy here with this? Oh, wow, Angie, come on now on to Pix 2. And that's a 3-piece. Self finding 1. Selena now, and the entirety of Rose falls as 100 Thieves hold on.
Whew. I mean, that was real close at the very end, but it's that factor we talked about with Deadpool. I mean, he got, what, like 6, 7, 8 ultimates in that entire round, and he looks like he's committing the Katana's ultimate, right, with the final exam commitment where he's landing the jackpot, getting bonus health for himself, and then also getting the healing factor refresh, too, with the upgrade. So, I mean, I think that overall, this comp has been disgusting when Winnie's been playing the Deadpool. Only downside is that you talked about it. Lyric just kind of diving this back line, Self getting picked sometimes from across map. Self has had moments where he's looked really good on first point, but those picks kind of came through from Pixel, enabled Cafe Rose to come back into it. I think overall, 100 Thieves looked like a better team, but there is still some chance for Cafe Rose to win this ship. There's still, even though it's tiny, the odds are small. I think there is a solid shot for Cafe Rose if they get a few fights strung together on their defense.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yeah, 100 Thieves comp, at least on defense there, was just making Venom's life impossible. Binds really not able to find too much value, besides the fact that it was pulling a lot of attention and focus. And realistically, when you are playing a dive Vanguard like Venom, like Cap, that's your goal. You don't necessarily always see it in the stats, so it did help them a ton. But now we see Thieves change things up a little bit. Vinny going to be on that group. TTK staying on the Strange. Everything else is going to stay roughly the same. But I think the idea of this group is any of that overcommitment from the Vanguard dive, they're just going to wall off and try to focus. And we're going to see a portal play come in right off the rip here. Let's see what they can do.
They go for the portal play around the backside of the map. Just kind of a traditional map flip. But for 100 Thieves side, they put the Lena back onto the Phoenix. And I was curious if they would stick with the Bucky stuff. But they're just going for that 2-2-2 style to try to get a kidnap on the height. Maybe just like bait and switch to allow Self to get an angle. Where is Self at the current moment? It looks like just with the unit towards the point.
No, I really like this switch here, honestly, by Cafe Rose on their defense. This is really good positioning here, and that's going to put TTK in a very tough spot, able to drop back. Pix almost finding that. Self, very low, going to burn that passive. So that is another win here for the side of Cafe Rose. What a switch to answer that portal. But here goes that commitment, like you're talking about. Winnie immediately starting off with that ultimate, walking them forward. TTK is able to find one onto Pix in the back line, and they will be up a number after a huge tackle comes in from Self.
Yeah, nice job to bring him back. Green's used as well in the height. We might see more of this later on. I'll talk about it later, but TTK takes down Lyric. Even more have to touch. This Deadpool stuff, you build up that ult so fast. They also have other strat ults coming up in a second. Cafe Rose can't even touch. We're head to second phase. But, Shiv, I really think as long as Vanpool gets banned, or maybe even when Vanpool doesn't get banned, we're going to see so much more strat pool moving forward, especially with these really tough first-point conversion convergence maps, because you build up that ult so quickly. They play for strat ults and they go in fast.
Yeah, you might be right there, buddy, as we see the portal play come in, and this is just to stall some time like we saw Thieves do against Cafe Rose. A lot of ults get committed here. Zanji, Respect holding on to ult, and there goes that copy. We are going to see a Venn diagram as both boundaries are now committed. Now just going to be for Rose, giving them the advantage. 100 Thieves took some time to download that defense strategy from Cafe Rose, but they downloaded it well, and they took home that point early. But now Cafe Rose are going to come in hot on the back of a huge clobbering time and sweep the side of 100 Thieves and try to do the exact same thing here on this point.
Well, the door is open, and you're right, they are doing the exact same thing. They're just ripping the book straight out of 100 Thieves playbook. That's pretty funny. A lot of ults committed, though, regardless of the cycling fight. Lyric could be big with another Eye of Agamotto. He did hit a big one earlier. But 100 Thieves, I mean, they've got the Groot ultimate. They could just eat it in the backline, and look who's self. He's flanked already this position for Cafe Rose, who are already giving up cart space because they're a little bit confused.
Yeah, it looks like Thieves are now trying to find a way around this, much like we saw Rose try to figure out for a moment. Took them a few fights. As we see some commitment now. Down goes that end song. Winnie committing ultimate as well. Nobody losing too much as Pix counters those ultimates simply with an invisible boundary, but Self able to take out Binds. Eye of Agamotto gets committed. It lands on a few. Will they be able to get these picks? Lyric tried, but did not. Was not able to do that. TTK still gets Lyric after that trade, and Self able to drop back. And the door does close.
Yeah, door closes. Everybody else just funnels towards that cart. I almost thought it was a good fight for Cafe Rose, but the fact they lost somebody earlier after that invisible boundary enabled the side of 100 Thieves. And, you know, like they disengaged the eye partially, but they just lost one earlier on. Now they're going to that same mirror comp ship, it looks like, except for the Emma instead of the Groot. But they have Emma, Cap, and they're going to have Pro Builder onto that Wolverine to match Self on the opposite side without any ultimates, though, Shib. So this could be worrisome if they get a few fights strung together and Self gets a little bit sneaky with that Wolf ult.
Yeah, Cafe Rose is got to move forward here and try to get 2 fights out of this so they can build ults, but the lettuce is not up in here. Goodbye, Binds off the rip. Now looking backwards and takes that height right back. Looking for Zanji, and oh man, that was some good tracking, but a huge tackle comes right back from Pro Builder. Zaletta gonna fall after that trade. Almost getting the pick first. Picks able to find that one. The walls are up. They're broken now. Invisible boundary committed. Lyric, Emma just trying to burn this front line, and there goes Vinny, and that's what this comp is going to be able to do now that they have Pro Builder also on that Wolverine. They're just going to try to just destroy this front line and play a new style of Vanguard Buster. Zanji finds TTK as well.
Yeah, excellent healing there from the side of Respect and Pixel. Pixel specifically kept Sanji alive, trying to just like hard int away from the squad when it looked like usually Delena would get that KO. So excellent job from him. Allowed Pro Builder to get that tackle counter to Self, who was finding the tackles earlier. Now in this upcoming fight, Cafe Rose can draw it out. They can maybe get a big ultimate with the Unsung Inferno, but it's going to be tough to deal with the pressure that's going to come from Winnie's jackpot in a moment.
And there goes more commitment. And Sung Inferno comes down to get rid of some of that overhealth instantaneously when it does land. Good crystal pull there from Lyric. Does have Psionic available too, but it's very difficult to land Psionic into a Groot who maybe has wall available. No, it doesn't look like Vinny does, and a tackle comes through. Out goes Crystals to try to counteract. Is that going to be enough to keep Vinny healthy in the front line? It is. Self trying to move forward here. The whole team going to stay healthy, and out goes the boundary, but this time from the side of Pixel, who is keeping Cafe Rose healthy. TTK goes down from Lyric, and the defense side here from Cafe Rose is looking insane right now.
Yeah, I mean, Lyric's just able to do whatever he wants. Backs away, understanding he's the focus. But Wolf ult by Self committed, but it's countered by the Diamond Form. Excellent job to remove that CC. And Cafe Rose are holding on off of Emma play that is just straight out of a play out of Shib's book on TikTok.
Dude, this is an insane hold from Cafe Rose, and they do have ult advantage. Self missing that ult there because of the Diamond Form is so valuable here. Pro Builder now does have Last Stand ready. No Binds has an answer. Respect does. Yes, Strangling Prison is a big win condition here, but going into Respect on that low-key crystals are an immediate answer without committing ultimates. We'll see what they elect to do here in a moment.
They're going with the Emma and early on by TTK, matched by no Binds ult. They're trying to flip the pace, but do they have the members to stop Vinny and this Groot's attacks? It looks like they're backed up for now, building up towards yet another Deadpool and Invisible Boundary, but look who's on the flank. It's that Wolverine with the ultimate. Could be huge for Pro Builder. Yes!
It does land on the back line. It does find a few there as No Binds cleans up Vinny. 3 go down here, and Cafe Rose are making this look like this is their game, and they are popping off. Zanji on a Zaletta. Another pick here on the side of TTK. Self has to drop back 8 seconds, and a dream now for 100 Thieves. Can they portal back in time? They should have the time, but the commitment needs to be fast. It's there. On to point with a millisecond left, and can they hold? Cafe Rose going to commit now with the Psionic Bionic, and that doesn't seem to do too much. Does pull Vinny, and Vinny goes down. Another pick comes in, and Cafe Rose want to push this to game 3. 100 Thieves are falling down, and that could be it. It is 100 Thieves lose this, and it goes to map 3.
Oh my God, Cafe Rose. What a crazy turnaround. That sliver of hope they held on to so strongly. 100 Thieves losing on a map that you would assume they would be solid at, and they had all of the time making the world. That's genuinely insane, that Cafe Rose hold there, and excellent observing towards the very end to catch the play, which was Pro Builder, the player we were talking about that had to make a difference, coming through on that Wolverine and being absolutely huge, just like Self was on Wolverine, was matching it, and also well-deserved MVP for Pixel and Cafe Rose's strat line, who played it perfectly. Maybe that's also why we see Invisible Woman sort of targeted as a last ban and could be a factor moving forward to counter these Wolf plays when there's no Magneto on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think, although Self got 9 finals and looked really good, I'm just not sure the early Ultron lock like that is worth it in this meta right now. But hey, I'm not on these teams or behind the scenes on stats and scrims. And I will say that the side of Cafe Rose on that defense took a page out of 100 Thieves' hold, portaled quickly to bide time, and then from then on just kept winning some of those battles, and that was all that was necessary. Taking fights quickly, building ults, and then winning alt fights. Cafe Rose locked in, and we will see if they could take home game 3 right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason, and there is still a little bit of gas left in Cafe Rose, able to take us to a map 3, unexpectedly so. I'll say from my end, I'll put my hands up. I thought maybe this one was going to be done and dusted, but they've shown a little bit of something special here, Dogman. What changed for Cafe Rose? Where did that come from?
I mean, the comps, right? This is kind of what we saw out of a lot of the top teams so far, is just figuring out what to switch to at the right time. And you saw 100 Thieves didn't react, right? They kept playing the Ultron stuff, they kept playing the Deadpool, and slowed down their pace to a halt. Whereas on the opposition, I mean, they also kind of slowed it down, which kind of threw 100 Thieves off, right? They allowed their Wolverine to set up flanks. Self, we didn't see as much out of him after the counter Wolverine swap came through, and that's what's enabled Cafe Rose on that map. So huge Wolverine plays out of Pro Builder and the squad.
Shib, do you think this now puts Cafe Rose at potential advantage going into Museum of Contemplation? Because momentum's on their side. They're going to be feeling themselves a little bit here, and maybe 100 Thieves going to be a little bit worried.
Yeah, momentum is a huge thing in Marvel Rivals, and mental's huge. We heard a little bit ago the conversation that, if you're not feeling it as a squad, you're going to struggle. We saw that from Nightmare, as Mace kind of mentioned. They were struggling a little bit, but now they're feeling more confident and they're finding their footings. That's why the games are looking better. It's just the inverse, right? If you lose like that on a map that you felt confident on with a pretty decent hold, and you just get kind of swept for like 5 straight fights, you're going to go into this next first fight feeling a little bit on your heels, and it's going to make it more difficult as we head over to Museum of Contemplation.
And I don't know what the mathematicians are like behind the scenes at 100 Thieves, but it turns into a pretty dicey tiebreaker situation if they lose this matchup. I'm sure they are cranking the numbers behind the scenes at the moment to make sure they can work out, are we through? Are we not going to be through? They probably are going to have to wait for results happening elsewhere, but the main thing they can do here is just finding a win and taking down Cafe Rose. Now, I'm not going to count out 100 Thieves. I think after that first match, we know full well what they're capable of here, Dogman. But if you were kind of behind 100 Thieves, if you were on 100 Thieves, as an ex-pro player yourself, what would you change up going into this map 3?
I would assume it's just going to be... The ban phase was generally kind of fine. I would be okay maybe getting rid of the Invisible Woman and stuff towards the very end if they're going to play more Wolverine stuff. Obviously, it's a bit different on Museum. I think this is going to be a big change-up. But regardless, for 100 Thieves' side, I think that it's always tough, right? Because they definitely looked like a way better team on map number 1. The fact they won domination, but it seems like it's the classic situation where you take 1 step forward, 2 steps back, right? that game was almost unlosable, sort of like with the way I would say Nightmare every game, like Mace talked about, the fact that they've gone to 3 maps every single time. Like 100 Thieves literally just snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory right there. Like, it genuinely seemed like 100 Thieves had so much time to work with second phase. But some of these maps, Shin Shibuya specifically, can be deceptive, I guess, right? Like, it feels like you're right there towards the very end, and then you just get stopped. So realistically, if you get stopped that many times in a Streets phase, it's probably just going to be up to switching your composition a little bit. They just got to do that, right? I think the Deadpool stuff was good at the very beginning, but they just couldn't make plays off of Self. They couldn't do stuff with him later on, and I think that's what stopped them in that second phase.
But Ship, Cafe Rose should be more than proud of themselves, not only with the performance so far, but just in general here in preseason. Remember, of course, they competed in MRC, find themselves now in MRI. There's always going to be a lot of eyes on you. There's going to be that situation where you feel that extra pressure. But even if they don't qualify for playoffs, I think we're still pretty excited to see what they can do going into the main season.
Oh, 1,000%. This team showed right there on their attack on point 2, being down ultimates, being way back in point with a minute left. They won 3 consecutive fights down alts. They had huge commitment on every single alt play and won. They have the talent. They showed it right there against 100 Thieves, a storied team, a team that doesn't make a ton of mistakes. And they kept finding that little crack in the defense and pushing forward. And that is truly what won them that map. That attack, that point 2 with a minute left, won them that map.
Well,
yeah, and it was a brilliant watch, wasn't it, Dog?
It was. And I got something, too, on that. Like, I feel like a real factor that I've been missing on, and I don't know if you guys agree, but I think that we haven't seen a lot of, like, TTK so far, right? Like, you know what? Like, I feel like he wants to go over to Ange a lot of the times. Like, I feel like he feels like he's a little bit more proactive on that hero compared to Doctor Strange. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Because I feel like the reason why 100 Thieves maybe aren't winning as much or being as proactive is because we don't have TTK on a character that can make plays as much as an Angela can, for example, like we've seen him do on map number 1.
Well, I do think that there has been a little bit of talk on Reddit or whatever social media platform you'd like to use about TTK and how deep his hero pool is. How much does that come into the equation, Ship? Because comfort is everything, but of course, meta sometimes just shifts you away from your comfort zones. In a scenario like this, should you just be looking towards comfort instead of playing the meta?
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because I do think as a whole right now, the meta is very much shifted towards dive, which I do think controller players struggle a little bit on. I think that Cap Venom looks so good right now. And I think TTK is dominant on virtually like a lot of the mainline Vanguards, those Vanguards that are more V1s and hold down point and make huge plays. But Maybe it's not as much of his meta, but still, he still has big time. We saw some huge ults, like we saw that strange ult. If that hold there on that .1, if that strange ult just didn't go the inch too high, it would have been game winning. But, again, you're right. I think we saw him when he switched to that Angela get a ton of value. Maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just not quite his meta.
Fantastic on Emma as well, though, that we've seen. TTK
True.
has been playing incredibly. Yesterday, in particular, really surprised me and popped off. So I think there's definitely something to be said here for TTK going into this final one. Speaking of, the ban phase is ready. So, gents, enjoy this one. It's going to be a fun one. Who's going to win, 100 Thieves or CR?
We start up now, folks. 100 Thieves, knowing them, they want to bounce back heavy and take this home quick. Museum of Contemplation has led to a lot of fun matches over this preseason. Off the rip, the first band going to come out to be that Gambit. Goodbye to the Elsa as well.
After this draft phase, Shib, I want to see who you got. Because, I mean, like you guys are talking about, like, dude, like the mathematicians going ham right now. And this is always the worst case scenario for 100 Thieves, by the way, is they go for the Gambit ban first. Cafe Rose goes for the Elsa ban first. I feel like they always do so much better when everybody's doubting them, and then, like, the moment anybody switches up, it just is the opposite, you know? Like I feel like 100 Thieves look so good map number 1, and then look at that, map number 2, they lose. So, who knows with this team in the current moment, right? We'll see if Cafe Rose, like, maybe this map is a better map for them. Could be that Shinshibuya is a tough one. But still, Cafe Rose get the Elsa through, and I wonder if, how Delena feels about that too, Shib, because the fact that we can't play Elsa so far throughout, is kind of a little bit disheartening, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just surprised we're not seeing, I don't know, like the immediate lock of Gambit or something. It's always something a little more off than the main two meta picks, and I think that's maybe just comfort in general here, but I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it fully, as it happens nearly every single time. But without saying that, I think honestly what happened there on the last map was just that Thieves just lost concentration, because I think they had a great attack and defense, but it's just like this one fight and this one batch of fights that they struggle with, and I think that's all it really is.
Yeah. One, Cafe Rose, they go for the Invis ban, or Protect, sorry. And that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, 100 Thieves, they want to play the Loki because I think that they did well versus FlyQuest, just with Winnie playing it at a very high level. Just around the map, just a very good Loki player, so they go for the counter Loki ban. But I was thinking maybe they would go for the Invis ban, 100 Thieves would, on this map, just because of how much work I think Respect and Pixel were doing. So that's really smart out of them. They get the Daredevil, though, and that is a very big change-up, Shib, because we now get to see Self back on the Daredevil, just like we did versus FlyQuest in that game number 3, only a few days ago.
Yeah, in the group ban there for Vinny, this is one of those maps that group can find a ton of success. There's a lot of like small chokes that not only can you wall off, but you can set up for, and I think setup is massive on Museum. So removing that too, but you're right. Yeah, Self going to be able to play that DD. We've seen what happens when Self's on DD. It is disgusting, and I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like now. Pro Builder showing that Adam pick. It's looked really good on some maps, and some maps I'm just not sure it's always the answer. So we'll see what it looks like here, as 100 Thieves will be attacking first.
True. I don't like that. I just like, maybe it's just like how I'm feeling about Pro Build. Like, Pro Builder's a good Adam Warlock, don't get me wrong, but I just like, I kind of agree with a lot of people. Like, why would you run Adam Warlock if you could run an Ultron and stuff? Like, it does feel like Adam's just not as good this patch. And even with the Mantis stuff, like, they were doing Mantis, Adam Warlock before. So I don't know. That's going to be very interesting, but almost, I don't know. Like, I still think Cafe Rose ban phase went pretty solid. We'll have to see if they actually stick with Adam Warlock as we take a look at the map overall, Museum of Contemplation. And we have to contemplate the mathematics of the current moment, just because of the fact that if 100 Thieves lose this, they could be out of the playoff, Shib. I mean, that would be crazy if 100 Thieves don't
no
make
matter
it
what, it goes to tiebreakers, right? And you never want to leave it in the hand of tiebreakers. There's just too much permutations of what could go wrong in situations that would leave you out. And 100 Thieves, I mean, we know they have the talent to move forward. It's just, that would be absolutely insane here. Cafe Rose just stepping up whenever they need to. See what it looks like now as the defense begins. Remember, Thieves can't be on that Groot, but Lyric is going to be on that Groot on their side to help take some of that space for free. Dropping back already. It looks like Thieves, are looking really good on this attack and already taking this corner. And they're not able to really find any of that backline play. No dive, no commitment on 100 Thieves right now. They're playing slow. I think everybody's a little bit nervous off the rip here.
Yeah, Cafe Rose, they're playing the Atom because they want to, like, hard bunker up, it looks like, and play around Zanji. But the tough part is with Adam Warlock is you want to play off angles and stuff. However, there's no off angles controlled. 100 Thieves just walk at you and already find the first pick.
And Winnie's on Fox again, and I will say I think Winnie's a really good Fox and plays very aggro. Self going to be back on, at least for now, that Ultron. I think this triple back line, when you do have Ultron Foxes, looked really good for Thieves. It's like their specialty right now. But Pro Builder going to self-res back picks, able to find Self. After committing the boundary, TTK the only one to launch ult there for Thieves. We'll see what it looks like more as we begin. Portal play coming through. That's from Cafe Rose. That's a huge cooldown to pull out now, though.
Ooh. Well, Vinny going down while his team's still backed up. So great fight so far for Cafe Rose. Still Cocoon out from Pro Builder. If this works, that'd be crazy. I'm not a big fan of the Adam Warlock. We'll have to see if it changes up, though, as we did see 100 Thieves commit that Ensong Inferno. Delena's been building up this ult every single fight so far. Looks like he has it again. Brutal cross map. That's insane.
Wow, and they are able to find one through it. Yeah, I know, dude. That is insane. Finding one through that is obscene.
Ow.
Usually you need a combo to make that happen. Just some really good targeted damage, it looks like, from Zanji. And that's the thing. I mean, Elsa's so good at percent-based damage. Remember, pulling out that rifle after using abilities does percent-based damage. So you can really chunk if you combo well. And that's why when you get those full stacks, you become an absolute demon. TTK going to be on that Van Pool, and that ult is available. Right towards the back line. They're going to look for some commitment from the dive, but gets pushed away, and there goes Self now with the Rage of Ultron, trying to break this shield that is from Strange and no binds. There's the dance floor now to answer back. Self in a tough spot, half HP, and a Dream is able to escape for that moment. Nobody goes down just yet, but there are so many ults available here for Thieves. Can they get value right now? Delena in a low ceiling, very hard to break. Out goes the Eye of Agamotto, but Winnie says not up in here. Goodbye to Binds, excuse me. And the res comes through now. TTK and Self able to find two. Pro Builder bringing the team back. Winnie gonna find picks, but everybody is gonna res back up on the retake. Will that retake work for them? We'll see in a moment.
I mean, right now it's kind of working. The res coming through does bring back all these members, but you also have the Fox ultimate from Winnie. 100 Thieves side ring out of ult soon. Zanji off map with the Glortrox. He finds two. No ways. The res to come back to find those KOs. Enables Cafe Rose again.
This is absolutely insane. Everything was committed there, and the res was massive from Pro Builder. They used everything, 100 Thieves, but you gotta track that Atom. If you do not have an answer for the Atom, every ult you commit is just value, value, value for the res. Pro Builder brings everyone back, respect, launches that boundary, and everyone's full HP after that. With no answer, ultimates. Lyric gonna be the only one with ult available, as Millennia is very close. Delena close as well. Will 100 Thieves be able to do this as we are entering final fight territory?
Well, right now, TTK being like sort of maintained Deadpool right now. You do have the animal committed by Lyric. Jumps away, though, as Delena gets the peel. But can they find him? Soul Bond is well committed. The Venom is found on Lyric, but that happened before. Can 100 Thieves finally capitalize? They have ult advantage. We go in with Invisible Boundary. Can we get the KOs?
Yeah, that was a massive ult there from Millennia, playing aggro with that boundary to slow everyone for the dive. Big brain play there as Pro Builder goes down. And that's going to be three. Do we see a fourth here? Delena with some nice tracking able to make that happen, but the stall has begun. 1 meter left on the point as we see the shift over to that DD. The story DD from Self finding two, actually three. Do I see four? We don't even need it as TTK cleans up Lyric.
I mean, that was close. Really enabled by Lyric going so aggressive, coming back, the pocket there from Millennia to keep Delena alive as well, peeled them off. But the portal play, fast play by Cafe Rose, just to get as many fights as possible. Just like we've seen some top teams do earlier in 100 Thieves on the defense of Shin Shibuya. Same thing with them on Shin Shibuya.
Yeah, try to take that in the ladder with you folks. If you do have your team stacking after a retake like that, after your team goes down, wow, Vinny, you with a three-piece is going to be on. I talked about it. I wanted to see more Venom from Vinny because I know he has it in the bag, and that's a clean showing as Delena cleans up the rest after that aggressive portal there from Cafe Rose. But I do think that aggressive portal is typically the play early on. Try to buy some time, but tell you what, Thieves did not give them much time there.
Well, I do like, I mean, they're playing a little bit proactive, right? This is what we talk about teams doing, making plays, you know, not necessarily bunkering up. This is a different sort of 100 Thieves that we saw on the previous map, as they're actually, you know, now going up, going aggressive, and making something happen.
Yeah, and we can see now everybody Hard engaging from the side of Cafe Rose, moving forward with the dance floor picks. Going to have to drop back, not getting too much value with that. Winnie with the Fox available. TTK, gotta love seeing TTK on the Vanpool. Just absolutely disgusting on that hero. A hero that absolutely fits his style of play. Is going to launch that ultimate, not get too much value, but it does pull out a strat line. So Psych, I lied, that's big value. They still lose to Lena there from the side of Pro Builder, who does have res available. Ayabagamoto's big on to Winnie, who does not go down as the invisible boundaries now committed to keep the team healthy. Oh my goodness! Sanji!
Disgusting. That Glartrox got everybody in the middle of the invisible boundary. That fight went off of that. And that Fox ult, by the way, did nothing with that eye. I mean, the eye just countered it all. Sadly, maybe that's why we haven't seen the Fox bans throughout. It's just because that ultimate can get deleted so fast, kind of like Rocket Raccoon to a degree. Excellent work by Cafe Rose with the proactive plays out of their Vanguard and Zanji. Can they keep it up, though? Upcoming fight, Lyric does have that Groot ult. He could end this fight before it even starts.
Yeah, this could be a massive ultimate here. Cafe Rose on defense looking really solid self. After switching that DD, it started to lock in heavily. And there goes the Strangling Prison. Does it find the backline? Not sure it gets too much. It does find one. Bine's going to make it 2. There goes more commitment. Point needs 11 seconds, 10 seconds for the touch. Got to be there within 3 at the end in order to push this into OT. There is the 5-second countdown beginning. Winnie trying to look backwards. Are they on it? I do believe TTK was there for the touch. Good clean play there. Bine's now looking towards TTK, who tries to stay alive but goes down instantaneously. The boundary comes out. The feast gets committed. Who gets more value in this combo of ultimates? We'll see in a moment. There is going to be the dance of the cutterfly towards the back line, but you got to keep eyes on point as Delena's able to find Zanji. That's a big pick. Now looking towards the back line, but the res comes through. Everyone will be back here from Cafe Rose, and I'm not sure Thieves can break this.
He's shooting the wall. He was shooting the wall at the time, but Vinny's trying to stall. Nobody else is there. 100 Thieves got stop second phase ship. That school bus is broken down.
Wow. Cafe Rose are looking so solid right now. It is insane. And you know what? Everything I said about the Atom comp, this map, it has absolutely worked. I take it back on defense. It looked really good. It kept getting value. The overcommitment of ultimates to try to sweep, and then you look at the KO feed and you just see everyone back in the fight. And then they're committed strat ult, something from Respect, the invisible boundary. Next thing you know, not only does everyone have a ton of overhealth, but they're all full HP as well, right back in the fight after you used every single ultimate. Very clean play.
I don't know if I'm crazy, but dude, the Vanpool, by the way, just like my biggest problem with this character, and I saw this when I was watching Vess's POV for FlyQuest too, it just feels like the character does so much, but like so little at the same time. Like it just feels like TTK. I mean, look at the damage. Like he was doing a solid amount of damage for sure and stuff, and so was the rest of the squad. But I mean, they just had no capitalization off of like Vinny's dives and stuff. Like after Vinny went in, he would get frozen, get CC'd, go down. But like, I mean, the Vanpool would like flank, get his ult off, and then get countered by Invis. So they would get the strat ults out. But then after that, like, what was he doing on Deadpool, I guess? Like, whenever I was watching Vest POV for FlyQuest, man, like, it just felt so hopeless. Like, you're kind of, like, doing a lot, but also you can't make too many, like, individual plays on Vanguard Deadpool, like it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because we talk about you need to land it on strats that have to aim and you know, can make some mistakes. But when you have Bond available, when you have Loki Crystals available, when you have a ton of these different answers, and maybe, you know, Crystals weren't available necessarily there, but when you have Invisible Boundary or the Invisible Shield available, if you have ways to keep yourself healthy without forcing you to aim and try to track for heals, and while still keeping your team healthy, it is a really tough situation for Vanpool to play into. And although I think he's incredibly strong right now, obviously just nearly impossible to get finals with that ult. But still, ton of distraction value there from TTK. Great stat line, looking good, but now gonna switch it up and go Strange.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we get like the Mantis and stuff, we could like get the actual damage on range. But you're right, without the damage boost, that could be a difference maker. But it's interesting, you know, we could go for a strat pool or something in Ultron. We're making 100 Thieves uncomfortable by putting them onto the Atom comp, which is,
yeah.
I mean, Delena's good on Atom, don't get me wrong, but it is interesting that mix-up that we're making 100 Thieves have to do.
And Pro Builder's going to be on the Storm here, keeping the team boosted in terms of damage is the idea with Zanji. You just want to make Zanji a raid boss, and farming that out relatively quickly. The whole team is because of that Storm damage boost, folks. It's not just breakpoints that change. You farm your ult faster when you deal more damage. It is a math equation based on damage. TTK with a big bubble lands that, and they're able to clean up Respect. Good start there, as Self is going to be on that Magneto. Millennia finds Lyric, and 100 Thieves are locking back in here, and they want this W. They want a whole point one.
Yeah, that's a lot better. I mean, you can see the immediate impact TTK has with that ult after switching off of Deadpool, going over to the Doctor Strange. Excellent job. The bubble by Self, like you mentioned, Shiv. Now this upcoming fight, He's going to be holding on to this to help peel off maybe that Groot, trying to counter Lyric. Let's see if Lyric can get a little fancy with that Groot ultimate, as Straddles could delay the fight out, but Delena, look, he's reading it. Even if his team does Groot ulted, we'll see if he's out of the fight.
Res is available here for Delena, trying to do the same thing they saw from Pro Builder. Pick's going to launch the dance floor from Cafe Rose. Doesn't seem to keep the team or give them enough value for a return pick right now, as the entirety of the front line of 100 Thieves is fully healthy. Delena just trying to find an off-angle pick at the moment and protect the back line. This is really smart positioning. Waiting for Bond potentially. Crystals are going to be committed instead. Don't need to overuse cooldowns. No Binds is going to be healthy from that ult. Nobody goes into the Glartrox though. That land does not come in from Self on the meatball there, the Meteor M, as nobody's getting value off these ultimates right now. The tackle comes in onto TTK, who tries to reverse. And it's massive. Can TTK get a pick off this? Respect goes down. Another should fall here. At least the passive gets popped. Respect and Pixel fall. What an answer there by TTK.
Yeah, oh no, poor Pro Builder, man. He's like, okay, I'm going to get him, guys. He'll bring him back into us, and then they get eyed. Didn't think he would have to use his Wolverino as last stand. Maybe he's saving it for Delena's res or one of these Straddles, which they haven't needed to use. The tough part is Cafe Rose haven't gotten any cooldowns forced early, and that's why 100 Thieves have just been able to get so much done, even with the Adam Warlock playing so far back. Cafe Rose need to isolate somebody and maybe get some early cooldowns, some shield usage by 100 Thieves, but they commit immediately with the Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, when we're seeing that Museum can absolutely be one of those triple hold maps, as 100 Thieves are doing it clinically right now. Pro Builder able to find Millennia is a good start, but is traded right back as Lyric finds... Lyric goes down. The res comes in from Delena to keep Millennia back in the fight. We saw the attempt there from Binds to get more value. Zanji able to take out Vinny, though, who it will res as well. When you see that res available, you essentially just intentionally int as a team. Pro Builder trying to land one. Does find Winnie, who's still healthy, and is going to try to copy up with a good teleport out to use Invisible Boundary should they need it.
Yeah, a lot of that worked out. I mean, Vinny got his ult canceled by that Wolverine grab, saved it for the Invis, or rather saved it for the res. Invis countered for the defense. Zanji comes in with the Glartrox. Does it connect on anybody? It looks like there's one in it itself. And also, Milena goes down. I walk about from TDK. Is it too late? He finds backline, but do they find the KOs after it? They do get the Milena too, but just respect going down is not enough for 100 Thieves. They're sent back to spawn. Res cooldowns used as well.
It's all about this retake here, as we are in an OT situation. It is final fight territory. Ult advantage going to be in favor of Vinny and Self here for 100 Thieves. Do they get the value out of these ultimates? They will not have crystals to worry about. The portal comes through. It's all about this fight right here, folks. 100 Thieves fans need something big to happen here, as Cafe Rose is using this momentum. Self does have that Meteor M available. Likely going to use it to try to counter if need be. Trying to keep the team healthy right now as No Binds dives in. There is that Invisible Boundary. The tackle comes in from Builder onto Winnie, who portals in, and that's going to be another pick onto Self, who does not seem to land the Meteor M, and they might get this point here as Cafe Rose are up in numbers.
Delena, by the way, back onto the Loki, has copied a second, but they're down people. When he's coming back on the Jeff, does come back fast, but the claws are out, Shiv. And when the claws are out, it's hard to exist as a tank and live in this world. Everybody's in this cart. Second phase. Mrs. Frizz, we might beat 100 Thieves.
This is insane. Cafe Rose stepping up to the talent and looking incredibly clean. Thieves with only Millennia's ult available in this next fight. Need to stop Builder, Zanji, Lyric, and Pix. This is going to be an incredibly tough fight to retake, but Thieves would be the team that could be able to do it. Cafe Rose has done it on map 2. Will it happen? But this time in the favor of the Thieves. We'll find out in just a moment.
And Zanji has a chance to etch his name into MRC and MRI history. What can they do? I mean, they play it slowly. It goes out with the Groot ultimate. They get the greens out. Invis Boundaries here. Can they get KOs through it? Everybody's in the ult. The last stand is not here. What is good? It does get Winnie. Is that enough more after that? No, they fall back.
Yeah, they're going to have to force retake here. TTK's in a dangerous spot. Binds finds that pick. TTK taking out Zanji, who reses right back. Not enough. Delena gonna touch the point there with the bird. Does that. And Vinny falls. And it looks like this may happen for Cafe Rose here, who find another as Self goes down. Winnie gonna bring back Vinny. Pro Builder again onto Delena. And Cafe Rose are looking unstoppable right now. But Vinny able to find one. Will that be enough here? The Glartrox is out. It finds two. And oh my goodness, folks, that could do it here. Oh my goodness! This might be it! Cafe Rose are unstoppable, and they win this series!
The Glartrox of Glartroxes, man. Like, holy crap, poor Vinny. He just had his ult in his second ship. He almost had it, just gets ripped away from the point. Can't stall for any longer, self-force to stall, and that does it. Where's the mathematicians at now? Because, by God, Cafe Rose could be in the playoffs and have a chance to eliminate 100 Thieves after that win. And another MVP goes to Pixel. And this backline of Cafe Rose doesn't get enough love for sure, but I think after today, they will.
I mean, this is absolutely obscene. Gaskin, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I'm currently getting the calculators out. I'm checking all of the numbers. I'm trying to crunch it myself. It's all going to come down to what happens later with Sen versus NRG. Both teams are going to have to watch that matchup and see who wins that one and by how much, because it is going to be tiebreaker central with how things are going. But Cafe Rose have put their best foot forward here. 100 Thieves, have they dropped the ball at the last minute? Is there a world where tiebreaker suddenly turns it around and they don't make playoffs? Only time will tell, but it's certainly going to be them relying on someone else to do it for them now at this point. Cafe Rose go huge. Insane match, and I think that it was a match that we deserve to see as well. We were saying that Cafe Rose have this potential. Map 1 was pretty lackluster from them though, so we're wondering, is it going to be good enough? And then suddenly, when we get to Convergence, when we get to Convoy, Cafe Rose show us Adam Warlock is still here, is still present, and very much a meta hero. Dog, I mean, how are you feeling about that one? I mean, we were kind of just watching with bated breath in that final moments while Shib was talking us through it.
Yeah, maybe you and Shib are right. I got to write an apology letter to the Golden God himself because I was not a believer. I just wasn't. And it worked, right? Like, I don't know what to say besides fun series, like you said, Gask. I mean, that was a super fun one to watch. And the week 2's delivered. I don't know, man. Like, first of all, it'd be crazy if 100 Thieves don't make it to the playoffs in the preseason just because they're one of our best franchises in North America. I mean, just historically, they've always done well internationally. Top 4 finishes a lot of the time at midseason and grand finals. FlyQuest, the only team to match that and get further at the grand finals, obviously, but they're still that team internationally for us in North America. So if they were to not make the preseason playoffs, I know it's just the preseason, but that would be genuinely insane and really a changing of the guard right now, Shib, right? Like, this feels like a real upcoming, like, the newbies are stepping up now, finally.
Dude, the Americas region is insane. I have no idea who's going to win any given game. What is in the water? Dude, what is in the water? How many reverse sweeps are we going to see? I'm mind blown, right? I can't even speak, asking.
Again, it's just in best of 3, it seems like anything can happen. And I mean, you don't need to be a mathematician to know that there's going to be 3 teams on 2 and 3 after today finishes. Because you've got Sen going up against NRG Shock. Both of them are 2 and 2 right now. One of them is going to end up at 3-2. One of them is going to end up at 2-3. And that means we're going to have 3 teams tied. And then again, it comes down to tiebreakers. At first, it's head-to-head. Secondly, then it goes down to map records if the head-to-head is tied between all those teams. After map records, well, that's when you then get into SOV business. And after that, it becomes a tiebreaker match that may have to happen. So there's a lot of insane permutations that could happen. But one thing that I know, there's going to be a very happy person in our interview. We've got No Binds coming in from Cafe Rose. No Binds, what an amazing matchup that was from you guys. You must be on top of the world right now.
Bro, I'm ecstatic, bro. Like, that, this is such a great feeling right now, you know? Like, listen, we're just like free to play players. We're just coming in here, you know, coming from MRC. We're popping off right now, you know, just trying to like show we belong here. I think we're doing great right now.
That's the thing, is that you guys do not look out of place whatsoever. Now, you may have heard me as I was introing that there is a lot of ifs and buts with tiebreakers coming into it. Are you guys just going to be watching, kind of biting your nails going into that matchup of Sen versus NRG?
Yeah, I mean, going up into that matchup against Sen versus NRG, I do pray that a certain team wins, you know, like, I'm just trying to secure our qual spot, so hopefully things go our way. You know, I'm just trying to make the playoffs, you know, get our team out there and, you know, show we can get even further.
I'm first of all, I'm just in shock and awe. Sorry, like this is genuinely insane that this happened. I'm sure you guys are even more just freaking out, popping off, like you said, because not only that, like you guys top 3 in MRC coming through into this and winning in that matter when you guys had to replace players last second. I mean, first of all, just to allow you to give some shout outs real quick, and then I'll ask a real question, dude. Like, do you have any shout outs to anybody in your team? Obviously, Pro Builder and Sanji coming in and doing work, but in your backline playing well, and then you obviously doing insane. Just any shout outs to anybody you want to say real quick.
I mean, shout out to honestly the whole team. I love all my teammates. They're all great players. Shout out to my boy Chris or Lyric. You know, he was hitting those crazy griddles for us, securing for us. You know, shout out to Zanji on the Elsa, bro. He's like popping off, literally hitting fat ult after ult after ult. You know, my backline respect Pixel, absolute goats. You know, and then Pro Builder just on the Wolf, holy absolute masterclass. And then of course I do want to shout out the boys, Sticky and Tree. You know, they are the goats that helped us get into Ignite, so I do want to give them a shout out too. But no, the team is great.
Of course. Well, this kind of comes down to like vibes and stuff too, because obviously leading into this matchup, I mean, you guys versus 100 Thieves, I think you had a good read in the draft. Can you walk us through that maybe without giving away too much information? But if we go back and take a look at, I think the second maps draft was a really good change up for you guys, and the third. What really gave you the edge in that draft phase versus 100 Thieves?
I mean, I think with every Ignite team, like every team has their like gimmick, and so as long as you play to like ban around that, like even if they're extremely insane players, you just try and get rid of their best comps and try and make sure you can run your good comps, and then that's just how we went about it for the ban phase.
Beautiful. I mean, but I can't imagine the hype and what the team comms must have sounded like at the end there, kind of piggybacking off of what Dog said. I mean, and also shout out again, you kind of mentioned Tree and Sticky. You lost 2 players right before this started. You've gained 2 new players, and you're playing against some of the best teams and showing up and beating some of the best teams. So want to draw attention to that again for the chat, so in case they weren't aware. That is awesome, and congrats to you. But what do you attribute these wins to? Because you guys are just locking in crucial moments.
I mean, I think I could contribute to our. I mean, we just like I said last time on the broadcast, we just like hard grind. We're just putting the time in. Like, listen. We're free to play players, man. Like, we're like against all these like partnered org teams. Like, like we're free to play players beating all these teams. And I just think that's like crazy. Like, I just think we're really like showing them that like we deserve to be here, and that we're gonna try and dominate.
Awesome, man. I appreciate you.
Real quick, guys, got one question. Who sits in those chairs behind you, Bynes? Who sits in the chair, right chair to that right chair? Who sits there in this, what it looks to be like a science room or something? Like, are you in the basement also? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not actually in a basement. I think it's like outer space or something. Like, I don't I'm kind of homeless, like I said before.
You're actually Venom himself? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then for the chairs, we'd be doing stuff in the basement. That's all I gotta say.
Just some invisible spectators. So everyone's supporting you, I'm sure. No Bynes, last question from me. Can I play Adam Warlock in ranked again? Is he officially back?
Bro, Adam is broken. That character's broken. That's all I gotta say. That character can like make or break games.
That is all I needed to hear. Perfect.
Yeah, no,
now I'm back on. No one can complain at me in ranked. Thank you so much, No Bynes. Really appreciate your time, bud. Congrats again on the win, and fingers crossed for you that maybe it can go your way in the tiebreaker.
Thank you. Yeah, we're hoping that too.
Appreciate you. So, unbelievable performance from Cafe Rose in the end. As I said to you guys earlier, we still don't really know how it's going to go and how it's going to shape up. We're going to have to wait for Sentinels versus NRG Shock's match to really see how these tiebreakers are going to work. And as I said, I'm sure the mathematicians behind the scenes are going to be trying to work those things out. But before we get there, we have TLC versus Yeah We Lost, which I think is going to be a shift up of matches here. We're going to see the cream of the crop when it comes to Marvel Rivals Ignite. Plus, you've got the new blood of Yeah We Lost. We just saw Cafe Rose and how impressive and incredible Cafe Rose have been from MRC. Yeah We Lost seem to be that one step higher. The real question is, can they take down the unbeatable Team Liquid Citadel? There's only one way to find out. It'll be after this break. Don't go anywhere.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. Show me flight mode. Be free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우린 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져, fade out, fade moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 relax. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려, turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lead road, mixing up the crystals. All we want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, 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 burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가, 계속 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손은 꺼버려 turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lead road, mixing up the crystals. All we want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. This time switching to flight mode.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Bright shine on my window frame. Audible to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh. I feel skipping way out of control. Lock it. Oh yeah. We won't stop it. Fly high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손은 꺼버려 turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lead road, mixing up the crystals. All we want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우린 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져, fade out, fade moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 relax. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lead road, mixing up the crystals. All we want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight. Fly, burn.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason. And boy, do we have everything. It just seems like when Dog and Shib are casting, we get these best of threes go in the distance, and I am all for it. We just saw an incredible matchup. Cafe Rose somehow, some way taking down 100 Thieves, but we're going to have to wait to see who is still going to progress in this group because there's still matches to play. Before we get there, we've got Team Liquid Citadel against Yeah We Lost. Dogman, initial thoughts on this matchup, because this is the pristine, unbeaten Team Liquid Citadel going up against a raw, powerful Yeah We Lost.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta shake off the last map for sure, because we're gonna see, yeah, we lost again, who just had a phenomenal showing yesterday versus TSM, but it's, as you mentioned, they're still raw. They're still in the early sort of phase of a team, especially one that's unsponsored, by the way. I know they're still looking for sponsor. somehow, right? Just the fact this team could make LAN unsponsored would be literally insane. So that would be a team that is probably hot on the market after preseason. But regardless, they will, like you mentioned, be going up against Team Liquid Citadel, who are without a doubt the best team in the group. So it's a matter of, is Team Liquid Citadel going to be rough versus, yeah, we lost on certain maps. Both these teams have a lot of aura in terms of when they spawn camp. Now, I mean, Team Liquid Citadel can somewhat struggle versus, some teams like we saw versus like, FlyQuest and stuff. But, I'm very curious how they do moving forward regardless because, yeah, Team Liquid Citadel haven't dropped the map so far. We lost are still very raw and have lost in their matchup so far.
Well, let's take a deeper look at Team Liquid Citadel then. The current leaders of this group, Shib, and they definitely don't look like they are slowing down. They're going to want to match the momentum that was set and the pace that was set by Swamp Gaming to top this group undefeated. How do you feel about this team?
Yeah, I mean, the only team that has not lost a map. That was the case. Wasn't the case yesterday with Swamp until Fly came in hot and did take that from them. But this team on paper is Team America. They are just super. Well, we did grab a few from overseas, but they are just superstars across. What's that?
Did you say super old?
No. Team
I don't know where
America,
I was hearing that. Nero's a little older.
No, grabbed a few players from overseas and in Poly there. I'm talking about the Cap front line. I'm just saying this team is all-stars. They are Team America. They've got so much talent on their team. Cooper, Energy, Nero, Poly, Speedery, Sparchief. I mean, I could list every player here and talk about why they're in the conversation for the best in their significant role. So, they are just a really locked-in team, haven't lost a map. And I think this is the ultimate test for, we lost to silence maybe some of the haters and say we can compete against some of the best teams in Ignite.
And Dog, Sparchief took a little bit of the heat off you and Mace with his interview yesterday, and I'm sure he'll be looking to try and follow up here in this matchup. But on the other side, we've got We Lost, who are a team that have very much impressed me since they arrived in MRC, and I'm sure you got to see their run through the MRC as well. How far do you think this team can go? Because they had a small shake when they had their matchup against SSG, but then they responded well yesterday.
I mean, the sky's the limit with them for sure. Like I said earlier, I think they remind me of the old Solaris roster in now modern day TSM, where they have a real identity. And, even if it's not necessarily the meta, they're still going to do things like a little unorthodox. And I think that's fine. It also works really well, I think, when these patch drops happen. Like at the very beginning of a new patch, it's always easy if you're running unorthodox stuff to make teams experimenting and also figuring out what's good a little nervous because they're always going to run this stuff. And as long as they have their identity and style, they'll always be good at the beginning of patches. Now, I'm worried about them long term because of, the fact that they do play such weird things and unorthodox things. It's kind of what we heard in the interview earlier from Nobines. A lot of these teams have their gimmick, and if you figure it out and you ban, one or two specific things, you can look a lot better. Now, regardless, I think, We Lost is an exciting team, and I think they still can win this matchup and be a team to make Team Liquid Citadel stress, especially since they have such a diverse amount of heroes they play. So it should be fun regardless. I want to temper my expectations, maybe, but I think they should, if I'm going to declare anything, have the best performance out of any team versus Team Liquid Citadel, and just like that, I've cast a curse them.
Because, Shib, I mean, a few other teams or a couple of other teams in interviews have said that, teams like We Lost and Swamp are cheesing a little bit. And do you feel like other teams feel that way is because they're not playing to the traditional meta? And do you feel like that is a problem? Surely you just do anything to win here.
Yeah, it's a tricky answer, right? Because I think there's multiple different answers to that. Yes, they run unique stuff that maybe they don't scrim against, and so I think teams sometimes will say, "Oh, they're cheesing us, and we'll figure it out." But you better figure it out then, or it's not cheese. It's just really good, right? And We Lost has the ability to pull out some unique compositions that are working right now. And I'd say TLC, Team Liquid Citadel, has been locked in on more traditional stuff and more meta stuff, and they do it to the best, I would say, at the moment in all of Ignite with their record. Granted, they have an easier bracket side, I would say, but still not losing a single map, shows dominance, but this would be the team that could take a map from them.
And Dog, do you think that Team Liquid Citadel are here to prove a point here today, to show that they're the #1 team? As we mentioned, we saw Swamp Gaming drop a map, but Liquid Citadel can still carry on to be unbeaten. They're going to want to show that they don't bleed and they're the #1 team going into playoffs, surely.
I think so. First map, part of the Charlie, they definitely want to prove a point, like you said, especially after you talked about the stuff going between Spark Chief and Light recently, which is very interesting. You know, this is why. I mean, I'll never believe this when people say like, "Oh, these pro players at esports and Marvel Rivals have the personality of a wet rock." You know, like who the hell? Like, what do you mean? Like, look in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? Like, these players, I think, are super passionate, like you said, always trying to make a point. With Spark Chief, for example, I think he's one of the most passionate, fiery people in the scene. And I'm sure, like you said, Gask, he wants the 2-0 yeah we lost and really show these guys are the number one team in not just this group, but North America.
Well, Team Liquid Citadel are 2-2 on Burning T'Challa. They haven't lost it yet, but of course we know they haven't lost anything yet. We have seen, yeah, we lost lose on Burning T'Challa. What's your thoughts on this first map here, Shib?
Yeah, again, I think Burnen's pretty good with dive, and yeah, we lost is great on that more. They run like a snowball comp, I like to call it, because it's dive true, but it also is just they just stack and run at you, and it works, and it can work, but the team that would figure it out would be Team Liquid Citadel. You got to try to find a solution to it. I'm sure they've been looking at these comps, doing their homework and understanding. This is a team that has a lot of cerebral players, so they're designing comps, they're coming up with metas, they're finding ways to make it work. So again, I think this is going to be a tough match, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Team Liquid Citadel, and if Liquid Citadel can shut this team down, and if it's just like a major return to sender type situation where they just dominate, or if they give them a run for their money.
Yeah, that being said, it has been a preseason of upsets and surprises. We've seen teams not necessarily where we thought they were going to be. I know a lot of talent predictions and probably predictions with you at home as well in that esports tab weren't quite as spot on as you thought they were going to be. Perhaps you thought 100 Thieves were going to be winning their group, and now they're at the risk of elimination. Are you backing, yeah, we lost in this one perhaps? Can they shake up things and maybe show that they can do a fantastic job against TLC? Because that's the real question for me, Dog. Do they have what it takes against a team with the structure of TLC, or do you think this is going to be more of a one-sided affair? I guess the only way to find out is getting into game. Let's jump into those bans, guys. Enjoy this cast. I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic one. It's Team Liquid Citadel versus Yeah We Lost.
All right, my friend, what do you say we do it again, dog?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, kind of on that, you know, back what he said, I think, yeah, we lost can do it. You know, like in officials, they've proven they can, especially with, you know, all of the sort of swagger and aura they had yesterday versus TSM. Now, today's a completely different story. I think that Team Liquid Citadel are obviously on another level compared to a org like TSM at the current moment in this scene. But, you know, we're going to be in for a treat regardless if we know anything out of Yeah We Lost. And same thing with Liquid Citadel. And I'm sure there's going to be some typing in chat that we can't necessarily see.
And you see the lock-in of Mantis here for Yeah We Lost. That's going to enable some of that poke, that dive, that stuff that's, a little more tricky to handle. And they are going to allow, at least for the moment, the Elsa save coming in, obviously, because they did get rid of that Gambit. We're going to see some more traditional stuff across the board here from these two teams. And if you do, allow that something like Gambit coming through, you usually want to get rid of the Loki, but instead, locking in the Mantis, instead they're just worried more about those crystals, Liquid Citadel.
It's interesting. I mean, obviously, Yeah We Lost showing they love to play that damage boost composition, no matter how you get it. But for Team Liquid Citadel, they want to play around that Elsa again. You know, we've seen how good energy could be on that hero and stuff. And, you know, we've seen also for the same thing with Yeah We Lost is the first time I believe Jitward in a while is going to be able to play the Daredevil as well, maybe. So they have options. Yeah. They're getting one-sided matchups. That is a very interesting one.
Yeah, again, Burning T'Challa off the rip here. They are going to save that Ultron. We've seen Liquid Citadel run that comp better than any team so far. They've had it tested at one point by SSG in a mirror matchup and forced the team to swap. So again, we'll see what they elect to run. They have some options here, but I'll tell you one thing that's for certain. Energy will absolutely be on that Elsa.
Well, there it is. Respect towards Paulie on the cap as well to get rid of the ban, or to get rid of Paulie's cap specifically. And then for the side of Yeah We Lost, you know what? They also can't play the Doctor Strange because Liquid Citadel want to make sure they don't have Kendrick onto that Doctor Strange, who has been playing so aggressive and a very strong Doctor Strange so far throughout, which has kind of been sort of under talked about for sure, Shib. Like I know you can mention how good these Doctor Strange plays have been, but I feel like they've been super vital too. Like in the last series, we saw big Doctor Strange plays, but I think none other than, when we saw Swamp Gaming and Day switching over it too. Like a lot of these duelist players can play a very high level Doctor Strange like Kendrick can.
Yeah, and I think you're just enabled when you have that invis. That team up allows you to keep people close. I think if you can pull heroes at any given moment, it makes Strange more valuable, because Strange at the top level, and if you just want to play him more properly, essentially plays like a melee hero. You want to be on top of enemies, constantly using your melee between your autos, and just bursting damage whenever you see a window that would net you a KO. And when you have that pullback, it gives you another opportunity to hit with another left melee animation cancel combo, just to keep the damage flowing. So it looks really good, although the 100 shield loss was definitely a hit to Strange across the board. His portal will always be valuable, so he'll always be seen in matches, and teams will have to stay on him after that portal comes through. As we start up here, our first map of the Dom. Yeah, we lost. Liquid Citadel.
All right, Shib starting it out. We get to see Spark Chief on his Hulk yet again. All these players talking about how, or at least a lot of the fans, also noticing that Hulk plays have been the #1 feature of this Ignite series, but it's going to be very hyper fast. And, oh my goodness, Cooper's already gone.
Yeah, there's that snowball I was talking about. Walk forward. The whole team jumps on the backline. Goodbye to 1. Jitward going to fall here from Speedery, though, to try to even the numbers just a little bit. It's going to be a 5v5. They're stalling point for the moment. And we're seeing a lot more teams leave that central location open before breaking it, where at least in last Ignite, it was just broken the moment the fight started. Spark Chief going to fall there from Zaytex. Zaytex going to be on that Mantis, was locked in early on, is going to also fall, but this time from Nero. Back and forth we go across the board. Polly is able to find one on a Xantho after Mask takes out Speedery. And again, we're back and forth.
Yeah, using the shield to stay alive. Nice job to get the iframes, but shortly after this will go down. Unfortunately, Mask's ult was not enough. In the meantime, Energy is able to do whatever he wants, and a little bit of laggage there. But at the moment, Jitward probably turned around looking for his team in the previous fight. I feel like, for me, Shib, that seemed to be the reason they lost was, without that Doctor Strange aggression, Kendrick forced to anchor towards the point whenever cart cooldowns were down. He didn't have any help on the follow-up. That resulted in Jitward going down early.
We just saw a lot of solid micro play there. Yeah, maybe we didn't see as much team coordination and stuff, but everyone was playing their own game, and everyone was finding value back and forth. They saw a pick come through. They didn't elect to drop back as a unit. Instead, they said, hey, you know what, we can still clutch this, and they did just that. As we see now, Liquid Citadel 22% in climbing. Kendrick walking forward here on the Magneto. Alt advantage going to be slightly in favor of Liquid Citadel, as Energy has that Glartrox available, and we have seen what Glartrox can do even on the last map. But Energy goes down before he can even press the Q button. Mask, with a huge pick there, is now taking priority on point.
Yeah, great work from that to get the cross-map shot, and immediate dives onto Cooper, like you said, with the Mantis. But, Cart goes down in the middle of it, Shiv. That's brutal.
Yeah, that was really good focus, and Cooper just with a huge freeze, followed up by an Ultron, Rage of Ultron to keep him healthy. This could be huge here. Bang! It is going to find Cooper, and the point, though, is still being held by Liquid Citadel at this moment, 54% now, as someone is still stalling, and that someone is Polly on the Van Pool with ult available.
Wait, Santo, did he just lag out? Oh, no. Wait, that could be game turning. Energy gets Nova Palm by Jitward. In the meanwhile, at least he can make it equal if you can find these KOs. But it's as you mentioned, Paulie stalled at that point for an incredibly long time. Portal is also here from Speedery. They did not get the Doctor Strange ban. As we talk about the individual ban system that we have, because Doctor Strange is banned for, yeah, we lost, but not Liquid Citadel, so they're still touching.
And we can see now the Glartrox available. Energy being a little more patient with it, and that kind of has been over these series, waiting for a perfect moment. Polly able to find Mask, and this is just textbook retake. Unfortunate situation there for Yeah We Lost, who are unable to regain right now. Alt advantage still going to be up for Liquid Citadel. Energy going to be in a position where off-map is available for Glartrox if they were to push up, but they might be waiting for a portal. Oh, wait, it's like I lied. They do not have portal, like you'd mentioned, so they can take it on the space if they so desire, electing not to, and staying drop back as a unit.
Yeah, I mean, this is potentially fight winning right now for Liquid Citadel. I mean, overtime ticks down. We're going next map already. Spark Chief committed the ultimate at the very end, at least for Yeah We Lost. But yeah, that's brutal. Probably the reason we didn't see a pause, by the way, too, was more than likely it was just a temporary DC, which is unfortunate after playing online. Hashtag get these guys at Team House. Hashtag pick them up somebody. But regardless, you got to keep playing, right? It's unfortunate. You have to go next map. And at least you got ultimates out of Spark Chief and Paulie. So maybe with their advantage, they can go aggressive yet again, Shib, because we've seen them do it before. But I like how you pointed it out, too, like the Doctor Strange one-sided matchup. That is the most glaring in this sort of specific ban system that we have. It's the most obvious point to what can happen if you go for that one-sided Doctor Strange portal and in the ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, Portal just has so much value, like we had touched on, but, it's great in Dom for retake, for those early Portal plays off the back of a Strat ult to buy you more time. And, I mean, we saw multiple times there where Pauly was holding point and then Speedery was able to teleport in. We saw that at least one time in this specific map, but that was huge for them. It gave them the chance to turn that 56% into a 99%, and that's everything in Dom. So great stall, great utilization of Portal there. Yeah, we lost will not have that option, and Kendrick's been great on that hero too. So just another shining bright little token there to be able to ban out Strange as we see Card try to initiate fast. Speedery got to turn backward, put Drone on the back line and keep the pressure on, but does get hit by that Feast.
Ooh, yeah, pulled in. Antied, energy comes back to peel off Jitward, who's got that boost, but no KO just yet. Jackpot maybe on the backside. Comes through Jitward looking for back line. Everybody's trying to peel him off, though, with this Wolf ultimate, so point still, or Fox ultimate rather, as Zatex also popping another ultimate to keep up this aggression for Yeah We Lost.
A lot of pressure out now. Pauly going to launch all towards the back line. Try to stall a little bit. Has a ton of HP right now. Still able to find Xantho.
Jesus.
Is getting pressured, but not even looking right there onto the venom of Card. Didn't even need to worry about it. Instead, just trying to hold on so the team can get here. But I don't think that will be the case. The Meteor M is committed right there, too. Does find one. What a throw there by Kendrick. Pauly finds Mask, though. And the point still has yet to be taken. Pauly doing a great job at owning this point over these last two maps.
Yeah, he really has, but the point still kind of being controlled by Yeah We Lost until Spark Chief comes back. So they're switching their HP out almost like they're playing in the same computer ship. That was literally some of the best duo tank play and Vanguard play.
Yeah, that was dirty. I mean, that was insane stall. Insane stall there. Still gets a pick through the chaos, avoids, some ultimates being committed, finds another pick, goes back to point, and by that time, the team is back. This is just some really clean play by Liquid Citadel.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll see if they can keep it up, obviously. A little bit of a pause going on in the in-game client. We're going to bring, I believe, Gask back in with a Shib too. So, I mean, overall, that was, like you said, just perfect rotations out of Spark Chief, switching out with Pauly when he's low. And I guess maybe that's what you do when the likes of Pauly is so free compared to other of these like really good Deadpool players that we've seen. I feel like we've seen maybe not as much value found, right? Like out of these van pools like Pauly was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you right now. I mean, that was a great testament. I mean, we also saw Pauly on map one, like we had talked about, just consistently on point and just peppering the backline at all times. And the comms have to be focused and maybe try to drop Pauly first, but it's difficult into a van pool that has a lot of solution, has multiple escape tools, 3 escape tools with 2 dashes on sword, does have the double jump, has a shield on range form, and then at any point when ult is available, can get an additional overhealth whenever he so desires. So there's a ton of tools there. So it's a very difficult decision. Do you focus that van pool and try to burn them to get the point control, or do you dive the backline, which they have been doing, but it just hasn't been working?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said already about the two teams. Liquid Citadel looking pretty strong, though. It has to be said. I think that getting to see Nero and White Fox is a lot of fun. I love to see anyone who's going to be playing White Fox at the moment, because I really do think that she is defining what a strategist can do and almost redefining that role as well, with the some ways that people are playing her at the moment. Dog, do you think that, yeah, we lost have a chance to get back into this one at the moment, or do you think they were just a little bit outmatched in that ban phase?
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, they've had their moments. Realistically, maybe they're in this potential deficit because of what happened with Xantho. Like, who knows how that fight goes? Maybe same thing with this one, right? Like, because we're in a pause, who knows if they're having some issues with that? Potentially, maybe we have to hit up No Binds to try to get into his little space station or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like for Yeah We Lost, they do have a good shot, and they love obviously playing this triple composition with the Strat pool alongside the Mantis. But this kind of goes to what Shib said, and it's kind of a little apparent right now what happens when you put somebody on the van pool that can take advantage of not only that HP pool that he has, but his damage output as well.
HP pool. Yeah, that's the next one. It comes after Van pool, and then we get Duelist pool, and then HP pool. Shib, it's 1-0 at the moment, and obviously we know that, yeah, we lost do have the potential to get back into this, but with a pause happening, there is always the question of who it benefits more. Do you think that this kills the momentum of Team Liquid, or do you think that, yeah, we lost, now they get that chance to just have a little bit of respite and reassess how they're going to approach this one?
Yeah, I'm not sure the root cause of what's going on with the pause, obviously, but I will say I think Yeah We Lost needs this moment. I think they need to just try to figure things out. Right now, they're struggling with target priority. They're finding some success onto the back line. It's not even necessarily that they're getting picks, but they're driving them back. But Pauly is uncontested almost at all times. He was not even turning around to Cart, whose Venom was just pummeling him. He did not even mind. He was still getting picks looking forward, and then spun around, used cooldowns, was able to stall point, come back after they put 3 on point to retake. Guys playing lights out right now. They've got to find a way to stop that.
And Dog, I mean, I'm going to talk very far in advance now. Actually, I might not need to, because I think the game might be back underway shortly. It looks like the pause is almost undone, so I'm not going to say that question. Otherwise, it might have put us in a situation where I would have been questioning you things. Let's jump back into the game, guys. Enjoy this one. Take it away.
As we see Cooper, Speedery, Nero able to find 3. Spark Chief again onto Xantho, and Liquid Citadel are doing a great job of maintaining this presence on point after that pause.
Absolutely. I mean, like, this goes back to with the power of Ultron alongside the Luna Snow, right? Like, it just feels like that back line. You saw Jitward just kind of trying to get a KO and just couldn't. It kind of goes back down to what you're talking about. And, you know, they've really done a good job so far around playing around this Ultron, the Luna. I mean, this has got to be one of the most, like, the scariest things you can play against right now in North America, the Cooper, Nero, and Speedery back line. But we'll see what happens in the upcoming fight. Yeah, we lost need to find a KO here early, you know, drone overhealth used by the right clicks, but it's such a low cooldown, and that's kind of why Adam Warlock maybe is not as good as the Ultron.
Yeah, a good answer to some of this snowball dive stuff is going to be that triple backline that can output, you know, reverse damage, and that's exactly what they're running. Spark Chief able to find Xantho here. Card on the high side, trying to apply some pressure. Not able to do too much for the dance floor. Landing on the backline now, is looking for something. There's commitment from Mask here. He's going to be on that strap pool at this moment. Does have some experience available. Jitward looking for a pick, is able to find Speedery. And again, onto Cooper. Energy, though, finds Mask, and Pauly finds Cart. Jitward onto Nero for a third, though, but still 82% and climbing is Liquid Citadel.
I mean, every time we're at, like, the end of these fights, and it's like you mentioned, Pauly, Spark Chief still alive, getting the KOs. I'm surprised, by the way, they got traded on the inside, too. I don't know who it was. I think it was it Kendrick who went down? Like, Kendrick, or not Kendrick. It was, it might have been Xantho or Cart or something. Like, they had somebody back there regardless, and they traded one of the Liquid Citadel strategists. We're going, it's already next map. Holy crap, they've done it. Liquid Citadel 2-0. Yeah, we lost.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you try to find an answer, like we're saying, to some of this dive, more aggressive stuff, and I do think that Ultron comp and having Fox are great solutions to that comp, and I think it was just shown right there. Yes, they may have gone down a few times, but then you look back on point, and like you're saying, the Vanguards just are immune. They have full HP, and they're pummeling your back line throughout that whole trade. Next thing you know, you lose the point.
Oh, like, I feel like if we're not even, like, getting a KO with damage boosts, like you have the one with the strap pool with the Mantis and stuff, and they're still struggling. I mean, my goodness, like, they're trading so well. The Van pool, like you mentioned, doing work. Spark Chief as well, coming through with only 1 KO on his part. He's been living throughout these fights. And this would feel like really tough to deal with as a duelist player, dude. Like, because you dive in, you're like, damn, they don't get KO'd, they don't die. Like, this is brutal.
And they're taking half my HP out throughout the mix there. I know Gaskin is we're going to be, we'll pull you in after this short break. But folks, stay with us as this was a bit of a sweep here, but we'll see if We Lost can bounce back right after this.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저리로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock in. Oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason, and appreciate your patience while these players are just getting ready in the lobby for their second map. At the moment, we've got Team Liquid Citadel against Yeah We Lost, and Team Liquid are 1-0 up against Yeah We Lost. The real question is, can Yeah We Lost come back into it, or will we see Team Liquid Citadel continue to be unbeaten and not even dropping a map? Dogman, initial thoughts? Do you think that Team Liquid Citadel are going to do the 100% here?
I mean, I think really I just got to be impressed with the Vanguard play. You know, usually that's more of like a Shib's forte than mine, but like they played it really well. I mean, like obviously you can play well in Vanguard if you have a really good strat line. But yeah, huge plays done throughout of Team Liquid Citadel, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 2-0 sweep. But yeah, we lost. Are taking us to Shin Shibuya, which is, I imagine, a favorite map of theirs, considering they love to run the divey stuff.
Yeah, Shib, you were talking about diving on Burning T'Challa. Is it even more increased here on Shin Shibuya? We've obviously seen teams trying to hold the height as long as possible when defending. Do you think Yeah We Lost have a chance?
Yeah, there's definitely a ton of dive potential here, but I also think it lends itself to have some unique strategy because it's just such an open square on point one. Point one has had so many different takes that I'm not even sure what the best avenue is yet. A lot of teams try to drop back and defend in that arcade, but then we saw in the past Cart go in there on Hulk and just sweep everyone, right? So they have solutions to different defenses. I'm just not sure, what bodes itself to be the better strategy on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of, do you see mirrors happening, or are TLC just going to stick to their guns? Yeah, We Lost going to change anything up? I mean, we can only find out the answer once we actually get into the game. I think I'm just very impressed with how Team Liquid Citadel have been throughout this preseason. Very structured. They know what they want to do. They know how they want to approach the games. Of course, we spoke to the coach of Team Liquid Citadel as well, and how they go about bans against teams in targeting, or whether they just want to do more generic bans as well. And I do think that they've really found that perfect rhythm at the moment, from getting into picks and bans into game and then just playing something that is comfortable for them. Well, it looks like they are ready and the map is loading in, so that means picks and bans are going to be happening very shortly. So Dogman, Shib, take us away. TLC versus YWL.
All right, my friend, and here we go again. I got to say, and you say the same, Liquid Citadel have not missed a beat there. Yeah, We Lost definitely struggled. They're finding a ton of eliminations, but it just doesn't matter when the point's not in your favor. It's all about maintaining presence on Dom, but it's a different story here, so maybe things shake up as we see the double gambit removal.
Yeah, double gambit removal, and I do kind of like that that Gas brought up their coaches and like going through the ban phase and stuff too, because that kind of goes back to what he was saying, what Gator was said in the interview the other day, was that legit their other coach on the squad is taking more of a role in that ban phase. Because it's interesting, when he joined FlyQuest, it was when he came over from the game that shall not be named, and came over immediately said that I'm not doing the ban phase because I don't really know the meta. I'm just taking more care of like the players personally. But now he's more involved, so that's very interesting. I think how that dynamic shifted. Obviously, he's a very smart guy, and as are Liquid Citadel, so they immediately go for that ban, the protect again on the Elsa after going through the ban phase with the Gambit. And Shib, this kind of goes back to what you said with Gambits being removed, then letting the Elsa, right? This is kind of an interesting sort of difference of opinion so far, where we immediately get that Mantis protect off the rip for Yeah We Lost, whereas both Gambit and Elsa, who are seen as two top tier heroes this patch, are removed on Citadel side.
Yeah, and I like the ban there of the Van Pool. I think we just saw infinite value from that. So that's a good idea there. Obviously, they want to try to get energy back on the Elsa there, because he's just dominant on the hero. He's up at the top of the conversation for the very best. And we see the save there of the Ultron. And the thing that kind of surprises me, and I don't think it's necessarily a ban target, but that Ultron does a great job in countering what Yeah We Lost wants to do. So I think that it's always going to be a solution for them. I'm curious if a ban would do them favors.
Well, see, this is the interesting thing. They're going for like the counter Pauli's hero pool strategy, and for Citadel, other teams were like going for the counter Jitward strategy, and Citadel just like ignored that. Liquid Citadel are like, okay, whatever, give Jitward Daredevil, who gives a crap, right? And it's been working so far, right? Like, it's very unique because they're going after Pauli's hero pool, kind of like what we saw out of other teams. Doctor Strange ban again against Yeah We Lost, and that might be, in my opinion, the linchpin to the potential faltering of Yeah We Lost, is that I just love this team a lot more when they have Kendrick on Doctor Strange and not on Magneto, just because it feels like the Magneto's a bit more of a rock ship. As a Vanguard player yourself, why is that? Why is, like, when I was talking to Wab and stuff, he's saying, like, Doctor Strange has played more like a dive character this patch, but Magneto feels like he's just like a sunken rock, just kind of anchoring everything down. Why is that messed up the pace of Yeah We Lost?
Yeah, I mean, Magneto in general just has a defensive playstyle, and Strange with the new jump buff that he received, the momentum buff, allows him to play so aggro, and you can use that ultimate instead of always being focused on countering, which you do a lot with Magneto. You're trying to answer some sort of ultimate, you're trying to stop a strat. With Strange, you can just ult whenever you see a window because it can be massive. It affects everyone around you. You can make huge team plays, and Magneto, it's always just an answer, or typically is just an answer, so it makes you play a little bit more defensively, and I know Yeah We Lost as a whole, yeah, they're reactive, and Yeah We Lost doesn't like to be reactive. They want to be forcing the teams to react to them.
Yeah, excellent point. That's very interesting. You know, we'll see if this sort of is the reason why Yeah We Lost will lose today. Maybe for Liquid Citadel's side, the fact that they've had so much respect towards Paulie is what we've seen in MEA, but it also puts Paulie back onto the Magneto. Interesting enough, Shib. So have they finally found the solution to Liquid Citadel, or are they just going to have to deal with Speedery back on the Ultron and this backline triple comp that seems impossible to KO?
See you in a moment. Let the games begin, folks. I like the attack strategy from Yeah We Lost here, breaking down that wall and playing on the left side. We saw a lot of this in Ignite Stage 1, opening things up. You don't ever want to get caught in the choke, which you see a ton in Ladder. That will shake away completely at this level of play, and they'll always try to sweep and find a different avenue, because just so you put you in a horrible position, just constantly fighting in that choke. Jitward tries to make a play in the backline, forces out Bubble there. Paulie holding the height is also going to be on that Magneto now and finds Cart in the backline, looking for a two-piece. His energy takes out Zatex, and that's a good start here for Team Liquid Citadel. Yeah We Lost us have ult available here, though, for Mast. Likely going to hold on until the team regroups.
Yeah, I mean, Xantho goes down late. I mean, they got a tick at the very least, but I think this comes down to the first fight being lost. We're building up towards that ultimate, the Hulk getting a little countered, but the Doctor Strange ban, again, coming into effect because, you know, Shibuya, you usually see teams on Shin Shibuya attack go for that portal flank behind play, so you lose your setup play that you've been doing every scrim, basically, just because of that ban phase.
Yeah, there's so many. I love the Strange ban. Honestly, I think we talked about liking it a lot towards the end of last Ignite, and, you know, maybe not as meta, or, you know, just wasn't as consistent in terms of the ban. I think this is really, really smart from them, as we see now. Out goes that commitment of the ban hammer. Cooper able to find Jitward, Card, able to find Energy. And that's the trade back. Energy almost had ult there, too, which is a tough look. But Speedery's going to start up here with the Rage of Ultron. Cooper going to clean up Zatex. And that's going to put them back up in numbers and find Zatex, which is a huge pick. Very close there to the Soul Resurgence.
Yeah, this is really a game of excellent strat play now. I mean, we move immediately from the last map where I think Paulie was going off. And now on this map, it just feels like anytime there's downtime, you see a pick off from somebody on the backline, whether it be Nero or Cooper. We're committing the Hulk ultimate, though, from Yeah We Lost side, so they don't want to give up just yet as Paulie secures the objective. Oh my god, they take someone about to die.
There's that Meteor M we're talking about defensively. Not sure exactly what the goal of the counter was. Doesn't seem to work, though. His Energy's able to find Cart right there. Out goes the Glartrox. That does not land, but tries to pull and does around the Cart onto Zatex. Huge play. Does not get the pick there, though, but a good idea. Chasing that to the off angles. Kendrick now falls. Paulie able to take out Xanthro with that counter as Nero also finds Jitward, and everyone goes down here for Yeah We Lost.
I don't know how you beat this team at this point, Shib. Like, I don't want to, you know, give them too much gas or anything, but, like, they are unKO'able. If you're against the backline this, like, that's as strong as this and is coordinated, what do they do here, right? They need to get off some good ultimates, but it looks like the bunker play on the inside angle where they disengage Cart has been brutal. The change up is to put Cart onto Venom and put Jitward back onto the Spider-Man, but, I mean, Paulie's still done whatever he wants. Look at him. He's all the way on the other side of the map.
Jeez, cleaning house, too. Almost finds 3 there. Speedery try to clean that up. Jitward trying to make a play on Speedery here, but Speedery with some good movement. Going to drop back towards the dance floor to stay healthy, and I'm with you, buddy. I mean, looking at this team right now, they're running a very similar comp. Yeah, we lost trying to do the same concept that Liquid Citadel just shut down last map. You can't rinse and repeat something if it ain't working, right? The definition of insanity is repeating the same thing and expecting a different result, but tell you right now, Liquid Citadel is really strong against this dive, and this goes to show you there is a solution to this meta.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, usually other teams would play like the Wolverine and stuff. In this case, they don't have to. These Ultron comps bunkers so well, you know, with around the Elsa, it looks like so far. So Energy just able to take care of this Hulk every single time, or Venom. And again, Jitward goes down early. Paulie comes back with another KO. That's 2 down, and Invisult's just too late.
A lot of commitment. Yeah, that Invisult is just a little bit too late. 10 seconds here. Gonna be no portal play, folks. Remember, not on the table at all. Zatex switching over to Iron Man at that moment too. Not sure what the idea is there, but the laser is out. Tries to run away in that moment, is going to fall to Energy from downtown. Overtime still ticking down. One on Cart for the moment, and it is Cart, what do you know, but falls to Cooper, and an absolutely flawless defense there from Liquid Citadel.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I can't even speak because of just, it was just clean bunkering on the inside angle. And this is what we talk about when other teams are lacking, or at least the strength of when we saw like other squads play well, when 100 Thieves were playing well, when other teams were winning. It's because they're bunkering on the inside somewhere around a health pack usually, and Shin Shibuya, another map where you could do that. And they even put their Ultron in there, and it seems like they don't go down, they don't die. Even with all the damage boost, if you play it perfectly, especially around Nero and the White Fox, which you guys talked about a potential ban of the White Fox that could come out, I wouldn't be against it because, I mean, Nero comes back with that TP, can save anybody that's 1 HP, gets healed up, throws a shield around them, and it just feels like, yeah, we lost, have no counter to it. Like, it doesn't matter how much damage they do because inevitably they're going to lose a Vanguard. Look at that stat line just across the board. Beautiful plays. Energy the only one to go down. I mean, I don't think there's an argument against Liquid Citadel's backline right now. This is the best backline in North America.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Right now, I mean, it's proven. They haven't lost a single map going against the best other team, I would argue, or, you know, in the conversation for the best other team in this side of B, right? In the B side. 'Cause I think A side has a ton of competition as well, and we'll see what that shakes out like as we move forward. Again, both these teams are progressing. It's all about seeding here. The idea was to see how we lost performed into a team like Liquid Citadel, and I'll tell you what, Liquid Citadel are looking like they're really not struggling too much here.
Yeah, we'll see how they do. If they change things up, we lost going for a bit of a gimmick play, Shiv. They're doing the Zaza. Zatek's going to be over to the Black Widow, and they're going to give the Mantis damage boost to try to find one-shots on defense of all things.
Yeah, I think that's to maybe counter the Ultron, if not just to be a little funny and cheeky. I'm not really sure what the goal is, but we'll see if it works out. First Widow play. Oh, is able to find Energy. I love it. I love to see it. I'm sure the Widowmains are stoked, all four of them, as Cooper also falls here too. Zatex showing up right now on the Widow, trying to get on the map here as the best Widow stats.
Get another one. Get another one. Oh my goodness, he's close to. Dude, this is gonna be like that one highlight reel you'll see in like a CS match where they'll be like, whoa, they're about to pop off, crazy highlight, and it's just like 30 seconds. This could be only the Zatex 2 shots. That's it's gonna be hilarious later on. Maybe he keeps going. Wait, they got Energy. Called it too soon, Chip. They're winning.
Smart Chief able to find Zatex, and there's that pick on the Widow. Will not be obviously rezzed in that moment. Smart Chief taking the zone right back, pressing in. Seems like the teams are having a little bit of fun with it. Smart Chief going to drop back, try to get this health pack. Does just that good movement. Speedery in danger with a ton of the front line, but drops right back to the back line off map, or not even needing to, is Mask, who falls to Spark Chief.
Yeah, this is pretty much over. I mean, beautiful shots at his Zatex, guys. Somebody make the highlight reel after this game of just him hitting that kill or KO. Gets kicked away, saves his stats and a KO. Huge job by Zatex and a loss. You know, that's like Chris Paul cuts the lead down by 40. And rest in peace, my sons. But Liquid Citadel get it done, Shib. They win 2-0 over we lost. I think, in hindsight, very, I guess, expected result.
Yeah, I think that was just a mental break at that point. I don't think, we lost. Believe they had that, and so they were just changing things up for fun. But that is, if a team can do that to you at this level of play, that just shows that maybe this team is at another level than everyone else. I'm looking forward to seeing what they stack up to and everybody else on the A side bracket coming up here as we move forward over these next couple weeks.
Wow, I mean, now everyone in rank's going to be playing Black Widow. That's what I've established from that one, and I'm a little bit concerned, but Zatex certainly put on a little bit of a show for us as they were, of course, taking a bow, exiting that matchup. I think we knew it was a foregone conclusion by that point. Team Liquid Citadel just look too good. They look unbeatable at the moment, so polished, so clean, no one really able to touch them, and they will be marching through to playoffs undefeated. The real question is, when we get to playoffs, can we see teams start to test them a little bit here, Dog? Because at the moment, they just seem to have got by every single question that's been asked of them, whether it's a dive composition, whether they've had to mirror, whether they've had to just try and take things into their own hands. They've always had the answer, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe we could see a turnaround by SSG in the playoffs, and because they look better this week and stuff. But I mean, the only team that really stressed this Team Liquid Citadel squad out was Team Lunex. who have a chance to get eliminated, right? So that's like actually insane that week 1, day 1, that was the toughest match Team Liquid Citadel had, which was losing a single round on Krakoa. So they haven't struggled since then, and yeah, this is what happens after a meta gets established and the top team starts to really put their foot down and really set the meta. This team is really good, and I don't even know if they look way better than they did last week, and I'm scared for the 4 seed coming out of Group A now.
Now, on the other side, Shib, for we lost, they still progress through to playoffs, so they won't be too disheartened. They've certainly learned a lot of lessons coming into MRI. How are you feeling about them moving forward? Do you think that there's a little bit more to offer from them? Have they learned enough lessons that they're going to be able to improve from what they've had so far in the early stages of group stages here?
Yeah, I think they're a solid team. I mean, they just absolutely smoke and dominate some teams, which is super important, but I think they have been downloaded, at least by Liquid Citadel. I think they need to go back, do their homework, and try to find a way around this comp that they're really solid at. They run this Ultron super well. Speedery didn't go down a single time there on the Ultron in that map, and maybe didn't get a ton of KOs, but that's not really the point. The point is to protect that backline from some of this dive that's there, and absolutely did that. A lot of the backline only goes down one time, right? The next is Energy with 3, and he was just playing hyper aggro, just getting as many picks as possible. So they have the solution comp to this team. I want to see what else We Lost can cook to try to push forward against a team of this caliber.
Dog, do you think there's a case of, We Lost played the wrong teams to begin with? Like, is there a world where, had they played Team Liquid in day 1 of this tournament, then this might have been a different result? Because they seem to catch teams off guard at the start of things, but now people have kind of learned how they played, or am I reading too much into it?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that Team Liquid Citadel, I could see them, week 1, day 1, or 2, definitely being caught off guard. I think you're 100% on the mark there. But it's a matter of now it might be too late, right? It's like you've let this main character just keep getting stronger and stronger. It's like the final boss was like showed up at the beginning. It's the classic thing, the main character's like, I'll get you at the end, and then obviously the boss gets dominated by the main character because he's so OP at that point. So it's very much so in that regard. And also the meta is disgusting for them, and especially they keep playing it this way because all they're doing is playing, like Shib said, around the Ultron, not dying. And what they do is they have Cooper in the backline doing damage down range, kind of playing that sort of main strategist, and then obviously same thing sort of where speed. But then you have Nero, who is kind of doing whatever he wants, but rubber banding, where he's like on an off angle, doing crazy things on White Fox with the diver, like Spark Chief or whatever. And the moment he sees Cooper or his Ultron get low, he's just TPing back and just playing with them, and then they KO the tank. So it's just such smart play, and this is a really good meta for this squad.
I'm sure that now teams will be studying Team Liquid Citadel, as they will be Swamp Gaming as well, and trying to find where their strengths and weaknesses are. But Shib, you were saying they've figured it out, they've stopped dive. What do you bring that down to? Is it White Fox? Is it as simple as that, or is it something a little bit deeper?
Well, I think looking at the stats is a great way to show this. So I want to draw attention. Speedery has the most healing on the team with 8K. Obviously, look at Mask and Xantho. They're at 11 and 13. So healing is not even what I'm trying to reference here. Then you look at the damage numbers. Cooper and Nero both at 8, 7, and then Speedery at 9. And I'm talking the same damage as Energy at 9. They are just focused on dealing damage and healing only when they need to. They are just bursting everyone down that aggresses them in the back line. They're allowing Fox to do some crazy stuff while Ultron just protects them and heals them and gets the most healing numbers in the game.
Well, maybe we can find out a little bit more from the horse's mouth, because we have an interview now. We've got Speedery, who is going to be joining us here after a very impressive group stage, to say the least. Speed, I mean, that is a 5-0, unbeaten on every single map. I'm sure that you guys are feeling pretty good right now. I just want to ask you in general, you seem to have figured out this meta. What do you bring that down to? Is it just studying other teams, or have you just been focusing on your strengths as a squad?
Well, I think we've got the meta figured out pretty well. I think it mainly boils down to knowing which characters are the strongest. And for this patch, I would say it's mainly Vanguard, Deadpool, Elsa, and Gambit. So I think we mainly center our bans around those, and also our saves. So that's what we've been doing.
I mean, you guys have looked untouchable thus far. How far can it go, though? Your sights must be set on winning preseason now to just try and assert some dominance. Do you have a particular team you think is going to be your biggest challenge? I mean, Swamp Gaming obviously comes to mind.
Yeah, I think we can't really be too excited about this current group stage because I think our group is easier than the other one. But yeah, I'd say Swamp is probably our team to beat. They're the hardest team in the other bracket for sure.
Well, on that note, obviously, since the number one seed is steadily in your hands at this point, right? Like, out of all of the teams that could be that 4 seed in the other group, who would be kind of the most interesting matchup for you? And also, like, because if you could eliminate out of the tournament early on, like, who would you feel between Sentinels, NRG, Cafe Rose, or 100 Thieves? Is there any specific team that you're surprised, first of all, that will be a 4 seed? Because you said it's the harder group, but, who do you kind of want to play against in maybe the hardest matchup for you?
I feel like they're all pretty similar in strength, but maybe NRG is probably the hardest team to be in the 4th seed if we were to play them.
Is that like a stylistic thing? Is like a matchup thing specifically, or it's just they look like the strongest in practice, and it's not like they're doing necessarily well against you guys or something?
I would say, yeah, they just look the best in practice. I think they have like a better grasp on the meta, and they have pretty strong players.
Perfect. Shaking up the questions a little bit, but you guys are banning out Strange. Is that more targeted to Kendrick? I've always said I think the Strange ban is awesome because it gets rid of the retake potential, and that completely removes it from the idea of what you have to worry about. Can you walk me through the thought process there?
Yeah, it was pretty targeted towards Kendrick. It's we've watched back their matches, and that dude just flies in with 100 charge and maybe one-shot someone. And you're also thinking that since I'm on Ultron, if he can like fly at me or something, that'll be really annoying. And also, they're a team that really likes to do like the TP, like kidnapping play on a lot of maps. So we figured, yeah, we should probably take that away from them.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm loving the change in ban from you guys this season for sure. Well done.
It does seem like you guys have everything figured out at the moment. Speed, this is a chance where I'll give you an opportunity to maybe shout out any fans, any friends, or your teammates. What have you got to say to the world that's watching possibly the best team in the region right now?
Well, I give a shout out to my team and my coaching staff, especially Gator and Legit. They've done a really, really good job at helping us understand what's good and what's bad on the current patch, and this team is just awesome to be around. So yeah, shout out to them.
They are definitely awesome to watch as well. Congratulations, my friend. Enjoy your winning moments, and we look forward to seeing you in playoffs.
Thank you.
Congrats, buddy.
Well, there we have it. The unbeaten, untouchable, undefeatable Team Liquid Citadel. Can anyone reach them when we get to playoffs, guys? Because that's going to be the question that's going to be burning on the tip of our tongues, I'm sure. But now we get to shift our direction in conversation from an unbeaten team to 2 teams who still have it all to play for as we go into our next matchup. And I don't want to give away too much, but of course, Cafe Rose are very much riding on this one, as are 100 Thieves. And after the break, of course, we will figure out just what we need in both of these matchups. Quick prediction from you, Dogman. If you had to give me right now, NRG versus Sen, one word, who's winning?
N is in the team name. That's all I'll say.
Okay, that could be Sen, that could be NRG, I don't know, but one of them has to get a victory, and of course, it could be at the demise of Cafe Rose or 100 Thieves. We'll find out a little bit more after this break.
Fantastic! Ha ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Ladies, gents, and MBs, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's preseason. It is time, though, for the biggest game of the day. NRG Shock versus Sentinels. Now, let me set the stage for you. We have 100 Thieves and Cafe Rose waiting in the wings with bated breath. If NRG win this game, Cafe Rose are out of the tournament. If Sen win this game, 100 Thieves are out of the tournament and will not qualify for playoffs. It is insane what is on the line here, Shib. I mean, we couldn't ask for a better matchup here in preseason.
Just so funny that if Sen can get vengeance right now on 100 Thieves, it's just so classic the way it all works out like this. I mean, you know what? Why not at this point? This is insanity. Everybody's so close that this one matchup can determine the fates of almost every team. It's absolutely obscene, dude.
Absolutely obscene indeed. Let's take a look at our first roster then, because it is a chance to look at this Sentinel squad, who obviously there's been a back and forth between them and 100 Thieves, and now they have the opportunity to put them to the sword. Dog, talk me through this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the new dogs coming in NRG, right? Obviously, our new partner teams, but Sentinels have been around forever. They're storied. So it is funny that the implication does have impact on 100 Thieves, and Team Sentinels is completely different than the old version of Sentinels, right? The one with Nectar on it, which I'm sure they're kind of missing to a degree, just because Yusher, the new guy on the block, has been solid, but based on what we've seen out of Yusher in the other side, it's still been impressive. But the whole squad still obviously has the core back after taking a break, coming back with Korova, Rymazing, and Crimzo. But it's interesting as well to have Mir, who's been that hard flex, comes in sometimes for a Korova and has looked solid in his outings. But regardless, I mean, this team, I don't know if I would say it's the most talented version of Sentinels we've seen thus far, but they're definitely they have the most to prove, I think, out of any Sentinel squad that we've seen in the history of Marvel Rivals Esports.
I think Rymazing tweeted out and said, time to lock in and save Cafe Rose as well. They have the fate of other teams' journey in their own hands. Now, on the other side, we have NRG Shock. Shib, talk to me about NRG Shock, because I've personally really enjoyed what they've had to offer here as well.
Yeah, a new team as a unit, but they're locked in. I mean, Chime, Madara, Renko, Stinkers, Velocity, Window, Chuckles on the bench, but the dude's still discussing. They've got so much talent. It's just a matter of, can they lock in and figure it out, understand the comms, cut through all the noise, and make the plays they intend to make properly. They've showed that they can beat some of the best teams, and they showed that they can lose in situations that they should have won. So this is a team that is make or break, and right now is an absolute make or break moment.
And obviously, as well as other teams being dumped out of the competition, these two teams are trying to get a better seed going through as well. I think with how it works, even if either team were to lose, they go through on tiebreakers, which is why we see Cafe Rose and 100 Thieves under the microscope a little bit of, oh, well, who is going to be eliminated from the competition? But whoever wins this gets a better seed going into playoffs and arguably plays an easier opponent. I say arguably because it seems like every single team that's getting into playoffs right now is absolutely insane. Dog, what's your thoughts on NRG Shock as well? Because I know you know these guys very well.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously they have a lot of guys on the bench too that are sitting around, like you mentioned, like Shib mentioned, and a lot of people have been talking up Chime. So I really like that guy's been playing better recently, and also flexing to a lot of different heroes. I mean, I think it's always impressive. I think Shib and I can attest to, in the past of MRC guys, like some of the players get left behind, but Chime definitely not one of them. The fact that he got picked up for this roster and is performing is awesome to see, as our first map will be Celestial Husk.
Kip, thoughts on Celestial Husk? We've seen a win for it on NRG already this season. Haven't seen Sentinels play on it, but obviously we've had quite a bit of Celestial Husk. This should be an exciting one to open here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this map lends itself to some weird compositions. I think that their one map, the indoors map, I wish I knew it off the top of my head, is a little more tricky to run dive stuff, but outside of that, the other two are very dive focused, and you can really stall for a long time with Venom. There's a lot of central structures to play around. You could see potentially, the comps could be crazy. And I say that because Sentinels has run a lot of weird stuff, so I really don't know what they're going to come out the door with. But that, I think, is the main question. I think Sentinels, they're known for weird stuff, and they found some success, but you can't get away with those unique comps forever into a team that's going to lock in on the meta heavy. So we'll see if NRG does just that. We'll find out in a moment.
We will. It's going to be such a strange scenario for both of these teams. Basically having another squad relying on them to win, praying that they're going to win, praying on the other team's downfall. Well, there's only one way we can find out who's going to be progressing into playoffs. It's Sentinels versus NRG Shock. Guys, take it away.
All right, my friend, this is an intense one for sure. I know there's a lot of eyes on here, whether it's for these two organizations, which absolutely want the better seed, or for the two organizations that are on the line. We're going to see the ban of Gambit off the rip, the removal of Mantis, and the lock-in of Elsa for both.
Yeah, immediately we get to see the Chime versus Usher Elsa mismatch, or match rather, which is going to be a ton of fun. But yeah, just mirroring on both sides. It's kind of what we've seen out of both squads before. And, it kind of goes back to what we heard in the interview with Speed, is that I think this group, and what Gask was also mentioning, this group is definitely really hard. And I think even if a team does go 5th, 6th seed, I think every team in this group has been really good. And Group B, I think it was a little bit more top heavy. So regardless, it's like you mentioned, you want to get that better seed. You want to maybe get that favorable matchup. Do you want to play against Yahweh Lost potentially, which would be insane if you have to play against them. But Captain America, ban, pool ban, this is a very similar ban phase to, I believe we saw out of, actually, Yahweh Lost when they got rid of the Van Pool early on, but it's going to be a domination first as the Ultron is protected.
And some respect there to Crimzo removing that cap. Crimzo, a very strong cap as well. Up there with Pauly in terms of ban focus, gets that banned a lot, but I think Pauly absolutely takes the cake just because we've only seen it one time in like forever. So that's just the case. But you can see Crimzo immediately go into that Venom. So does have some versatility, and Dongmin actually going to be on the group, which is another character that Crimzo runs well. So you can see the change up as Dongmin has been running a lot of that Magneto and been more of a mainstay on point.
Yeah, he's kind of been that anchor a lot of the times for this squad, and in previous Shroud-X rosters, Intergalactic and stuff. So he's definitely that dude that loves to just lock it down for Crimzo to switch to that diving role, which is interesting too, because Crimzo is more of that group player, like you mentioned, for him. And then for Energy Shock's side, they get to play potentially the Doctor Strange stuff with Madara as well, who loves to play a lot more of that character, who's leveled up as well. And then Window has been that ultra flex god. So this is going to be a ton of fun on Celestial Husk. And like you said, what a better way to see potentially what happens to 100 Thieves if Sentinels were to win. And then same thing for Energy Shock and Cafe Rose. So ton of stuff on the line. And, with all the drama, with all the stuff, we still have to go see the games themselves. Can Usher step up, be that guy Sentinels need to fill in the shoes of Nectar? And can NRG Shock and Chime finally cement themselves as some of the best duelists in the game?
We're going to see if this is an aggressive portal. No, it's going to be a setup portal to get on point early. Said Crimzo there on the Venom, getting ready to dive the backline. Usher, obviously, going to be on that Elsa, matched right back by Chime. We're going to see how that works out in a moment. Stinkers on the Ultron. Madara going to be playing I mean, a little front line here. Gotta love to see it, and we'll see who gets the first pick, but priority on point for the moment is NRG.
And it's interesting, too, that Meteor is going to be in the lineup yet again over Kurova, with Flame also being in on that Loki. So they're going to be playing sort of bunkered up together, cohesive as a unit, trying to make plays in the backside, whereas Yusha already taking Window so low. But he comes back, falls back to the heels of the squad, and shit, we might see early strat ults in this upcoming fight unless one of these tier 3 Elsos goes off.
Yeah, you can get a feel right now. The teams are trying to just understand each other. They're playing a little slower. They're not trying to overextend, but Dominant able to find the first one there. Anamato was a good start. Renko in a dangerous spot with a good teleport out, but the point likely will be capped here in a moment by Sentinels. The retake comes through as Chime finds one to try to even the odds just a little bit, and down goes Crimzo. Window stalling point for days, and that's the power of a cap with a drone. Dongmin now very low in HP, but right Amazing got to press the Q button with that Rage of Ultron. Match right back with the dance floor. Portal comes through from Madara, though, to even the numbers once more. But that is going to be an alt charge reduction there for Madara.
Looking towards velocity from the back line, able to take down Madara too. That's a huge pick-off trade yet again. And it's what's more, I mean, you have the Ultron's Rage to sort of stagger it up. Point still not capped. But it's kind of what Speedily brought up earlier in that interview, is that these Doctor Strange at full charge kind of just delete you. And speaking about deletion, rest in peace Chime and Window.
Good shots there by Yusha, walking forward, find a 3 now. Will we see 4 and 5? Looking for 5. Come on now, Yusha sending them right back to the spawn door. 10% on and climbing. Sentinels with heavy ult advantage after that fight too, going exactly the way they wanted.
Yeah, so far, this has been kind of everything Sentinels has wanted. Got ults out, you got Chime's ultimate, the Glartrox removed, and won the fight. You can set up your own here, Shib. For Energy Shock, they need to make sure not too many people get stuck in this ultimate.
You can see Stinkers trying to build. They're just trying to play a way to find a way to get in there and force out something. Crimzo with a nice combo there, waiting that 2 seconds to ensure that all pop at the same time as those tendrils. Window trades it. Chime able to find another now. Numbers up to the side of NRG Shock walking forward. Can they get this point moving? 41 up here for Sentinels to nothing. Out goes that freedom charge. Window just going to send him on a Ryan Mason, who's trying to escape in that moment, able to move like crazy. The movement looks gross as the Fox goes out. But Madara's able to find Ryan Mason in the mix on the Emma. You see more power and more damage coming out here from Window.
Well, Dongmin got 2 at least, but I mean, we'll see. They're probably still going to lose this fight. Sentinels will. I mean, maybe they have a chance here. But losing Dongmin's pretty rough. But I wonder what happened to Yusha's ult. They're actually trying to come back into it, so they do want to stall it out. It's not over just yet. But I'm really wondering what happened to Yusha's ult in the previous fight.
Yeah, that was a huge pick from Dongmin in the mix of that chaos. Finding 2 there really slowed the pace, and 75% now for Sentinels. This is exactly what they're looking for, just stalling for as long as possible. The portal comes out now from Dongmin to ensure it is now a 6v6. Out goes the boundary. Dongmin finds one. Yusha, another onto Window, and that is some more clean play here as Sentinels just keep this going.
All right, I'm convinced we probably can't be giving these trip teams Doctor Strange. I think that so far we've seen it. I mean, he's just able to do whatever he wants, flies in there. We take a look back at the ban phase 2. I mean, they can't really peel him off without the Invisible Woman. So that's sort of impacting things. Sentinels win round number 1 in Celestial Husk due to their overarching, just oppressive aggression, and then also playing back at the point to wait for the squad to regroup.
Yeah, that was decided right there. Sentinels just looked super clean. They played exactly the way they wanted to. We wanted to see if Sentinels would step into their own and look like the team we've known, we've grown to know and love over time. And they've been struggling a little bit on off days, had some shining moments, and then fell back down into the hole a little bit. But right now, I'll tell you what, they are locked in. Flame not going down a single time, too, is always going to help. Those BRBs are ready, likely going to be using that rocket right now instead to just get the, the team some packs. But we'll see if their switch comes through.
Yeah, I think at the moment for Energy Shock, they really have to do a better job at shutting down Dongmin. I mean, you see Madara went to that Emma to at least slow them down, but it seems like even with the damage reduction and stuff, it's not enough to stop Dongmin or even get those KOs because the backline healing is too much. Mir's doing a great job playing that extra, heal support whenever he's going over to the Invisible Woman. He just gets the speed out of spawn. Also, the greens, too. The low-key positioning has been great from Flame. We'll see if it keeps up, though, in this next round. As Energy Shock, again, are going to try to take advantage of Windows Captain America.
Velocity on the Luna now to provide a little more damage. Chime does have that Glartrox available. Yusha are going to be very close to. It's all about who gets the bigger Apex Predator as Ryan Amazing goes down from Chime from downtown. What a shot there to put them up a number. And RG trying to get on the board quickly.
Yeah, that was fast. I mean, Chime, huge play in only tier 1 Elsa, by the way, as well. So Mir goes down again. Oh, no. Before we even use cooldowns, Green's now utilized. But, I mean, we can't even use ults here, surely, because Chime is just farming us.
Yeah, locked in right now. Chime able to find a 3-piece, trying to find 4 here as Madara takes out Dongmin on the front line like he'd called out. Was a necessary focus there, and NRG look angry here. But again, ult advantage for Sentinels, but only for a brief moment. It's all about, can NRG stall this for a little bit to get ults to even out here and try to hold on to this point for as long as possible.
Oh, Madara gonna try to run. I mean, it kind of makes sense they don't want to play that Doctor Strange 2, at least go to the Emma, considering Madara is such a hard target for the side of energy. But regardless, cooldowns used, right? You're making sure Madara at least forces out all these cooldowns, has to back up. Ultimate still available for Sentinels. They want to peel off the Venom. Gartrox?
That is massive. That is so massive by Chime. Right through the chaos, through the Rage of Ultron, able to find Flamme and Yusher there. Well done. And find a third. Chime is stepping up right now and clutching for this team with a penta. Come on now, Chime.
Oh my goodness. I mean, really, statement game so far out of him. If they can keep it up, they might win this round. I mean, huge Gartrox, obviously, first of all. Yusher's been doing great in the neutral like we saw earlier, but now Chime not only doing good in the neutral, but also connecting with the Glartroxes. Yusher has to be big in this upcoming fight, has to hit a big Glartrox.
And we're going to see what happens now. 4 ults available for either side. It's all about value. The initial start, it's those first ultimates that get value always put the team at a heavy disadvantage. It gets more tricky. Dongmin with a huge pick there on Madara finds one. Velocity going to start the dance floor now. Dongmin holding on to this Q. Could be an insane play. There it is. Onto the whole team as Stinkers goes down. Looking for more here. Amazing. Doing a great job on this Ultron too. Out goes the Fox to stall for even more time. Here comes the portal from Madara to ensure they can stall even farther. And that's the idea of committing those strat ults, portaling in, switching that Strange and staying on the point. Yusher finds one. Crimzo, Dongmin gets one, but still the point ticks to 90 plus as NRG Shock are holding on.
Yeah, both Vanguards just jumping in and out of the portal, getting health, coming back. Inevitably, they're actually going to hit an Ultron ult too in the sky from Rymazing just to make sure that portal is sent back away, but that's 99%. For Energy Shock, at least they get the ultimates out. Regardless, excellent pushes so far to Chime. Now, the problem is, we've just lost Madara again earlier on in that previous fight. Need to make sure he doesn't do that again. Also, not set up Dongmin. Make sure that his cooldowns are used early and doesn't fly in on that Doctor Strange.
Well, there's that Glartrox. Does it land? It seems to maybe pull the front line. Crimzo gets frozen, tries to use Feast, but it gets canceled once more by a tackle there from Madara, who's doing a great job now, once again, peeling after struggling a little bit early on. Yusher finding Velocity, though, trying to make it a 2-piece. The teleport comes through. Yusher now wants to step up here and does find 2, maybe 3. Yes, as the whole team falls. It will go once again in Sentinel's favor, but NRG only need to win 1 additional fight. They need to build ults and commit together.
Yeah, at least you forced out more on the side of Sentinels, right? They missed the Glartrox, I believe. They also used that Venom ult, who did get canceled by Madara. But in the macro terms, in the macro scheme of things, I actually like energy chances moving forward unless Dongmin hits the big Eye of Agamotto.
So here, Amazing at 60% and climbing, holding that space right now. Velocity trying to deal as much damage, does have that dance floor available. Venom lands in, and Chime finds a huge pick early on to Flamme once more. That is pure value there, 66% here for Sentinels. Ults are ready for NRG as Tinker starts up here early on. The Glartrox goes, but the jump was huge there. That was a massive clutch jump. The Feast of the Abyss on the backline doesn't get turned around. The dance floor goes through. The damage boost tries to find something there. Chime not able to make it happen. We see a lot being committed. Another invisible boundary. We see Mirror find one onto Stinkers, and now we see Yusher take out Chime, and this is going back in Sentinel's favor after all of the chaos. Way to stay calm, cool, and collected there by Sentinels, who find another and another pick. Window taking out Mirror is just not enough, and I don't know if they can get here.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful plays out of Dongmin. I mean, like, I feel like Chime was winning in these 1v1s versus Yusher, but Yusher coming back, looking at those main tanks, looking at the main Vanguards of Energy Shock, and they don't have that portal because they used it earlier ship. Over time, ticks down slowly. Sentinels are maybe pushing off Energy Shock. Nice free throw onto Yusher. No one touches, though, on the side of Energy Shock, and it's done. Sentinels have won.
Wow, just really clean movement there. I mean, Dongmin on that Strange, you talked about the value. That was a huge jump on that Glartrox that was clearly intended to burst down the front line quickly. It was just potentially like game winning because from then on, the team kind of panicked, threw out a ton of ultimates. Sentinel slowly turned it around on them, committed a few, played calm, cool, and collected, and come home with a W on domination.
Excellent work out of that squad. And I think that you mentioned, like, Dongman just did not, like, want to lose, man. Like, that guy was going off on Doctor Strange. And I feel like ever since Speedily pointed out that Doctor Strange impact so far, it's been even tenfold, right? Like, the moment that Doctor Strange comes through, do we see do we see the ban on the Doctor Strange come through? Or is NRG maybe not as kind of forth, like, they're not thinking about it as far as the side of Team Liquid Citadel were?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to attribute that to. I mean, I'll tell you what, Sentinels just looked really calm there. I think that was their advantage. They're playing that Venom very well. They're constantly annoying the backline, allowing Dongman to take a ton of free space, and there's really nobody that can stop this ultimate from Dongman, and that's the kind of advantage of not having a mag as the main meta in team play like this. You just get those free ults consistently, and they're constantly converting. Well done there. But we're going to see more of this. Will Sentinels send 100 Thieves out of this tournament early on in the preseason? We'll find out after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Preseason. NRG Shock are on the ropes, and 100 Thieves might be going over the top of them with them as it stands. Sentinels are looking in fine form, and that domination was pretty much domination. I know there was a fantastic effort from NRG Shock. They were able to get up to the 99 there, Dog, but really I thought maybe it was going to go at least to 3 rounds, but Sentinels just seem on top of things here.
Yes, they just seem to be pressing every advantage they have. And there was moments, honestly, where you saw Chime popping off and really doing everything he could, picking off Amazing early and stuff. I don't think we saw a lot of the other Ultrons get picked off like that. But that's just because Chime is winning in that 1v1. But, it doesn't end up mattering if Dongman's just going to put the team on his back, right? Like, at the end of the day, that's what it was. Like, Dongman was dodging everything. He felt like he was in the Matrix, right? Like, there was so many things that Dongman did right. And just, it didn't feel like he lost a step at any moment.
Now, Shib, we were just talking about the importance of Doctor Strange and how you kind of need a Strange, it feels like, with this kind of meta at the moment. Is there a world where we see what we saw in the previous game where Strange ends up getting banned in this pick and ban phase? Or do you think that that's a little bit too far right now?
Yeah, see, I can see it. I think Strange's value right now is the fact that there's no real mag play in this current meta. Not as much, unless you're really trying to mainstay and try to go poke heavy. But a lot of the dive in this meta and triple backline is super vulnerable to the Strange ultimate right now. These eyes are getting so much value, and it clearly worked for them right there. I mean, I do think Mirror playing Invis absolutely enables Dongmin. So we'll see if maybe the Invis ban comes through and that helps change things. But I'm with you. I think it's on the table for sure. But we'll see.
What about for you, Dog? Do you think we need to see some big changes coming here in the pick and ban phase for NRG, or do you think that they could probably duke it out and still be able to find a way?
Yeah, I'd be down for that, like, last second or third or fourth ban to be Doctor Strange. Like, I'm down for that. That's a vibe. But also, on the opposition, like, if I'm Sentinels, maybe I think about protecting it this map, right? Like, just because of what happened, because of what we've seen. Now, I know, like, it's kind of what you mentioned, Gas, too. Like, the Invisible Woman definitely has a part as a reason why maybe it slows down the pace of the Doctor Strange. But that could be something that both teams are probably thinking about moving forward.
Well, Sentinels have a 1-0 lead, and 100 Thieves, I'm sure, are shaking in their boots at the moment because they're one map away from being eliminated from this competition. Let's jump into map 2 then and see if Sentinels can close the deal here. Dog, Shib, take it away.
Well, 100 Thieves might be shaking, but Cafe Rose is pretty amped right now because their chances are a little bit better. But we have seen the reverse sweep before, folks. With me and Dog on the cast, for some reason, it is absolutely on the table. And this is going to be a map selection by NRG Shock. Shin Shibuya Convergence. We will see what they do. Same exact ban phase as before so far.
Yeah. Bands coming through, and it's, as you said, the Mantis and stuff. Probably just going to see the same for Tex over to the Elsa and Mantis on the opposition, unless Energy changes it up. But, man, yeah, Sentinels look good after the last map. I mean, a 2-0 fashion on a domination is a massive win. Definitely not like the 100 Thieves Twitter account said, you know. They're looking like Sen City for real this time, you know. They're on top of the world. Maybe a golden goose right now for the side of Sentinels and picking up Dongmin, right? Like, this guy, ever since joining the roster, I think people maybe questioned how good he was and stuff and how he fit into the roster after their changes in the offseason instead of Techie, for example. But, I mean, he looks really good this week, and a lot of teams definitely are finding their sort of ebb and flow this week, Shib.
Dude, it brings me back to Shroud X. You remember that team? Dongmin was on Shroud X and used to run Strange and hit huge ults, even when Magneto was very, mainstay meta, still finding huge ults. And dude, I remember in the interview, I was like, how do you do it? And he just has this clutch gene on Strange that seems to, consistently exist, even at this stage. And I do think now with less shields in the meta for the current state, it's a little easier to land those ults. And he's looking good doing it, and now has even more tools with Invis on the table. We're going to see what happens here, folks, as we start up the next match. Will Sentinels be able to close this out 2-0, or will NRG bounce back? They absolutely can, and that's the beauty of Ignite right now.
Ooh, yeah, this is a fun one. The main thing I remember out of Dongmin from those days is the giant Mexican flag in the background. Like, I don't know why. Like, it's just he's like got a blank background. He's got his bed in the background, and then he's just got a giant flag of Mexico. And I'm like, okay, fair play. That's sick. That's sick. But you know what? Dongmin is that guy these days. And it's interesting, too, that the guy he replaced in Techie is still rosterless, isn't he? Like, he's still not in Ignite, still has the opportunity to get picked up for a roster. And I know a lot of people, at least after the preseason's done, Shib, are looking at that guy, for example, even though he's still not on the team.
I mean, there's still potential for roster changes as Ignite progresses. And there's so much talent in the game right now. And there's $3 million on the line for Ignite. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. The scene is growing and so hot, man. You know what I mean?
Shib, by the way, yes, you're right, 100%. Sorry, not to ignore what you said, obviously, but I just want to point out that Mir just does this thing that everybody does now, by the way. He's kind of like the original person that does 360s because he's got, like, high sense and he just loves the 360, like, 24/7. It is the most ADHD shenanigans I have ever seen. And he is the reason why all of these kids now in ranked do it. Just want to say it.
It's so funny. It also gets a feel for, like, the exact space you need on your keyboard or your mouse, or I guess your mouse pad, excuse me, where you got to get a feel for the exact
There's no way. These guys can't, like, I tell you, they can't go for a second without doing something. This is the most high APM game ever.
Touche. I do that sometimes when I'm checking out Sense, though, spin to see what I can do in terms of what Sense feels good for me. But Mirror's able to find one off the rip here, and that puts Sentinels up on the defense so far right off the beginning like that on the Fox.
Yeah, what does Cozy say? It's the iPad baby game. This is sometimes it gets like that, and that's why it's such a fun game that we can point it out. The good picks came through early on, like you mentioned. Ultimate's being built now, and this offense needs to kind of set something up. I'm interested to see why they didn't go for the portal play. Maybe got stunned out at the beginning, but they're trying to heavy play around Stinkers, who's now the one playing the Phoenix alongside Chime front to back style.
Yeah, and there's some pressure here. Stinkers keeping that damage out. But Ryan Mazing with a nice shot there onto Window is crucial in that moment as the pressure was looking to go on the side of NRG. Sentinels now back on top in terms of numbers. Window down puts a 5v6 situation. Ult advantage going to be up here for Renko on the side of Shock if they want to play aggro. But everybody going to have Qs in the moment besides Flame, who is at 54%. Very difficult to charge as fast with Luna right now.
Yeah, not running the White Fox, I think, is kind of biting him in the butt until, well, okay, never mind, Crimson goes down. I was going to say the reason why, and Flame goes down on the height, too. It's interesting, because this is not what we saw, like, Team Liquid Citadel do before. They should be playing on, like, the inside angle, but they're just kind of, like, going down when they shouldn't be. Here comes the Glory Truck to the backside angle, but will it find anything here?
Able to find Mirror there in the Fox form. Should be a pick as Chime gets 2 now. Dongman able to find Chime in that Magneto at the moment. Ryan Mason going to commit Rage of Ultron, but at this point, energy up in numbers. Velocity copies up, and we're going to see something on the point as it disappear. There's an invisible boundary now is in play. Sentinels have no answers left. Window goes under for the feast, able to find one. And Flame should fall here, does that. And then right on top in that moment, Dongman falls. Window with a 3-piece now. Everything just kind of falling into place there like dominoes as Chime takes out Crimzo, and that should be point 1 NRG Shock.
Yeah, Window's a bit of a freak with it. Nice plays from him so far. And yeah, difference why that kind of fell apart was, you know, everybody kind of split. Nice shots again from Dongman, who is not letting this team lose right now. Just every single fight, win or loss, he's finding a KO. And for Energy Shock, I mean, they got to feel good about running this front to get back style so far as it's working, right? Finding maybe Ryan Mazing cooldowns down, you know, maybe just going hard aggressive with the Phoenix and the Elsa. And at the moment, Window has been doing everything in terms of separating this backline.
Freeze comes in there onto Window. Huge focus there. And notice nobody waking up the Freeze. Good comms from the backline, but now the pressure's right back. Triple backline going to drop back as a unit. Yusher trying to find a pick as the dance floor gets committed from Flame. Was walking them in. A huge eye opportunity. Once again, it is going to be found. Bang, down comes the end song. Madara is able to find one there. And the second pick from Stinkers onto Crimzo. And that was a huge turnaround there. Well played.
I mean, I like this. They're just kind of walking at him at the current moment. This is something I would have expected out of a team like TSM even, right? Just a hard W key at people with this composition, allow maybe Window to pop off on this flank because there's so much pressure right now on Yusher to take care of Window as he's just been creating so much space. Now we have 3 minutes left to go on this last point. Double Stratus ultimates. They just committed both the Luna and didn't have the White Fox ultimate. So unless there's like a crazy Vanguard ultimate from Dongman or some sustained by Rai, this could be Energy Shock's map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting flashbacks to the 100 Thieves playing here, having a ton of time on, but the hold came through from, you know what I mean? I think it was Cafe Rose at the time. I mean, this is very much this exact same situation. Chime able to find one, but as Yusher gets that trade. Crimzo finding Renko. And there's even more commitment as Madara goes down. Yusher with another pick here, showing the power of this hero.
Yeah, excellent plays by Yusher. Chime maybe looked like he thought he had some more strategist help, right? Because they're playing this traditional 2-2-2 style. They're not going to be as forward with him sometimes with like the Ultron triple composition. So obviously Yusher read it. Fantastic work because, I mean, if he didn't, we could have seen potentially some more pop-off plays by Chime dealing with the backline, the Luna Snow. Now in the second fight, Sentinels, defensive hold, have a better version of the Glortrucks here probably as Crimzo goes in forcing ults.
Wow, Crimson with a 2-piece. Chime able to take out Ryan Mason to try to trade it back a little bit. Mirror committing heavy there for Sentinels. Low as the Fox, but comes right back into normal form after the fact. Crimson looking for another pick here. Madara in a tough spot. And again, it looks like Sentinels have come out on top. And slight ult advantage as Flame, Yusher will have something in the next fight. And it looks like it'll be roughly even as Stinkers and Madara will have an answer. It's all about the first pick here and who gets value with the Q early enough. Yusher lands it, but it hits the wall instantly, and that's unfortunate there. And now the advantage goes in favor of Shock.
But at least they get Crimzo. Here comes Stinker's ultimate with the eyeball. Komodo gets stunned! CC'd! That combo they needed, and now it got CC'd by, I believe, was that Mirror on the opposite side with the Charm?
Yeah, it must have been. That was huge by Mirror because there's not any other major stun answer besides Freeze from Flamme, which might have come through as Chime finds Rymazing window onto Flamme. And again, now Shock is taking pressure and walking forward, trying to make this a 1-1 series and pushes to point 3. 46 seconds on the clock, entering final fight territory shortly. Portal plays will be on the table. We'll see what happens here in a moment, but it looks like Sentinels, no, they are not going to give it to him. For a moment there, I thought they were going to give it, but there goes Crystals trying to bide time and stay on top of them for the moment as Crimzo's looking for a feast. Lands it onto one on the side of Chime. A meter left. The pick comes through onto Crimzo. Out goes the Rage of Ultron, and Ultron falls as Rymazing gets picked by Renko. And Shocker heavy up. Yeah, that should be the point, and it is.
Yeah, no more Shroud ults in that fight. Besides, you called it the Rymazing Ultron's Rage. There's too much aggression from Energy Shock. Early pickoffs done by them, and excellent CC regardless, but it didn't end up mattering, sadly, for the defensive angle. Now, opposite side, we have that combo yet again. Stinkers, by the way, in that fight has built up another Ensong Inferno. So these Phoenix players really build it up super, super fast. And for the side of Sentinels, they put Crimson over to the Captain America, but oh, Mir got picked.
Yeah, and in the green room before, we were saying, you know, Dominant runs are mean strange, and I was saying, you know, maybe getting rid of the Invis is enough to reduce the threat because you won't have that team up, and it seems like removing Invis was enough because they are not running that strange, and NRG is doing the exact same thing they just got dealt with last map with that Invis. Chime able to find one in the chaos onto Crimzo. Should give them enough here. Up in ult advantage heavily in this fight to commit. This is very much in NRG's favor. Can Sentinels clutch up here?
Yeah, it looks like they can at the current moment for Energy Shock, at least. And for Sentinels, they need to stop getting picked off, right? Just one after another. We got picked on opposite angles. They're having a really tough time dealing with Window, who's just able to do whatever he wants, right? Dongwon falls low on the high ground. They have to use cooldowns to save him. But finally, they use a Glartrox. Is it met by the Phoenix to help peel for it? The answer is yes.
Dongwon looking for something here with that Meteor M. It's not able to land. It's going to be a few ultimates committed there. Chime finding Yusher, and that is another huge pick in the moment. Madara finds a ton here, and they follow up with it. Goodbye to the Fox. Out goes the dance floor to try to buy more time. Rymazing getting pressured. The Glartrox is available to pull them away. Peeling the back line for now onto Crimzo as Crimzo takes out Renko and Velocity, and that's the power of Crimzo on cap.
He's got the drone, he's got the snowflake. He killed 3 people by himself with that. That is hilarious. Overtime takes down. Chip, that was like the most unlosable fight, and we just lost it because of a Crimzo on cap.
Yeah, Crimzo's disgusting. That was on the back of Crimzo without a doubt. Going into 2 strats like that, able to find a 2-piece. Well, honestly, down ult advantage, they just kind of fumbled it there. I'm not going to lie to NRG, but also shout out to Crimzo on that cap, and that's why they banned it map 1.
If we have clips enabled, please send that to your resident Cap main that's depressed about the changes in this upcoming patch. They're like, oh, Cap's terrible. Nah, man, what the hell? Somebody clip that and send it to any Cap main that's like, oh, Cap is bad now. Are you kidding? Hello? This guy's got double pocket, Ultron, Luda, Snowflake, and then just destroys your backline. I just feel bad for Renko and Velocity. Well, they probably shouldn't have died there, too, to be fair. Like, they're not in triple, I guess, so maybe it's a little bit easier to fall over compared to if they're on the Ultron stuff. So maybe Crimzo aware of that, understands the uptime of the Captain America compared to the Venom with the cooldown shit. What do you think on that matchup specifically? Is it a smarter play to go to the Captain America if you're given more space since you're kind of more cooldown reliant on the Venom?
Yeah, I think Venom, yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Venom does a good job of creating space while Cap does a good job of taking advantage of the space because Cap is just so pressuring. I mean, yes, you can have a clean Feast of the Abyss combo where you use tendrils and one-shot the backline, and that is absolutely powerful. But at all times, Cap has the power to just devastate you in a very quick TTK, especially with the change in his damage and how it works on every single swing. And at this level, they're staying on top of you 24/7. Crimzo really strong on that hero, even through the Loki. I mean, obviously, crystals weren't available. That was just so quick.
I can't believe you'd bring up TTK in a scenario like this, Shib. Are you kidding me?
No, the time to KO. You know what I mean? Come on now.
No, you definitely met 100 Thieves TTK. I mean, there's a lot on the line for him right now. Sure, at least watching this game, we mentioned it, sweaty palms. Mom spaghetti? No, that's something completely different. Anyway, Shib, this is starting off already. Dongwon on the M at first.
Yeah, it's just to counter this right here. Madara, it's not a bad idea. I think you just got to try to stop the Strange. You guys dealt with that issue last time, and that's why Invis became a target ban. And now you're feeling it. But we'll see now on the defense. You can see Sentinels pressuring that attack. Exact same composition they ran there at the end. They found some success. Why not keep it going? Chime in the back line right now trying to find Crimzo, and that is some insane shots. Almost gets it done. Has to reload. Incredibly unlucky timing there. Usher has to drop away too. Good turn there, but look at these duelists in insane positions now, just peppering from all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. Crimzo peeks away for a second, gets healed, but okay, Dongmin goes down. Right trades back Chime. That else is going back to spawn without any instinct, and then on the opposite side, Velocity's already has that copy.
And we can see exactly the copies available. That should buy more time. Now they do have a pretty good stall comp. Madara already... Oh, excuse me. This is actually going to be Dongmin who's coming in on the Strange with an early portal again. It's a 3-minute cooldown. You're not going to have that towards the end should you need it. They believe they're going to take this point. They're playing very aggro. They're going to commit a lot here. They need to get this amp, and they will, as Yusha, Raimazing, and Flamme all get a piece of the pie there. And that is a clean sweep right now. NRG is going to need to hold to try to portal back in. And we can see Crimson now jumping off point. The whole team here, Yusha able to find Velocity. We see another pick, and that commitment from Raimazing might have been a little bit too much. If this touch does come through, and it looks like it is.
Okay, well, they tried to touch, but let's see. I mean, they spot by the portal. Okay, Dongmin gets stinkers as well coming out of that portal. Blocked it. Lartrox, is it enough? I mean, it brings it away. Dongmin kind of dipping back and forth. With okay, now Locomoto!
Wow.
That ends him.
That was huge. Really well played by Sentinels there on that attack. They committed portal, and they knew they needed to win that fight. You cannot lose it there, or your team is in trouble, and that is some really good dedication in getting it done. And we can look now. Shock gonna have even alts here compared to Sentinels, but I would argue Crimzo's a little more valuable right now. Will charge up that backline, that triple backline, giving them a slight advantage potentially here in percentage. Window gonna be close to 70% as well.
I'm a little bit more worried, I think, on the defensive side for Energy Shock not running the triple with the Ultron. That Ultron ban, I would say, is kind of biting them in the butt because realistically, if it's slow played by Sentinels, if they play the angles correctly, keep Crimzo alive, they should have a pretty big edge in the long term as long as they enable Dongmin like they've been doing, and Yusher.
Yusher with the pick there on a window is a great start for the side of Sentinels who want to keep the momentum going. Good movement there. The movement was insane. Getting down to less than 100 HP, able to move around to juke a lot of that, come right back. Backline keeps him healed up. Apex Predator available as well. We're going to see how big these ults are.
I think this worked on attack, way easier because you're on the aggression. You don't have to hold space necessarily. But now on the defensive hold, I mean, there's so much healing coming through. You already lose Chime without this triple comp. You can't keep him alive.
Crimson's just so good on this hero. There's just so much value right now. I can't stress it enough. Pick, space, own it, everything right now. They can't seem to drop them with the drone. And then you get the damage boost from the drone with Ultron and the recent changes. And that just enables Cap even more to be more pressuring with those melees. We're going to see now if anything can come out of this, but NRG is bouncing back now, seeming to own this space still, as Madara is now on top of the point, biding time. Oh, that's a huge pull there from Renko to find Dongmin in the mix. A lot of people are critical as the Fox gets unleashed now. And Crimzo, what do you know on that backline? The backline already has the patty cake in focus. Crimzo already out. And once again, the team's going to reset, but the space is taken and it's moved 20 meters.
I mean, these ults are just coming out a little bit too late. Like, I feel like the comp's a little bit better. But in your running triple stratus anyways, so it's okay if you have to use your ult a little bit early there. Mirror just missed timing to save Dongmin. Obviously, he took a little bit too much damage, but they're running 2-2. You should expect that much damage. And speaking about damage, Stinkers, again, another pickoff. Sentinels, maybe I'm going to get a little worried at this point if we're getting picked off this many fights in a row. That's another KO for Stinkers.
We'll begin again. NRG does have advantage of positioning and an ult, and this is the position you kind of want to take these fights for a while. You need to bide time right now. 2 minutes available here for Sentinels is a lot on this attack. I think like 4 fights. You try to think like 30 seconds a fight roughly, and then you have a portal play to potentially make it that 4th fight should you need to. We'll see what it looks like here. Raimazing trying to get that ult charge, 86% and climbing. I'm going to get rid of some of those clones.
Let's see what happens to Sentinels. I mean, they are able to go with the eye. Dongmin takes a ton of damage early. The off angles by Shock need to keep up. They also need not get picked. Window close to that ultimate as well. And every single time in these neutrals, they've been able to find these picks and get good Lartrox off. Maybe an Ensong Inferno alongside Madara's Eye of Agamotto coming up for Energy.
And Song Bang lands towards the back line. Sinker's able to take out Yusher. That's a huge priority target there. Chime drops Mirror. That's 2 down once more. NRG Shock looking to push this thing to game 3. Holding on like champions as Madara finds another. And there is 54 seconds on. Ult advantage still for NRG Shock. Doing a great job on this defense.
All right, well, take everything I said earlier back. I mean, they're controlling these off angles so well. At the current moment, shutting down Crimzo is a big thing. If they can keep it up, obviously, and if Window can keep doing what he's been doing on Venom and distracting everybody, maybe forcing an early ult out, that would be big because Sentinels have been super late. We already have 35 seconds left to go. They haven't used many ults at all.
Yeah, there's huge Eye of Agamotto potential here too from Madara, but Dongmin is on that Magneto, which shuts down a lot of that potential, and that's what we were talking about prior. Makes it a little less valuable. Bang, Window comes in heavy. Will there see a pick? Instead, just going to force cooldowns and reset immediately. Not a bad idea as we see more heals coming through.
There's the eye. Oh, he's got frozen! He got frozen! What a freeze! And Window was trying to bait that out earlier, but couldn't, and now Madara's dead.
That was disgusting, and they're playing off the back of that now. Another pick comes through. Make it a third. Dongmin finding stinkers now. A huge freeze there to give them plenty of free space. Finding more value. Amazing, able to take out Renko. The reset needs to happen here for Shock. Dongmin does have Meteor M available. It's all about the Meteor M versus Chime with the Glartrox. Velocity has copy up too. We'll see if they can retake this. The portal comes through too. I believe that's Madara back on point. As the
Wait, Chime got
potential. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was a disgusting movement.
Oh, oh my!
That was a disgusting right click. Goodbye, Chime, with ult available. That could potentially give them this point.
It could. I mean, Yusha goes down as well. Dongmin falls super low.
Oh, but on
We've
point,
lost,
yep.
Losing Flame
That's
earlier was
huge.
so bad. Ayabal Gaboto Mir goes down. Energy Shock have capped the point. In overtime Dwindle ship, they ain't getting it done on this map. It's tied up 1-1.
1-1. Of course it goes to game 3 while we're here, buddy. Man, these teams are leaving nothing on the table. They're putting everything on the line. This is so fun to watch, man.
And absolutely is. And, you know, at the current moment, I was a little worried, I think, for the side of NRG due to the pickoffs and stuff happening. But once they found the off angles, once Stinkers kind of got online, once Velocity was able to help out on these off angles as well, they just got so much work done. And this team, I like it when they play the 2-2-2 style. You know, Ultron got banned against them, sure, but maybe we have to go back to the drawing boards as well as, you know, both of these Doctor Stranges have been able to do a ton, obviously. For Dongmin on offense, though, really not as much, by the way. So, realistically, Energy Shock, I think the overwhelming damage of the duelist ship seems to be is too much for Sentinels to deal with on certain maps.
Yeah, Stinkers and Chime were actually popping there, without a doubt. 15 and 12, 37 and 32K. I mean, great. You look at Yusha with 41, obviously doing as best as he could, but that defense was just a little bit too much from NRG. But folks, we are heading to game 3, and we'll check that out together right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason, and boy, do we have what Dogman likes to say, a slobber knocker on our hands. It's 1-1 tied up between NRG, who looked fantastic in this follow-up against Sentinels, and it will take us to our third map 3 of the day, which I think is, again, indicative of you guys and just what you bring to the table. Seem to always give us these map 3s.
What can I say?
I mean, shit, but you said the ban phase was going to be important. We talked a lot about Doctor Strange as well and how Invisible Woman kind of enhances Doctor Strange as well. Do you think a lot of it was, one, down to the fact that Invisible Woman did get through?
Yeah, I mean, Invisible Woman got through, which was huge for the side of NRG Shock, but it didn't necessarily enable Madara as much as I would have thought. I mean, Madara was getting his ults canceled a lot. I think we saw 2 or 3 cancels there, which is just a shout out to Sentinel's backline. Great focus and great way, understanding all tracking, right? I think that's super important as you climb at this elo. You understand what's going to come, you save your cooldowns, and you make a play, and they keep making that play. So they found an answer, but I do think the inverse, them Shock banning the Invis on the side of Sentinels, really forced a weird position for Dongmin, who had to play Magneto, and it just wasn't the strongest.
And I do think both these teams are kind of learning a lot about each other here, Dog, about the picks, about the bans, but also about playstyles now going into this final map. Is a lot of it going to come down to mind games here? But as you're going through that ban phase, maybe leaving something up, but then trying to take something else away unexpectedly?
Maybe, man. Yeah, I think there's definitely the possibility that we kind of enter that first sort of ban phase with the Gambit and stuff. And if they want to get spicy, maybe they go for a ban away from that, considering we saw like Gambit not even like touched early on sometimes at both these teams. But Midtown's giving the map they go to. This is Sentinel's kind of like bread and butter map, I guess, even though I don't believe they had a very good, you pointed out, Gas, they didn't have a very good matchup last time they played this map against Swamp Gaming. But that is also a map where Swamp Gaming is good everywhere, I guess. There's not like a map Swamp Gaming is bad at necessarily, but this is still, I think, one of NRG's better maps. And I think it does kind of go back to what you said, Gask, about how are these last sort of bans going to come through? Is it going to be the Invisible Woman again? Is it going to be maybe respect towards, I think Shib brought up in the green room, maybe that Captain America, right? Like that could be something they want to focus on the side of NRG.
And obviously with it being Midtown and switching over to Convoy rather than Convergence, I mean, does it change anything for you, Shib, in terms of style of play, or do you think it's going to be somewhat similar? I mean, both these teams are so well-versed now, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the time we're going to see those triple. You're going to see triple Vanguard, triple Strat comps, and then in Spawn Breakers, where we're going to see which comps these guys can pull out to attack. That's going to just essentially burn Vanguards. We've seen a lot of different permutations of what that can be over this early preseason alone. So I'm looking forward to seeing what I see here. Granted, what I've been seeing more of this season is triple Vanguard, single duelist, because why not if Elsa's on there? She's just too good. And then double backline, and then you just farm your ult super quick because you have so many Vanguards to heal.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of it, and I think you're completely right. Hit the nail on the head with Elsa just being as powerful as she is. It's a very interesting scenario we find ourselves in at the moment with the pick and ban phase, because you do have 3 heroes who are just so powerful and make such a difference, and maybe we're even finding more heroes that need to be taken away. But sadly, you can't take that many heroes away in that phase. Dogman, would you rather be a 100 Thieves fan or a Cafe Rose fan right now with what we've seen after the first two?
Well, I would never want to be a 100 Thieves fan because they just give me a heart attack at all times. Like, I feel like if I was a 100 Thieves fan, I'd just be constantly checking my blood pressure. So definitely would rather be a Cafe Rose fan because, I mean, well, like I said, house money earlier on.
Well, both fans of both squads are going to be watching with bated breath as we go into map 3 then. It all comes down to this between Sentinels and NRG. Tournament life, though, on the line for Cafe Rose or 100 Thieves. Who's going home? Let's find out. Dog, Shib, let's get into it.
Here we go, man. I don't even know why I'm nervous. I'm nervous because this is just so insane. This back and forth has been wild. We've gotten so many series to 3 today. And we're going to see, something that doesn't make me nervous and something that I should expect. Goodbye to Gambit.
Reppin' Pep. I mean, like, it's kind of interesting because I remember we were talking to, like, Wab before from Reason Gaming, obviously left that team later on, but he was mentioning how, maybe even Gambit's not as good anymore because of the ult changes and stuff, but obviously still is a lot of teams' #1 ban pick. And sometimes you can see teams play against it pretty well. So it is interesting if that continues to be the case, the guy that kind of remains at the top of the ban phase, and then Vanpool as well. Another character touched by NRG Shock and removed. Same thing for Sentinels. Neither teams want to play against what we saw last series with the Pauly Deadpool on Vanguard.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad removal because again we're talking about those triple comps in the front line, so getting rid of it as a priority so the team doesn't have an advantage is kind of a smart play, and then it gives you the chance to lock in that else after because it's just a similar story. Both sides don't want to have to deal with it. I think it's good. We're going to see the Mantis removal here from Sentinels. I'm liking the bans on both sides, but we go back to that Strange conversation and how much value you get with Invis, and that's where Shock has the advantage right now. Not sure it's going to turn out to be the case, but that's why it's so beautiful to see kind of how all this works in preseason. We're still trying to figure out the meta.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. There's still a lot to learn. The Mantis does end up getting through for Sentinel's side. And
True.
it is interesting, too, that Mir is still getting through the whole time. He's just been playing the game instead of Korova. The Loki ban comes through in the opposite angle. Very fast one, by the way, in terms of that ban phase on NRG. But, I mean, it makes sense for the Wolverine, I would say, just because of the fact that they've protected and banned Invisible Woman. You don't want to play Wolverine without the Invis or against the Wolverine, or you don't want to play a comp without Invisible Woman when they have a Wolverine on their side, so it makes sense that you'd want to get rid of it rather in this fight. But regardless, both else is still going to be on the pool or on the board. And Shib, I don't know, man, like that Loki ban at the very end is going to be quite interesting because the last map, I mean, Velocity's got MVP and was kind of an unsung hero, I guess, for Energy Shock's side, right?
Yeah, I think Velocity took the accidental ult and spawn on map 1 personally and just wanted to pop off there. Looked really good. Obviously, they're in map 2 and came out on top. 51k healing. I want to stress, and something that we didn't really get a chance to talk about after. The next closest being 38. That is absolutely obscene. That is 13k more healing, and that's a lot at this level of play. So really well done there with the Loki.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, like, it's a very different in style of a play almost too from this squad of Energy Shock. Like they seem to be doing a lot better in these double or 2-2 compositions, and they're rolling out immediately with what you talked about earlier, Shib, in this triple Vanguard comp on defense first with the triple Shreddedus backline.
And here we go, folks. I'm sure if you're a fan of Cafe Rose or 100 Thieves, your eyes are on here right now, as their chances in this tournament are on the line. Madara taking and owning that space. Crimzo playing that Groot, who plays great on this map. I like that decision here for the break early. Amazing on the Iron Man, and that is something that I'm sure Iron Man maids are all going to be stoked about. But Stinkers shuts that down quickly. I hope you didn't. I hope you weren't too excited, as that closes the door fast.
Yeah, bro just got Wombo comboed. Just punched up by that Magneto, and Stinker is dominating the high ground so far. At the moment, hasn't missed a shot. Iron Man comes back. But those charge-ups, those left-click, right-click combinations can result in early KO. But now Sentinels, like, they're close already to Yusha's ultimate. We'll see if they play slow, try to build it. Nice freeze on the window.
Ooh. Yeah, great tendrils there to find that pick on Amazing. Didn't expect that damage as Madara also finds Dongmin playing the Strange as well, but without that Invis, it's just a little more difficult. And that is what we were talking about. We're going to see if Sentinels change anything up, and it looks like, yeah, we are going to see a change now. Amazing is going over to the Punisher. I'm not sure we've seen as much success with Punisher, but it is one of those answers to breaking through this triple front line.
Yeah, this is very unique, I think, for to see Rye on the Punisher. But, you know, on the right side angle, you have some support towards that front line window. By the way, still gets that Venom throughout the series. Here comes that Ice early from Madara. Freeze comes out in the window, but that leaves Madara open unless he goes down.
And the Glartrox gets committed. Domin finds 2. Crimzo with another. And now Sentinels will get to walk a bit here. Renko going to be res back from Chime. And they're just going to stall for a potential portal. I could see that coming here from Madara in a moment. And that's the idea of what's going to happen here from NRG. They're going to commit everything they can to buy more time. Portal will come in. And they'll try to make this as many fights as possible. See if that actually does happen. Madara might not make it in time. And there's that portal now. Doesn't look like it does come through in time. And now it's kind of in just chaos.
Even they're still buying some time on the clock, right? Madara just kind of jumping back and forth through the portal. They do have the rocket ult if they want to. Also, this Meteor and Stinkers again. Another pick on a Crimzo. That was kind of insane.
Oh my goodness, Stinkers. Yeah, I mean, there's no Magneto, and Strange gets pushed away in that moment. Goodbye. And that is going to be pain right there for the side of Amazing, who's now making a switch as well.
Yeah, he's going to go to the Elsa, and Yusha's going to be the one over to the Wolverine. That's very interesting. Man, Rye this game has kind of had a tough series, man. I mean, just everybody's all over him 24/7, including that ultimate Madara.
Does bring out the passive there onto Wolverine. Not as big as it could have been. The idea was there. Forces out some cooldowns. The tackle comes in, and Madara's going to pay the price here, I believe. Yes, goes down. Amazing getting some vengeance here. I like the change in duelists from the side of Sentinels. Amazing the chance to show up here on the Elsa. Can virtually play every hero in the game. See how successful it is with this switch up. But as a minute on, this is what Shock wanted. They wanted to buy as much time as possible here on this beginning. And they're not even at the ambulance yet. As we see Ryan Mason get the pick on Chime.
We Chime just in the backline the whole time. That's kind of wild. But really, the problem for Sentinels is they haven't been able to dislodge Thinkers in the high ground. Aggressive Invisible Boundary committed by Velocity. So Chime's going to stick on it. Here comes that anti from the Feast of the Abyss just to slow down the offense.
Yeah, it forces out some cooldowns, and that was the goal there. Crimso does have Strangling Prison. This could be a huge opportunity to make something big happen there. Stinkers is on that Magneto, though. Builds alt. If is able to build alt, and you see an opportunity where Crimso is trying to make that play, you can eat it, and that would be huge. But no, Crimso launches early. We'll get a look at that in a moment, what it looks like. Window is able to find Mirror in the chaos, and I don't think that it was a big Strangling Prison. In fact, it wasn't, and Velocity now finds a pick, and Sentinels are in danger here, folks.
Oh my god, this could be over. I mean, they're running the White Fox Luna Snow backline without the triple like earlier, and it seems like they've fallen apart. Last stand committed. Is anybody down? No, Glartrox is here. Nobody goes down because the Loki Greens as well are still available for Velocities, who pops them now.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot to be in, but now I think NRG are just kind of playing on their heels a little nervous. This could be a huge Meteor Ram, looking for an opportunity. Bang, spins, but what good movement there to avoid that. That's one alt that, accidentally falls from Portal. Portal is committed, though. There is the Sia trying to get a pick on the back line. Not able to make that happen yet. There's the copy up from Velocity. Puts the BRB down. That pick is going to be answered here if it was fast enough. Not sure it was. It was. Tinker's back in the fight now. And the Sia gets committed. And look at this Chime DPS rocket. You gotta love to see the aggro play. Holding left click more than I've ever seen a rocket hold left click at this point. Getting some damage out there, but this is still an insane stall by both sides. Right? Amazing finding one. Might put Sentinels back in.
They have another res for him.
Oh, yeah, they do. As Windows back once more. This is insane.
That's because Velocity copied the BRB. You called it out earlier, so they get 2 BRBs in this fight due to the Loki. Now Stinker's pulled away. I mean, they got to get another KO. It's like 7 or 8, KOs in a row they would need to get to the last hit available. Usher!
So
huge. My goodness! He needed to get that.
That was massive. Yeah, they needed that, you without a doubt, and that's going to be even more now. I'm not going to lie, Usher just clutched without a doubt. This should give them enough time here to get this moving. Yes, the rest will fall. Sentinels, the side of Usher, likely giving them a chance to push point 1, but NRG will have a touch here, I believe. But I'm just not sure it can go in their favor now with ult advantage the dance floor. Being on the side of Sentinels, shout out Usher right there.
Yeah, Portal here. I mean, Madara going over to the Cloak and Dagger. They're going to make this really annoying. Like, they're going to full...
The
copy onto the Cloak and Dagger. Oh, you're right. That was huge because they get the longest ult in the game strat-wise. Longer than the Luna ult, right?
Yeah, and they're going to use that purple to their advantage. Chime able to find one on the Dongmin, and this could go back in NRG's favor now. And what a view we have here. The dunk comes in from Window. The eye gets committed, and it doesn't seem to land on too much. Just find Flamay. Window going to find Mirror. Numbers now back for NRG. Shock. Can they clinch this? Stinkers gets Flamay, and oh my goodness, Usher with might have clutched again. What is happening right now?
He's 5 HP. Renko got a KO into Rye. It's just him and the Venom. 10 HP. He doesn't have healing because the cart. Window's clutching up too.
Oh my goodness. And I think that should do it here.
Oh.
What? The touch comes once more. At this point, I don't even know. You sure tried, but it was not enough. What a hold by NRG Shock.
Oh my god. That might be the sickest combination of things that we've seen ever, Shib. You called up the Cloak and Dagger swap too into the Loki copy just because they know they're against the dance floor, and then the people are like, oh, Cloak and Dagger ult doesn't last as long as Luna ult, but it does because it only starts counting down after the last the last dash, right, for the Cloak and Dagger. So the fact that they swap over to that so Velocities can get that copy is so smart, Shib, right? Like that is.
Oh yeah, dude.
That was a nice
next
play.
level. Yeah, that was big brain. I mean, that is so smart. I mean, I'll argue that I think Cloak and Dagger right now in the meta aren't taking the most efficient route. They're kind of just not as good in the neutral as the rest of the strategists that can deal a lot of damage and get KOs on their own. And that's what you're looking for. But in OT situations, Cloak and Dagger are obscenely strong. They have huge advantage. The double cloak of the Terror Cape obviously is huge for the team. And it really just enabled them to sweep. What a retake. And man, Usher, what a dunk, dude. You almost had that. That was awesome to watch. As you see, obviously holding on to that ace.
Oh no. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That was he was really trying to put the team on his back, but I mean really, like you said, Usher's playing well, but obviously just a masterclass in low-key performance so far from from Velocities. I think every highlight so far from that defensive hold was him putting the BRB down in the copy, and then last moment, the Cloak and Dagger swap for Madara. And now on attack, I mean, Sentinels, that's brutal, right? They felt like they had it, right? And the portal play comeback into the Loki copy sets you so far back, Shib. And they have to hold now first point for 4 minutes.
And here we go again, folks. The spawn break for the side of NRG Shock is going to be on the back of having that storm to enable Stinkers even more. Renko finds Dongmin, and that's a big start here. But the res comes through from Rai Mazing, who's going to be on that Rocket. We see a lot of duelists switch over to Rocket and these triple holds, especially on this map. That BRB is obviously super valuable, but Rocket can deal some good damage too in these tight locations. We see Window with some huge play of Groot as Madara is able to find that pick onto Dongmin once again, and now they will be up a number with no BRB.
And this is also a really interesting matchup too, with the fact that, oh my goodness, Window cross map with the damage boost, but Window and Dongmin used to be teammates, right? With NRG Shock now picking up him, and then Madara and Raimazing and Kurova were teammates before too. Same thing with Velocities on Dark Zero, so a lot of differences. And by the way, off map Shib is possible.
Yeah, the thought was there, just to shut down that portal. Oh my goodness. Coming back from spawn in that moment, probably dashed through portal, not realizing the perfect timing of Madara. That was unbelievable. What am I seeing as Madara tries to clean up even more, sees the BRB in the back line, and finds the strategist, and that should do it here. NRG are gonna take this home.
Oh my goodness. What an end for the side of NRG. They get it done, Shib, and well, I'm sure when Gas comes back, he can set everything up, because I mean, that's an incredible series by them, and Energy Shock just putting on the just absolute performance of a lifetime from Window, going to be your MVP, and Energy Shock get it done.
Oh, I'm here. How could I miss what we've just witnessed? I mean, it wasn't just 100 Thieves and Cafe Rose fans waiting with bated breath, but me too. But obviously, with that win and NRG Shock taking down Sentinels, sadly, it means that Cafe Rose will be eliminated from the competition, and 100 Thieves will live to fight another day. That is how the cookie crumbles. Sadly for Cafe Rose, even though they got that victory today because of the tiebreakers and how it works, they will not be progressing towards playoffs. But for NRG Shock, the bigger picture here is they just showed us how dominant they can be when they get the ball rolling here, Ship.
I can't express how hype all of that was. This is just insanity. I don't know how we keep getting matches like this, but what a battle there. I will say on the attack, NRG had a better spawn break. It's just that simple. They had the Storm comp that was just too much damage to handle, finding pick after pick. And even though Chime didn't need to do too much on the Storm, it was all about just enabling Stinkers, enabling Madara, who does have that increase with the invis, so much pressure, Window looking great on the Groot. It was just a better spawn break comp, and it worked out for him.
I mean, it was just a pleasure to watch. And I mean, even with the insane plays we saw on the Wolverine from Uthra as well, we thought maybe there would be a chance that they were going to be able to push that point initially, and maybe that would have given them the opportunity, Dog, but sadly just wasn't quite enough for Sen. Of course, Sen still will be progressing again through tiebreakers of their own, so it's not all doom and gloom, but I do think that after recent results, they probably are going to be going back to the drawing board a little here.
Well, you know me, Gask. You know what that means. Because of the results, we get more 100 Thieves Sen drama, baby. We're going to get more of that in the playoffs, and that's all I wanted at the end of the day.
We love a little bit of drama, especially here in the Americas. In Marvel Rivals Ignite, that is for sure. I mean, Shib, though, when you look at Sen and the chance they had, I mean, it's a tale as old as time at the moment. Domination seems to be a very different game to Convoy or Convergence, and it seems like teams are really struggling to find a balance across all three modes. Do we think that's the reason why Swamp Gaming and Team Liquid Citadel are the best of the best right now? Because they seem to have found a way to make every single mode work?
Yeah, I mean, they just have a ton of compositions. I think the more that your team is willing to run, the more success you're going to find across the board, because I think it requires a lot of different things from you and across those three different modes. I think, again, I think that Sen maybe was a little more limited in composition compared to NRG. They looked so good on Dom, struggled a little bit in the next two. It's just because they kind of ran a little more tried and true after they got off what was more comfortable. But again, Sen is a really solid team, but I do think it's on the basis of what you're essentially going for. Need a little more diversity in their comps.
On the other side, Dog, for NRG, I mean, they're going to be delighted with that comeback, of course. It does change their bracket pretty significantly going into playoffs as well. They should, in theory, have an easier matchup, being able to be a little bit of a higher seed. I think going into playoffs now, they're going to be full of confidence, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would be a interesting matchup, too, considering if NRG... were to go against a team like, well, yeah, we lost, who will be that third seed, I believe. That's going to be a crazy matchup, too, because, I don't know, would you say that is an easier matchup? I mean, theoretically, maybe because the time's gone on, maybe they've gotten worse. But like you said, NRG has to feel very confident about that being the number 2 team in North America in Group A.
Well, speaking of the number 2 team in Group A, we have an interview, of course, with NRG, and Velocity is going to join us after they have just, sadly, sent Cafe Rose out of the tournament. And that's going to be my first question, Velocity. Did you know that was on the line, that another team's life was on the line?
Oh, we knew. We knew at the start of the day
Ooh.
what all the implications.
Oh,
We were guaranteed second or third going into this match, and yeah, we definitely knew what we were doing.
Well, you certainly entertained us at the very least. I mean, talk us through those last 2 matchups. Domination didn't really go your way, but the fact you turned it around on Convergence and Convoy, do you think that was through the pick and ban phase, or did you really just have the number of your opposition there?
Oh, it was definitely through the pick and ban phase, I can't lie. They really wanted to play Sue. Their whole game plan was like Dongman, Strange, Sue team up. Like, they loved it. First map, we kind of could just already tell that. So, yeah, we go into second map. We hit it with a 4th ban Sue, save Sue as well. And then going into the next map, Windows in the comms, and he's like, I think we put Sue in the 2-3 bans here. And I was like, that's got to be right. Especially, Mantis isn't the greatest spawn hold. Like, Mantis Elsa is disgusting, but it can be difficult to enter the right spawn hold. So, yeah, a lot of big braining going on for the bans.
Oh, yeah.
Well, for sure, and for you guys, I mean, like you said, you knew the implications. Obviously, you sent the Cafe Rose fans home very sad. But we do get to see more 100 Thieves and Sen drama potentially, and with you guys too. Also, former teammates with on the other team, right? Like, what does that mean about with like Rymazing and those guys too? Because obviously, you just came off of a team with Dark Zero and playing with those guys at LAN. Like, what do you have to say about Rye, or any thoughts about anything I just said, I guess, from your perspective, Velocity?
It's a bit of a grudge match. Obviously Kurova wasn't playing, so that does stink. But it is a bit of a grudge match. I was trialing for that team, and they did end up not going with me. So, to beat them, I think I beat them twice now. It's pretty lovely. I can't lie.
Oh,
Fair
man.
enough. Fair enough.
Beautiful. I love the insight so far. You validated the Invis choice there. I was assuming that was the thought process across the board as we were looking through some of these matchups. Buddy, give me your breakdown of that OT touch, switching over to Cloak, who has not had as much play, because that was awesome to view as a viewer, and you guys taking that home there right there.
Yeah, that's just Madara. Madara might just be the smartest person when it comes to teleporting, like on both ends. I was just going to copy Sue and hop out, but he was like, I'll give you Cloak copy, and I was like, sounds good, which was genius, because then I blinded like everyone and we Venom comboed. It was pretty lovely. I don't even think it should have got that far. We should have held it on that second corner, but a little bit of too many comms going on. But yeah.
Awesome, dude. Thanks for the insight.
Now, obviously, Velocity, with that win, as you've already mentioned, puts you in second seed, which will change your position in the playoff bracket. Either SSG or, yeah, we lost, depending on what happens in this final matchup. Is there a preference for you, or does it not really matter? You guys just know you have to beat what's in front of you.
I'm pretty sure it's locked in, if I'm not mistaken, because YWL lost to Team Liquid. I could be wrong, but I think because SSG have the head-to-head against YWL, we're guaranteed against YWL. But either way, that team is... they're definitely scary. They're very different from everyone else. They're a tough team to plan for sure, but I think they have a lot of weaknesses personally, so I think we'll be able to hopefully handle them. I will say it was a little interesting with our position right now, because we either are on the side of Team Liquid or the side of Swamp Gaming, if you look at it in that way. But yeah, we kind of have to play them at some point anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter.
Exactly. You have to beat everyone to be a champion, and we're very excited to see how you do in playoffs. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview, and congratulations again on your win.
Thank you. Shout out J3. Get twerking.
Well, I'm sure the 100 Thieves fans will be twerking themselves into playoffs as well, because it will mean they are through. Sad for Cafe Rose and, of course, their fans, but I'm sure they will be back bigger and better. It's always disappointing when you are out of a competition like this, Dog, but at the same time, when you put yourself in that spot where you have to rely on someone else to win, it can always happen at the end of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you guys talked about it. We set it up well. I mean, the fact that they were even here in the first place, the fact that they placed higher than FlyQuest in the overarching scheme of things, no matter how Fly Will looked in this last week, is impressive with the situation going on, too, with two of the players being underage for sure. I mean, that talking point cannot be understated. They picked up two brand new players the week before, basically, and just performed in a group that was seen as the group of death. So very impressive.
Sad news for Cafe Rose, but I'm sure they will be back with a bang. 100 Thieves survive, and it's NRG who get the win over Sentinels. Now, everyone, we still have one more match for you here in preseason, really to round out how Group B is going to look. Can Nightmare qualify, or will Lunex pull off the unthinkable, taking down SSG? We'll find out after this break.
Trapping all those hiding souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you...
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason. If you thought the drama was done, it's never done. Here in the Americas, there's always something we've got for you. There is one team that have been waiting in the wings right since the start of today, and that is Nightmare, because they need to find out who's going to win this match as to whether they can progress. Even at 1-4 in the standings, there is still a chance they can move through if Space Station Gaming beat Lunex right here, right now. But of course, if Lunex were to win this one, they would progress into playoffs. So plenty here at stake, Shib. I mean, again, we couldn't have set it up better ourselves. The fact that we've got to the final match here in preseason, and there is still stuff to play for.
Yeah, it's like Kevin Feige wrote the script for this. Of course, it's like this. Again, it's leaving teams on the line once more in this matchup for the final matchup here before we head over to our playoffs. It's at this point, you can't believe it, but I'm excited, man. Obviously, as casters, we just want to see this go to Game 3 again. The games have been insane today. Ton of fun to watch. But I can't imagine the nerves, for sure.
Exactly. There is no caster bias here as we look at SSG. I may have bought their bundle, but no bias at all. Dog, how are we feeling about Space Station Gaming? Because they seem to have got better and better the more we've watched them.
Yeah, this is the team that I for sure have been kind of on the bandwagon of a little bit, just like them getting better throughout the weeks. And it's tough because it's, as you mentioned, this whole group is just been a banger, just like up and down the board. It's been inconsistent outside of one team, basically. Space Station Gaming, though, has been, I think, easily the number 2 seed in terms of their performance so far. Now, obviously, things could change, right? Like if they were to lose today. But regardless, this team, I think Nectar's been a big pickup for them after taking them from Sentinels. And then, I mean, taking over, honestly, the backline's been impressive too. I think Month coming over from Envy still looks as good as ever. And then I think Fidel's kind of taken a step up. So alongside their Vanguard line and Blur, he's impressed me. So this Preseason gaming squad has just been consistent in a group of chaos.
Shib, would you agree? I mean, SSG just seem to be like on the rise right now.
Yeah, I think they play the meta very well, and they have, again, Nectar, they're just so good at every hero. So I think it helps with that roster diversity, and that's what we were talking about before. I think you need to be flexible. You need to be able to run the dive stuff. You need to be able to play into those Elsa comps, you know, your Gambit comps, your Rush comps. You got to be able to have all of it because the team is going to pick up on your weakness and just force you on that consistently. And I don't see a weakness on this team fully yet.
Well, on the other side, we have Lunex, who can maybe be the spoilers of the party of Nightmare. Remember, Lunex already beat Nightmare, and that's the reason why Nightmare are in this situation, because it was an unexpected result from some, but certainly a deserved one, Dog. They looked excellent once they got into the flow of things.
Yeah, Lunex kind of has that clutch gene a little bit, right? Just considering what's happened, like you mentioned about how, you know, because they beat Nightmare last second and like all of the stuff that's happened with them too throughout, it's impressive, it's insane, and they're a fun team to see how they perform, like with Redis too on the Elsa. He's been crazy alongside. I think whenever Iffy's playing well, this team tends to win. You know, I'm curious as well as if we see the Doctor Strange sort of impact phase through into this game, and then also, as Shib pointed out, and then we saw in the interview with Velocities, this sort of this Invis team up with the Doctor Strange, because I think that Lunex's squad has that capability of doing it. I just really don't want to see Silent Blaze on to the Jeff. Like, whenever we saw Silent Blaze onto the White Fox, they're popping off, but preferably less Jeff gameplay out of the squad.
And I know some people in chat were kind of asking how did Nightmare go through in a three-way tie. Well, the head-to-head records, all three teams of TSM, Nightmare, and Lunex would have beaten each other. So it goes to map differential, which is where Nightmare would shine. Because at the moment, they are at -3. Lunex are at -4. And of course, if they lose, even if just by 1, they would be at -5. And TSM at -7. So Nightmare would go through at 1-4 with map differential. If you had told me that someone would qualify via playoffs with 1 win, I probably wouldn't have believed you right at the start of everything kicking off, but we really have had drama left, right, and center here in the Americas. But, Dog, what's your gut feeling here? Do you think that Lunex have the chance to maybe give this, like, underdog story where they break through, they reach playoffs, or do we think SSG are just that little bit too good?
Ah, man, I want to believe in them. I really do. Like, I think this Lunex team has what it takes, but I'll have to shut the door on you. I'm just going to immediately say, nope, they are getting 2-0 here. It's SSG stomping out the dreams of these poor players that are trying to make a name for themselves and just running in everybody's face, because that's what they do. They're the villains. They're evil, you know? Only evil people buy the SSG bundle, obviously, Gask, duh, like you.
I am known to be pretty evil indeed, and I will run that Deadpool SSG skin every single game in ranked. Shib, when we look at Krakoa here to kick us off, we have actually seen SSG lose on this map and mode in Domination. They have a 50% win rate across Domination in general. Do you think that leans to maybe a Lunex advantage?
You know, I see where you're coming from, for sure, as I do think Lunex likes these open LOSs, but then there's some parts of this map that go back into those closed zones. So it's really, there's a lot of versatility in Krakoa. I think Krakoa has just a lot of options in which you can play, and I think SSG is a little more versatile. But yeah, I mean, Lunex, like we got to mention, Redis has been one of the best hit scans we've seen in this tournament. Definitely a shining star, someone that I did not expect to play so well. Tone's one of the best Van pools, too. So, you know, those are very much on the table. But then we know all the talent outside of that on both teams. I still think I'm kind of with Dog on this. I think SSG takes this, but since me and Dog are casting, I think it's a 2-1.
It certainly has been a lot of third map situations because both of you are on it. And I'm okay. You know, I will happily have you two cast all the time if it means we're going to get map 3s, because that just means it's more entertainment for those that are watching. Dog, give me one player to watch in this game that we should definitely keep an eye on.
It's got to be what Shib said in Redis.
Ritus is going to be the player to watch then. SSG versus Lunex. Can Lunex pull off the unthinkable? Let's find out. Map 1. Let's get into it.
All right, brother. Our final one of the day. We get to see the band phase starting up here in a moment. You know, we've gotten an insight on the band phase, and things have changed a little bit. I will say the main target's still very much the case, and that is going to be Elsa and Gambit. So I would not be surprised if we see that. And what do you know? Goodbye to the double Elsa.
Oh, man. Does that open up the tones? Maybe Gambit rogue combination. Like we saw how good that can be too. But this is also kind of like what you said. I think you might be right about the 2-1, by the way. Just because, I mean, Lunex are really good on domination compared to SSG. And also, did well against Nightmare as well on domination. And they're one of the best domination teams in this group. But, yeah, if they don't win on domination, if they can't win on Krakoa, then I think we're talking about a 2-0. Regardless, I'm going to be kind of interested to see if we do get that rogue through, man. Like, do you think that's going to happen as we see the Gambit Protect come through?
Yeah, I think we're going to see the rogue or it's going to be banned. I think both teams are aware of how strong rogue is right now. And I think there's a lot of teams that have drawn attention to it. The Loki's obviously a huge ban target too now that Gambit's through. On both sides, I'm assuming we'll see that as well. No team wants to handle the double Raging Royal flush. It's so aggressive. Yeah. But we'll see in a moment what that turns out to be. So you can see the invis focus here. And that's something we've been seeing a lot more of, at least today.
Yeah, so, like, do you think that who is the stronger aspect of these team-ups, man? Like, is it the backline, or is it, which, by the way, that does come through instead of the Vanpool, but is it the backline that enables it, or is it just, like, the team-up in general that makes these Vanguards so, like, strong?
I think it's the team up. I mean, for Strange, it enables combinations, and especially here for Rogue, which it looks like that lock is coming through from the side of Lunex, which I think is a great lock, by the way. It really does etch her up a tier on tier list. I have no doubt. You just can provide so much extra damage. You do a burst of damage on every target hit by your abilities, and you have piercing abilities with your kicks that happen twice. You can literally one-shot backlines if they're stacking and just force out so many cooldowns just with one of yours. So, and not even being an ultimate, and outside of that, obviously the ultimate's super impactful too with Heartbreakers. So just a really strong pick, and I do think with that Gambit backline, it's just super enabled.
Well, they go for the Daredevil ban into the Mantis Protect towards the very end, so it's still available for the side of Lunex, but they also, still get that Invisible Woman matchup they want with the Doctor Strange too. I don't know, this is kind of interesting. They go for the Star-Lord on the opposite side. I mean, I guess with the Gambit stuff, it kind of changes the ban system ship a little bit, right? Like, we move immediately over towards these last bans being Invis or like a Vanguard into, okay, we got to get rid of these duelists that are enabled by Gambit.
Yeah, 100%. I think things have definitely shifted just in this last few weeks alone from what we've been seeing. I don't think we saw a ton of Star-Lord immediately. Teams are kind of letting it through, and we weren't really sure about how Gambit would be with the changes or how else it would be with the changes this week. But teams are starting to figure it out now, but I think it's just going to keep evolving. But I do think on this ban phase, I think I give this to Lunex.
Okay. I honestly agree. I think I'm with you a little bit just because of the fact that they do get mainly the rogue stuff. They also don't have to worry about the just that's just through. We've seen tones pop off on it just like we saw Vested, right? And then it's gonna be hard to peel it without the invis. So I'm curious if Space Station does well with it, considering the situation they were in. But they've done well too, Ship, right? Like, we go over to this map on Krakoa, and I think this team can set the pace too, but I think a lot of that also comes down to when we saw Blur on the Venom, right? Like, I feel like Blur was doing a ton on the Venom like we saw Window doing in the previous maps to enable this SSG squad, but I'm curious if he would even play it with the current situation on SSG.
Yeah, I mean, and you get away with having the Mantis on Lunex, and you don't even need to save it, which Space Station had to do. So I think that it just kind of worked out for him right now. They also get away with that Star-Lord who plays so well into this composition. And you mentioned not necessarily want to see Silent on the Jeff. We'll see if that other opportunity comes through. Psych, I lied. The switch was just going to be for Bubble to give him a little extra speed and go on that invis to help out Seiko on Strange.
Okay. And going for that 2-2-2, just hard aggression sort of style, alongside Ritas playing that Phoenix, which has kind of gotten more playtime as we've gone on, just in terms of like raw front-to-back damage. As Tones immediately slows down Necrise, is engaged. Blur as well, who was onto that Venom, trying to set up constant dives with the damage boost.
It is the battle of the sticks too. Silent Blaze on controller, but so is Necrise. So for anybody, maybe on PC on controller, give you a little something to look forward to as we watch this matchup. Tico going way down in HP there, able to escape in that moment with the jump. And the whole teams are kind of just feeling each other out, trying to understand what these comps look like, but the damage from Space Station is a lot right now.
And this Mantis boost is just doing a ton for sure, like you mentioned, Shib. But Ultimate's being built slowly. Rita's close to that instant Inferno. Silent plays close to the Invisible Boundary. They came back to peel Blur.
Wow.
Can they get the KO? No, the heals are there, and they give it the points. So SSG are in control and save their Venom.
Yeah, I think the Venom, the idea of taking Venom out there was just too much and gave them the point, but they're able to cap this back likely quickly here. No, he does get matched back. Wasn't sure if they're going to wait on it after the pick. Numbers are very low on the front line. They're still holding on. Great positioning by those strats. As you can notice in the back, as you see Blur fall from Iffy with some good shots there. Still stalling point. Fidel with some good positioning. Also going to have Fox on the side of Month protecting. Fidel falls there from Tico, though. And that's going to be another with Tones and Silent Blaze cleaning it up. And they will retake this point after 26%.
Yeah, I mean, I would have assumed we would have got a pick there, but excellent healing out of both strat lines. Regardless, Lunex in control after, you know, that nice pickoff on the Blur eventually, who is now switching over to the Rogue off of the Venom. Makes sense, definitely, with the team up and based on what we've seen out of the Rogue so far. But now, in terms of ultimates, you know, let's see who gets the better backline ult right into this fight. Space Station Gaming going to have that Mantis soon, but maybe we can get a KO through any of these strat ults with the Phoenix ult. The Ensong Inferno can delete all of the shields given by Mantis.
This could be a huge eye mode opportunity. I like when you can eye up on vertical locations because it's very, very difficult to react when you use the speed boost from the jump immediately to go into eye instead of kind of falling down after the fact. But electing to not use it there. Necrise tries to get the Diamond Form tackle. The Carbon Crush does not go through. There goes the thighs out, cries out, but teams are one, and Tones does fall there as Blur gets that pick. And we see it's the butterfly in the backline. Now goes to Eye Agamotto. That's a good answer. Month going to get stopped in tracks. But the Fox Swarm goes away, and that enables Month to move once more. Still stalling on the point right now is Lunex, but Space Station definitely has priority.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to go generally their way with the Ensong Inferno until the Gambit ult got built. They're coming back into it. Month with another one on the Iffy. A little bit late, unfortunately, for Logan, but Regis does find one on the Fidel. I think well-timed by Team SSG as they reclaimed the point because they made this ult second, but it doesn't matter because Lunex disengaged and re-engaged with that Gambit ult and maybe got a few too many KOs for SSG's liking.
Yeah, I don't mind Necrise here on the Emma. Obviously, control players, it's a great fit with the Emma. I think Emma does a decent job into Gambit too, as the team plays a little more aggressive. You can use that Psionic Seduction to try to catch somebody off guard who's overextending just a little bit and just find an answer. But right there, Necrise using it to initiate, trying to give them the chance to get on point. But Lunex looking really good here. Tones with a Heartbreaker. Wow, goes down to like 100 HP, but great focus by the backline right back up as Tico's able to find Month. And speaking of this map here, Lunex's priority, they're looking pretty good right now, but out goes the Raging Royal Flush once again.
Yeah, coming back into it, I mean, they have to touch last second as well, missing Tones on the side of Lunex as well. And okay, Lugan goes down, so nice job with that re-engage, able to find those two KOs if he falls too. Reclaim at the point, Lunex just kind of give it up until last second. Tico gets staggered, but he'll have that eye for next fight. And upcoming, we're going to have another ult cycle again with the Ensong Inferno up Shib. I think last time they matched it with the Month ultimate due to the pace that Lunex is playing at. But let's see where they kind of take this upcoming fight. I think that matters a lot, right? Where can Nectar get off this Psylocke ultimate for Lunex's side? You know, where do they set up Tico? Do they get in any aggression with Iffy, who's now onto that Venom?
Yeah, there's a lot of ult potential here for Lunex in this next fight. There's not going to be too many answers quite yet. They've got to take this fight fast if they want to guarantee a potential higher percentage, at least, in taking this point. If he goes under, can't decide where to go with the Feast right now. Ew, that's going to be a tough look. Can't even get to the front line. Just great separation by the back as Nectar now is able to find two, make it three, and that could give them enough time here to build back ultimates to match. Wow, Nectar could not be more clutch with the four-piece.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Clutch indeed. And now they got the portal play back from Spawn. Is ready to CC it. Potentially any grabs or anything. Wait, do they have... Okay, here comes the portal at 90%. Necrise coming through as well to try to grab anybody coming out of it. They're not going to go for the CC to stop it. But this is going to be a heavy hold fight coming up. Can Regis counter Doom's ult maybe coming in a moment?
And there goes the Soul Resurgence, the eye, followed up by the end song is huge as if he's able to take out Fidel. Doom goes down too. That is two strategists in the middle of a Soul Resurgence ultimate. Regis from downtown with some good shots onto Nectar is going to find a triple, and that could do it here. Not sure a portal will come in time. The point's being taken. Yes, Doom should be able to get portal, but they're staggering so much it's going to be very difficult to win this portal fight if they can get it there. Regis with a huge stun. Talked about the value of that stun, and there it is once more as Regis finds Month with the melee. The portal comes through for the touch. But the numbers are going to be dwindling. Blur does have ult available here for Space Station. No ults yet for Lunex, but Blur goes down. Tones finds one Iffy onto Fidel. Nectar takes out Logan, but I'm not sure the trade will be enough as, yes, the haymakers are flowing, and that should do it as Lunex takes map 1.
Oh my god, I'm surprised he didn't want to do it. Because, like, maybe Blur commits the ult. They don't have the Gambit ult afterwards. I guess they didn't need anything anyways, but that's a tough fight, man. Like, I feel like they lost it due to the fact they grouped around the point, man, because they all came together, played around the Mantis ult, but they popped it early straight into what we mentioned about the counter, that eye from Tico, and then the follow-up there from Regis, just purely countered it. And I think before they played it well when it was Munsell used, because obviously that's just going to give you healing instead of just overhelp and stuff. But I mean, you know, Shib, right? Like the overhelp and stuff is getting deleted by Ensong with the Eye of Agamotto. You can't outlive that combo, right?
Yeah, it's just too much to handle. It's a great combination. It's just a lot of damage in a quick window, and it gives Strange the opportunity to use that dark magic to just clean up whoever's around, should you need to. But honestly, wasn't even needing to, as the Ensong was doing enough damage in that moment. But we're going to see here what Space Station does to change things up, and it looks like they're going to try. You can see a little more aggro play from Blur on the Venom now. We'll see what happens, but Lunex does have ult advantage on the Rift here, and it is going to be a Gambit charge prior to Fidel having a chance at it. If they can find Fidel in this fight with this Gambit all early, this could be a huge start for Lunex.
And this is tough if, like, SSG don't have a good Rogue player long-term for what you've seen out of Rogue so far. It's not even banned, right? And, like, we can't even play it. It's very interesting. I think long-term as we see this team progress, regardless of result, but obviously on a domination map type's not their preferred. Snipes cross map coming out Breedus early on.
And there goes the commitment now. Heartbreaker's available to stop Fidel from getting this all if they can get on top, but Fidel might have this answer, looking for it right now, and does get it off. Well played there, in good position by Fidel. Coming right in is Nectar, gonna find one. Month with one, Nectar again. Tico tries to trade, but Nectar's on a three-piece. Somebody stop them. That could be 4. Wow, again on this Psylocke.
Yeah, excellent work in that fight. SSG get it done. And I like as well Doom going over to the Phoenix off of that Mantis as well. You know, we see like a lot of the best teams, I think, kind of funnel through objective, you know, not fully committing until the right moment. You talked about it, Shit. That was the correct moment, I think, for Nectar to pop the ultimate right after the ultimate committed from Lunex. But now it's looking fight. They have Invisible Boundary to play on the inside of. They also have that combo from earlier where they committed Ensong Inferno and the Eyeball Gabo. Meanwhile, for SSG, they have nothing to really peel it. So they're going to have to play a little bit split, make sure they don't get hit by the Zion.
Yeah, good start here for SSG. And Monk's able to find one on an Iffy. That's a huge start once again. That'll give them the advantage to buy time here. Lunex has so many ults, but Redis falls to Nectar. Nectar in the neutral, already almost at 50%. Logan able to find Monk to try to trade this a little bit.
Oh, the grab!
Still holding on. And that does force out the boundary from Silent Blaze, who takes out Fidel in that moment. And that could be a point take here from Lunex, but trying to see how much percentages they can squeeze out. It's going to be SSG.
Oh. I was about to say, I love how SSG's playing aggressive, but wait, they're ulting in the Ensong in front on the right side. Logan, totally fine. Okay, interesting from Doom.
Yeah, I don't know
what that was about. that was very candid out of him, but you know, that was interesting. I like the pace that they played at, but that was a little bit too far forward with Month going down. I guess it's fine. This is the tough part with the Emma too, Shib, right? Like, I feel like Nectarize got everything he kind of wanted, forcing Invisible Boundary, like you mentioned, also canceling the Eye of Agamotto from Tico, but it doesn't end up mattering long-term, sadly, for the Emma Frost player of SSG, who are now down in ultimates.
Yeah, it's going to be a similar situation where Logan will have ult first for Lunex. Fidel could get it in this fight. Nectarize and Monk have ults available, and here goes the Heartbreaker combination. The idea now is to run at everybody, ensure they cannot get ults off, and that's exactly what Tones is doing. Logan's going to follow up and try to hit the backline with Purple. Does that. Goodbye, Fidel. Huge pick there. Another goes down on the side of Nectar. Great target. Prio, and a huge eye comes in onto 2, and that could be a cleanup. That's 2 more, but that was a lot of commitment. Naturally, eye was needed after they had already lost 4.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. Maybe they're too scared of, like, Nectar doing work as well, but still, in this upcoming fight, don't have invisible boundary. Maybe we can set it up too with Nectarize. Doom not going over to the Daredevil. But that's tough. That was a really hard fight to win, I think, alongside that Raging Royal Flush with the commitment from Redis. Upcoming fight, though, so SSG, they could set up Nectar onto basically nothing. Who Month now over to the Jeff to give a little speed boost maybe onto Nectar's engaged, but he's stunned up already.
Blur, pop that E early for Space Station. The health comes right back, and there's the engagement combination with Nectarize. Ton of damage now. Emma, with that Psionic Seduction, does significantly more damage with the recent changes. Month able to find Iffy. Tico goes down 2 from Nectar, who has yet to miss an ultimate. Fidel, doomed, Month, Nectarize. Everybody get a piece of the pie now, as Space Station Gaming wants this W bad and trying to take this back quickly. 78% for Lunex here, and they will have slight ult advantage.
Yeah, excellent push. Again, playing the aggression very well. This is what they do. You know, going for that swap over to the Jeff as well. Getting constant pressure with the back line. Also, you can see if he went over to the Thing temporarily, was thinking about switching to that character. But upcoming fight, I need to see how they do in the neutral. Nectarize already stunned, slowed down on the left side. This has been a really bad showing, I think, out of Nectarize.
goes down there. And again, Lunex going to be up in numbers. Silent Place does have Invisible Boundary available. There's no answer ultimates here for SSG, so why not be safe with it? As you see here, Logan able to find Blur, and they get this point, 80%. You know, the idea is using that boundary to ensure they win it, but, you know, after the fact, you know, you look back a little hindsight, say, maybe I didn't need to, but it's never a bad decision if it's going to put you to the 99 number. And especially when Logan will have ult significantly faster than Fidel. And that's the beauty of having that Heartbreaker from Tones, constantly reducing ult charge, making it even harder to get those ults off.
I got a touch too. Somebody has to go in. Overtime ticks down. Regis has ult with this Gambit ult. This combination has been brutal, and they already get rid of Doomed.
That was disturbing. Chasing down Nectar with some great movement, but oh wow. Can Nectar get away?
Ow!
I'm not sure. That was disgusting.
What?
Gets back to... Oh, wait a minute. Through the portal. That was dirty as Lunex take this home 2-0. And I do think they just won the ban phase, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we talked about with the 100 Thieves, no? Like, this is the exact same scenario ship. I don't want to overreact, obviously, but, like, what do you think? Like, obviously, you don't want to insult players, but, like, man, we can't not play Rogue. Right? Like, that character's disgusting right now.
Or not ban it. If you're going to not play it, you got to make sure it's a priority ban. I'm with you 1,000%.
It's because the only way SSG won fights is when Nectar had ult, right? Like, every single time, easy SVP, obviously. But outside of that, I mean, I like Emma. I like the idea of trying to counter dive, but it just doesn't seem possible right now with how disgusting that character is.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Nectar, obviously, they deserved, SVP, their 11 finals. We look over Regis, really good once again. We shouted out Regis prior to this saying, keep your eyes on Regis on hit scan. Dude is just locked in. You can see the tracking is just disgusting. 19K damage there, more than anyone in the lobby. But then all the front line, the Vanguard, 686, they're getting a ton of influence as well. And they looked really strong out there. Obviously, Tico making the switch there and showing up on the side towards the end. But they were running that triple for a while.
Guys, is it happening? Are we actually going to see this from Lunex, or is it just a domination thing? That's the biggest question for me. It seems to be the question we've been asking ourselves every single time one of the lower seeded teams takes on a bigger team in Dom. Or is it a little bit of arrogance, maybe, from some of these higher seeded teams? As you said, is it a situation in the pick and bans where you're thinking, oh, well, we don't need to ban this character. We don't need to get rid of this hero because we can deal with it. We know better. But then learning a lesson in map 1. Lunex are one map away from moving on into playoffs and, of course, sending Nightmare down and out. Dog, do you think they've got what it takes to go that one step further, or do you think now we go into Convoy or Convergence, everything changes here?
I mean, maybe we go to a good map where dive is like solid and stuff. If we go to a good Convergence map, but I think it's what you guys said. I think it's gonna be 2-1. Like it's really looking close. And I think to kind of shift the discussion, and this might get a little toxic, so prepare for it. But does this start the discussion of Vanguard controller players being phased out of the game? Because if we think about it in the current patch, a lot of the really strong controller players aren't viable, right? Or heroes, sorry. We have Emma Frost. She's good for sure, but we just saw it get matched by Rogue and dominated. We've seen earlier as well, Angela players, a lot of controller players play Angela. Angela not having a very good patch. This is arguably Rogue's patch for sure. So some of the best controller Vanguards seem to not be viable right now. We're going to Midtown next. I don't know about you guys, but I'm thinking this starts a discussion about roller Vanguard players maybe not being the most viable currently in this current situation, in the current patch.
I mean, Shibby's opened up a can of worms there, a peripheral war that we've been talking about since the age of old time, right? This has been a conversation of controller players versus mouse and keyboard. Obviously, there's strengths and weaknesses to both. I mean, I'll open the floor to you. What do you think about Vanguards and controller and the heroes that are available to them right now?
Yeah, I will say that I do agree with the fact that I think that Vanguards in this current meta need to require fast action capabilities. They're not the slower pace that you've seen success with on controllers like Strange, Magneto, and Emma, who do a really good job. Even Angela, for example, do a good job playing a little slower and more methodical. Right now, it's about speed. It's about momentum. It's about spinning quickly. It's about reacting fast. And yeah, I don't think you can do that on roller as significantly at this level of play. But, there's still folks that are going to make it work. But yeah, I think I'm with you on that, Dog.
Dog, I mean, I'm sure you're going to have people after you saying it. I'm sure there's going to be
listen, I
controller players.
Well, I think a lot of these controller players can switch to mouse and keyboard. That's the thing. Like a lot of them, and this might be a discussion long term if you switch back and forth. Because I know I saw Spark Chief talking about how you get aim assist like on the grabs on Angela and stuff, like that being crazy as hell. And also the joystick movement too for Angela just feels good. It's good for controller, obviously. Like certain heroes are better for certain inputs, as Shib mentioned. So definitely just is a patch thing, I guess, for sure. But
yeah,
also like I wonder if you could switch inputs mid series. Like what if you go from controller on Angela, then you play keyboard and mouse Venom or something? Like they could do that, right? Like all these guys are very talented. We see Smash on the bench of was it NRG or what? Right? He's been a really good player on mouse and keyboard now after switching off of roller.
I don't know if I'm going to allow that. You know, I don't want to see players turning up with mouse and keyboard and controller. Surely that's against the rules. That's against everything I know in esports, right? You can't do that. I mean, it's a great topic of discussion. I'm sure it's going to be discussed and people will change back and forth, Doug. You're completely right, depending on meta.
All of our best players in this game, too, like I was like underrating, I think, a lot of console players, but a lot of the really good mouse, like players playing keyboard and mouse, like the 100 Thieves team, most of them were rollers before. I believe Delena was. We talked about that many times. These guys made the transition flawlessly. They don't have bad aim. If you're a pro-level player on controller or mouse and keyboard, I would believe it if you could play vice versa. Except for me, I can't play with a controller for the life of me. That I can't. I don't know how you guys do it.
Well, that's the beauty of Marvel Rivals, is that you can play on both inputs. And for me, always the best esports are those that can include both mouse and keyboard and controller. Marvel Rivals doing it right. But it is just a meta thing of sometimes heroes aren't going to be as good as others on a different peripheral. Now, to reel us back in, Shib, about this actual match, we saw it was going to be Midtown here. Do you think that does lean towards Lunex, or do you think this maybe opens up the floor for SSG?
Yeah, this is SSG's decision, and I think they, like, again, they're very versatile comp, and I do think on maps like Midtown, you need to have that versatility. You need to be able to play some weird stuff. So I do think this leans in their favor. But Lunex ran a really solid triple off the rip there, and I think that's what you're looking for on defense. They're going to be starting on defense right now. Maybe we see it happen again. I think the ban phase needs to change here for the side of SSG.
SSG, are they going to change their ban phase? Will they learn their lesson from map 1? Or maybe, just maybe, can Lunex do what some would say is the unthinkable of taking down a partner team and also a team that has looked very formidable so far here in Group B? And if they do, remember, they will qualify for playoffs and they will find that position and rip it away from Nightmare. Do you think that's in the back of their mind, Dog, that not only do they progress, but they can also stop the likes of Nightmare going forward?
Yeah, maybe, man. I mean, this is going to be a banger matchup regardless. And for sure, like you mentioned, you guys talked about it all this tournament, nerves have to be at an all-time high.
Well, nerves may be at an all-time high. It is going to be SSG versus Lunex. It's map 2. Can Lunex get it done in 2, or will SSG send us to a third? Guys, take it away.
All right, my friend. You and I both called it 2-1. We will see what happens here. The ball is in Lunex's court, and they can absolutely change who progresses here as we move into the playoffs. I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. The ban phase begins now. Goodbye to Elsa on both sides.
All right, removing that character. I like it so far. And you know what? Like, I think it goes down to what you said, right? If we're going to allow this gambit to go through thus far, you know, what does the ban phase look like? Do we get rid of Tones' rogue, or are we going to keep playing against it? I think it's kind of like you guys mentioned earlier, though, like Lunex maybe not the best on Convoy regardless of composition, so it may not matter. This was kind of a weakness, I believe, out of a lot of the MRC teams is that, okay, yeah, they're hovering it.
They were hovering it. Yeah, I think it needs to happen, but okay, yeah. I was going to say, I'm with you 100%. Like, you're absolutely right. It has to come through, and I think that's a smart decision. That's what I wanted to see changed here. If you're not going to match it, just make sure they can't play it, because they clearly are using it to its fullest extent in a game and in a round where Gambit's available, and Gambit not only makes the Rogue incredibly strong, but being able to go on top of that Gambit, reduce all charge to ensure your Gambit has more charge faster, getting more ultimates. It's just going to put your team in a better spot. So we'll see the change now.
Fair enough. And I saw they were hovering the Star-Lord Protect 2 to see if they want to play it, but it's going to be the Invis to get to that one-sided matchup as well. And now, Shib, you know, this also begs the question, you know, do we get rid of the Doctor Strange maybe potentially? Do we start to get more into the Van pool again alongside the Gambit? Who would you go for the ban here? Is it a Vanguard or maybe even... Okay, it is the Van pool. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good ban
Interesting.
out. And we saw that a lot even in the last matchup because Van Poel's just plays so well into the triple comp. Essentially plays like a duelist. You play him similar to Thor, right, where you're just flanking, trying to find value on the backline, distracting them, and getting picks. And it plays exactly the way duelists do, and that's why you see a lot of duelist players when they're running those triple comps run that Van Poel. But we will see how it looks right now. I do think this is a significantly better banning phase for SSG, and I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. Lunek's going to be defending first, SSG on the offense. We'll see if they have a comp to break this front line.
All right. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Like, let's see if Blur has that one-sided matchup that we've seen out of, earlier tones, and maybe even adding Vest into that as well. Like, we'll see how Necrise as well does onto that Emma Frost with this matchup specifically. And then for Lunex, how do they react to it, considering we also know they're more of a domination-focused team, centric team Shib. So Midtown map we're going to for Space Station Gaming obviously feel like they have an edge over Lunex here and trying to force that map number 3 you mentioned.
Yeah, and here we will go. You can see the comps are walking out the door on. Tones, a very strong Hulk. They're electing to run that with more of a brawl front line here. They're going to be playing off each other. The Gambit Gauntlets are getting some play here on defense. Personally love to see that team up when you're playing things. Just adding a little more value there, a little extra range. But then you can see on SSG's front, Monk going to be on that Jeff right now. That might just be his speed out the door, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll see in a moment. Don't necessarily need speed when the point's right in front of you, so it could just be the play on trying to find value with the Jeff. But Hulk is a very good pick into Jeff, and you can use that defensive capabilities on the bubble to just save your whole team and negate an ultimate. Let's see what it looks like now.
And through the ban phase and how it went, to point out that the Invisible Woman is unmatched in terms of Lunex's side, going for that Jeff and Gambit combination. Really fast-paced setup, Nectar's dives. Also, the Star-Lord still available, too, for both sides, but both opting into sort of those pseudo-different heroes to play. It seems like Elsa's been the mainstay, but there's still like that sort of gap at other heroes.
Regis able to find Doom there, and that's a good start for the side of Lunex on defense. Numbers up for them, getting their footing back a little bit and going to retake that height. A lot of battles for this height will take place as Nectar's going to consistently be peppering Regis and try to find that backline in available moments. Arlets are charging quick, though, for Silent Blaze. Regis at 71% already. Talking about that hit scan aim. Built a little bit different.
Well, clean with it, man. Like, all the hit scan guys are just crazy at this level, for sure. But all the space they'll give it, right? Like you mentioned, the ultimate's being built, Ensong Inferno up in a moment. But still, this defense has to give up space, controlled, and Regis gets deleted by Nectar.
Nectar able to find Regis here. Out goes that invisible boundary from Silent Blaze. You can see the answer for now as Logan's able to find Blur. It's going to put a number up once more for Lunex. Needed something through that, as now they're going to start the Raging Royal Flush. The question is, are they going to answer it? No, Fidel, not quite there, 85%. Gonna elect to drop back. Good kite there from the side of Space Station, not allowing anything to happen. And that's a win for Space Station, who are gonna come back heavy with ultimates in this fight. Likely gonna use Nectar with Fidel again to see if they can find a few.
Yeah, good point. I mean, at the moment, too, the defense doesn't have that media ramp to maybe counter the Star-Lord, but the stun into the sky. I mean, they could do something crazy here, but here's that opening push onto Iffy.
And there's that combination. Goodbye, everyone. 3 fall. Necrise able to get a 2-piece. Nectar gonna find 2. Fidel finding Tones. Another now as everyone's finding a double. And they'll get moving past this ambulance. There could be a portal play to keep it right by the ambulance so you can walk for the 3rd touch. You're trying to ensure 3 fights. Instead, they're gonna play a little safer, as that point was already pushed up pretty far. And pretty much can't guarantee 3 now.
Well, that is interesting, too, because Tico went over to the Wolverine. The Sky goes doomed, and then the follow-up, maybe try and take him out the sky, but doesn't.
He tried. That would have been pretty dope, but not going to work out. Nectar going to clean that up. Goodbye, Tones. And this should be point 1 here in a little bit, as there will be no portal back up in numbers. Monk does have ultimate available, too. Blur going to be there shortly. If Blur can get on top of the back line with that Heartbreaker, it should ensure the fight win. As we see Iffy fall, we see Tico go down. Blur is going to pull out and use that Rogue. Nectar finds Logan. Regis gets 1. But the numbers are too much in their favor right now. The stall's going to happen for a moment on the Venom. That was insane movement, by the way. But should not be for too long.
Yeah, I mean, he'd do that. You're hitting, like, Jet levels of like G-forces for sure, like how fast he whipped around like that, man. Jesus. But I mean, Space Station, they get it done, and Blur going over to the the Rogue mismatch is huge, obviously, but Nectarize as well, like towards the end, got the grab, played around the cart, and obviously was able to do way more against Lunex when Tones has to commit that hard on a Doomed in the Sky upcoming fight, though, Shib. No ultimates for them just yet. However, I think Nectar's been such a force, and Lunex have to counter it. In this case, they go Tico to Namor because they're, really scared of this dive at the moment, and SSG have Lunex on the back foot.
Yeah, and once again, Lunex going to be up in ultimates right now, so we'll see if this is their chance to win one, but Nectar already has that ult available. You're talking about them just pressing into Lunex and forcing some mistakes. That's exactly what's going on here. But we're going to see what happens as this is another opportunity. There is some value in this Raging Royal Flush this time. Able to find 1-2. Nectar, though, trades with Redis once more. Nectar just keeping eyes on Redis at all times, understanding that is definitely a prio target. You want to make sure you can drop Redis out of these fights, who does have Ensong Inferno available. But there goes that Raging Royal Flush, and it will be answered now by Fidel in this next fight. But Fidel and Nectar just keep doing this combination, and it keeps working out. Nectar doing a great job with that Dance of the Butterfly, getting value.
Yeah, Nectar's perfectly positioned at all times. I mean, here it comes in just a moment. Fast play from the SSG.
Ooh, but a few get committed. Tico is also going to be jumping on that Namor. Haven't seen a ton of Namor, but when we do, it's usually Tico, and it's been pretty successful in the past. Blur able to find Iffy, who does commit the Meteor M there to try to live, but you can't eat a punch, and that will make them pay for it, as now Space Station will have a huge advantage, dropping the rest of them slowly but surely, and we'll have ult advantage in this fight. This is looking like another potential point here for SSG.
Yeah, this is looking like we saw out of the NRG game earlier, where Lunex are trying to run that 2-2 style, but they don't have the Loki. Like, the Loki ban is really stopping them from playing this slow pace, Namor Phoenix composition compared to the Elsa Phoenix we saw earlier. But Tico now going to match that Psylocke.
Good movement here by Nectar. Just consistently 180ing. Find value as Blur. Finds Iffy once more. Blur. You know what? Why didn't we see this last match? Because this is a really, really clean play right now. Across the board from Blur. Just showing up. Getting value as Doom takes out Redis once again. Redis falls. Logan in a dangerous spot. Month does have the Fox available. Both no longer going to be able to commit here. Points very close. 0.4 meters left, and that will do, I believe. As Tones, but the Raging Royal Flush comes in. I think it's kind of a panic play at this point as Tico's trying to hold on to the point. They're just barely staying there. Nectar looking for the back line. Does a decent amount of damage, but they just get point for free.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to stall, wait for Vanguards to get back, but could not, and Nectar's POV is just cinema for sure, and same thing with Blur, like you said. A nice job to wait for Tico to eventually go down and stagger himself. But this goes back to, okay, now they're going for the Doctor Strange, going to something else. I like that for the side of Lunex. Regardless, like you said, Blur, the reason why this squad has been so good as the portal play comes out is because of this man on Rogue and also Venom.
Yeah, very strong front line for sure. Rita's doing a great job too on the duels. For this team definitely has a ton of talent, and I'm looking forward to seeing them just grow as a unit over time and see what they can do in the scene as it develops. But looking back again, Space Station get that point and once again are up in ult advantage. That just seems to be the story here consistently. Forced Logan to use ultimate there to try to hold point. Didn't work out. So now, again, Space Station going to have heavy advantage. Month finds one. Blur finds another. Nectar, what do you know? Another ult straight with value. But it might have been a little bit of overcommitment. But farming ult so fast at this point, what does it even matter? Another pick there. I mean, Nectar, somebody stop him.
Yeah, somebody's got to stop him, man. I don't think Iffy knows what to play, dude. Tone's going back over to Hulk, too? Or is he going to go back over to Shrey? I think their Vanguard line looks so confused once Rogue got banned, man. You talked about it earlier. That ban's really set them back because every single fight, it feels like one of them's down.
Yeah, Doom starting up here. Galactic Legend, Nectar in a dangerous spot. Good commitment there by Tones. Able to find one. That's a good start. And just going to stall the point. Oh, nice tackle there. Who plays great in the cap is Emma. But I do think Emma still fits that role perfectly. Month finding Tones there. And once again, Lunex are kind of on their heels. But there's only 36 seconds on for point 3.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a good timing to work with. That's a good point, Shib, that you brought up. Now, Regis can stall out for a little bit longer. Somebody else comes through. Holiday should be free, except...
huge. It's a great answer right there. Using the Sonic Seduction to stop the Galactic Legend is just one of those answers that works very well, and especially when Galactic Legend can be a big problem. But Logan did not have that combination. Might have been a little more valuable if that was the case. Doomed Finding this off-angle play right now, farming ult as fast as possible. Blur going to engage heavy, get towards the back line, but Gambit gets that ult off first before the ult charge gets taken away. Blur chasing still, trying to find something, not able to make that work out. Overtime ticking down now. Lunex doing a good job holding, but Doomed finds that pick from SSG, and now it is going to be a 5v6. Invisible Boundary and Freedom Charge get committed. It's all about just trying to find a way back to that before OT ticks down. Silent Blaze with one.
Yeah, interesting layer for sure, but is it enough? They find Necrise, both Vanguards down shiv, overtime ticks. Anybody get a portal play? The answer is no, so it's only Squishies to help stall, and they're not going to stall for any longer. Space Station Gaming gets stopped at the very end of the map.
And this is still a winnable match here for Lunex. You know, not getting the point 3 gives your team hope. Honestly, it's an attack-sided map once you get cooking through point 1. If you break that spawn hold, for some reason, teams just seem to keep it going, and I think that kind of happens in ladder as well. So we'll see what happens here with Lunex. I think Space Station Gaming performed very well there. Could not quite get the job done, but still a great push.
Yeah, I think if I imagine, Shib, I don't know if what your answer would be to this. I know it's recency bias because we're watching this game, but I feel like if you asked 99% of GMs in the league in Ignite, you know, who they would pick up as their starting player and to build around, I don't know about you, but it might be Nectar. Like, I feel like Nectar in general is just such a flexible player. Who would your answer be? Obviously, you got recency bias right now with me probably, but who would you build around first if you were to pick up any player?
There's a lot of answers for that for me right now. I think Energy's up there, Nectar's up there, Speedery's disgusting. If you're thinking just duelist front, I mean, there's so many people I could bring up, and then, you know, the strat line, back line is super important right now. There's so many answers, but for recency bias sake, I totally understand. I think Nectar is so versatile. That's what you're looking for from a duelist that can play virtually every meta pick, but I think Psylocke's in a good spot right now, and if you are discussing on Psylocke, you can apply so much pressure in virtually any comp. You can play with a poke, you can play in with a dive, and you can just farm frontline against Brawl. There's a lot of solutions with Psy right now, but Loki's obviously a problem.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think the flexibility is insane. Just reminds me of those like social media posts. You know, you have $5, and then you start to give every player a price tag to build a roster.
Yeah,
those are always a lot of fun. But we start off immediately. They go for the group comp off the rip for Lunex alongside Redis now, who is a traditionally hit scan player, going over to the Wolverine for Tico to be on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's a change in pace here. It might work out. It's going to throw him for a loop a little bit. We're going to see a little more traditional triple comp there from Space Station on defense, but wow, Nectar once again just not missing a beat. Great damage there. The tracking is just obscene. Yeah, folks, for those who are like, how do I get like them? You can actually look at their stats. You can look at their DPI. You can look at all their sensitivities in game now. Make sure you go check out the esports tab. And that's not even something I'm supposed to plug. I just think it's so cool. I think that's awesome. And eventually be able to take crosshair as well. Check out stats. So make sure you do that. But we're going to start up once more with this fight. Lunex getting a little bit of space here off the rip, but Space Station doing exactly what they want to.
Yeah, kind of tag teaming the high ground, sending both a strat and Tico on the high ground to control it. But this is not as clean necessarily as SSG's attack was so far to the ambulance side. But regardless, Ultimate's being built up. Upcoming fight, Fidel should have it at the same time as Logan in a moment. Alongside building that ult for Blur, who has been insane on the Rogue. We'll see what happens upcoming fight, though. A lot of car space given.
Yeah, and there goes the initiation. Tones with a great pick there onto Nectar on that Psylocke through the chaos. Out goes his Sonic Seduction, trying to hide behind point for the moment. Use those walls from Groot to shut that down. Honestly, a pretty good answer. Oh, the idea there from Redis was big. Did not get into fruition as Doom takes up to the sky with the Meteor M, trying to avoid that Meteor, and does that. Does not have passive available, so can't play too aggro there. And there is a big prison as they do get one pick on a Necrise. And that's all the value you need with an ultimate. One is plenty. Sometimes it's worth making that happen when you see an opportunity. What a pick there from Fidel as well as Itfi again gets one. Out goes the invisible boundary. Tones once more on this Groot, looking so good.
Yeah, that was insane. Like you said, he weaved it through that Emma shield, just like bottom left. I thought it might have got stopped. Portal play coming out of Necrise, though, last second, Shib. This is going to be a tough retouch, but excellent bubbles out of Iffy so far.
And Necrise able to drop back towards the team after the portal comes through. Good stall for the moment. Good utilization of that portal. You'll see a lot of the teammates going back in portal. You may say, why? Oh, this could be huge first. Bang, Redis towards that Gambit. Goodbye, Fidel. Huge target prio there. Ensuring that does not come through. Does not get alt charge in that fight. Tico onto Nectar and 0.5 meters away from them taking 0.1 with some time on.
Yeah, excellent work so far, just with the Groot walls. I mean, I thought they could delay for long enough, but no straddles to save SSG. We're moving to second phase of the map with more ult charge given, Shib. Like, most importantly, you talked about Tone so far. Able to play the Groot, and Month gets staggered out delayed. This guy, obviously, in Wolverine Redis, good flexibility for him to go play it. But shit, this is going to be interesting as we move forward. No Wolverine yet either, matched by SSG, as they still feel comfortable playing this composition that they're on.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because when you see Groot comps, you think damage really hurts Groot. You know, in ladder, you can see some of the more like Punisher kind of stuff come out. I'm not sure that's the answer right now. Teams just got to have that focus when walls are breakable. But you do also have the Gambit to use that cleanse on some of those ults and find value that way. Definitely on the table, but that's why you're going to see more of these unique, looking for one target ultimates and just walling them off, so that those kind of answers don't come through. It looks like it was answered right there, but Redis off the back of that is able to find one, make it two, Redis, as Logan takes out Blur, and they're just walking this point with almost 3 minutes on.
And the claws have been sharp today, and you know, we do have ults at least for SSG's side. Maybe that's what thinking, Shib. I mean, they can maybe get a, well, they don't have Portal, right? Because they used it earlier, huh? So this is going to be a very close fight. I wonder if Lunex want to go aggressive or even wall them off. It looks like the answer is aggression towards this choke.
Dude, this bracket is so insane. I mean, I can't believe there's opportunity for this team to come home and take this. Everyone can beat anyone. Anyone can beat anyone. As we see Tico coming back in. Blur does go down once again. Lunex up one. Downtown with the Meteor M. Wow, that looked like it was going to land. Does not. Does get trans right there by the Sonic Seduction, but pays for it as Redis gets one. Looking for another one. Do I see two? I do. The point's already capped, and they are walking with almost 4 minutes on. Lunex want to end this right now.
Oh my god. I mean, they could, dude. This is so possible for Lunex's side. Now, you have to say, okay, they used a lot of ults in the last fight. That's something that could be massive moving forward. Blur does have that rogue ultimate to go. It's not like it'll be insanely to counter anything, but they do have Doom to Wolverine finally, Shib. At the last minute, you talked about how it's very easy to snowball through the second phase, but 3 minutes last point. This is going to get very dicey for SSG.
There goes the Heartbreaker, getting onto the back line here. SSG, Nectar going to commit heavy now. Trying to get their back line and does that. Logan, silent fall. Blur, Nectar again. I mean, there's just so much huge pick potential and play here coming through from SSG, but in the downtime, after those ults get combined and used, it's like they struggle heavily in this neutral, and neutral's incredibly important right now, and Lunex just keeps seeming to find value with this group. There's that switch, by the way.
Yeah, they got the Invis matchup too, and they got the Mag as well. I mean, Doom's going to have to go off as well as dodging all these cooldowns, and Redis over to the Daredevil now is the change-up. So they're playing it perfectly.
Yeah, you're going to try to mark Root 2 on the Mag, potentially get an eat on one of these ultimates, and you essentially just, you know, stuff anything possible. But wow, once again, Lunex off the back of Logan's ultimates. But I'm curious about shot callers at this point, because this team is looking so coordinated right now. Are pressing forward. This is very much in their hands. Can they shut down SSG and the dreams of some other teams here progressing forward and Ignite?
Yeah, Tones could do it, man. He could shut the door. Necrorize doesn't have ult yet, or Necrorize has to go big with the Meteor M in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, the Meteor M eat could be huge here. Oh, Silent Blaze, that's another huge pick. Well done there. As Doom goes down, and there's the eat. Oh, it does seem to land, but the idea was to try to use that Meteor M to counter it. Doesn't seem to work out, and that's an ult for an ult that neither of which get value. Points back in the favor of Lunex. The boundary comes out for Silence Blaze. There's no answer. Logan on the Necrorize. They can do this right now, folks. A meter left here. Trying to stall for as long as possible. Silent Blaze able to find Nectar. Redis finds one on a Doomed, and this might be it, folks. Blur tries to hold, pulls off point, gets pulled off point, excuse me, and it looks like it does happen. Lunex does the impossible, bounce back, and take over this W 2-0.
Are you kidding? 2 MRC teams are now qualified through Group B, dude. That's crazy. Oh my goodness, what a job by this squad, and through the band phase, through how they played their opponents to such high levels. Huge shout out to them. Unfortunate for the side of Nightmare, obviously, but for Lunex to get it done versus SSG, who have been doing well recently in that fashion, is truly impressive across the board. You have to give huge shout-outs to, like you mentioned, with Tonez and Redis to flex to over the Wolverine and stuff, the draft as well with the Invisible Woman to maybe like counter anything they could do with Wolverine. Excellent job from Team Lunex to 2-0. I said it was going to be 2-0, but I thought it was not going to be 2-0 for Lunex, that's for sure.
Shout out Silent Blaze on the sticks, too, as a strategist in the back line. Clean MVP there,
Okay,
48k healing.
Of course, you would say that after I just angered the hive of the controller player.
Well, you said Vanguard, but yeah. Still,
True,
I totally get it. I mean,
I'm with you. Controller strategists, let's go. But if you're controller Vanguard, hell no.
Oh, geez. But yeah, either way, man, I'll tell you what, this team, Lunex, they look refreshed. They look good. They feel confident on that Gambit comp. Shout out Logan, too, on that Gambit. I think it's very difficult to go Gambit v Gambit. I think a lot of it's on your shoulders, finding 6 finals, 7 there for Silent, 11 for Regis, at 11 for Tones, who's not afraid to switch things up. We saw some very different Vanguards pulling out the Groot at the end there and not needing to change at all. Shout out to the Groot mains. I personally love to see it.
Well. We have our 8 teams that are going to be progressing into playoffs, and they are not necessarily the teams that we thought would be there. There's definitely been ups and downs, smiles and frowns today. In the end, Nightmare's Hail Mary does not work out. Lunex Gaming will be the spoiler of their party, and they're going to be progressing in what was an emphatic fashion, really, to do it against Space Station, who have looked so good thus far in preseason. It doesn't hurt Space Station too much. They're still going to finish second in this group, but certainly Lunex are going to be on cloud 9 right now. The fact that they've just been able to pull that off, and as you said, the MRC teams progressing just shows how impressive MRC is, and that you at home could compete in MRC and maybe could be playing in Marvel Rivals Ignite yourself. The structure and the infrastructure, we have in Marvel Rivals is absolutely insane, and that's why we get these amazing stories of basically zero to hero, quite literally. Dogman, you thought maybe it was going to be a 2-1, maybe it would be a 2-0 in favor of Space Station. What won that for Lunex? If you had to sum it up in one way, how did they win that one?
Yeah, it's got to be Rogue. I mean, just like anything to do with Rogue, the whole game, realistically, it's got to be that, right? I feel like map 1, first of all, the fact that they were able to get that unmatched is crazy, and like maybe they could have played it, like you said, with like Chip mentioned, with Blur going over to it. But game number 2, playing the Groot, they figured it out. I think it looked a little bit questionable at points with their Vanguard line, but they did get there. They played the Groot and they played the Mag towards the very end, and it panned out. So really, that's it at the end of the day. And I mean, maybe I want to see some change-ups out of their Vanguards a little bit. Maybe we could play something else. Maybe we put the roller player on the Groot, but it looks like not a lot of roller players play the Groot to a super high level. So this is very interesting, I think, moving forward. That, to me, is the most standout thing, is the fact that Rogue has been so dominant this weekend.
And Shib, obviously, we talk about Nightmare not making it because of this result, but I don't want to overlook the fact that TSM also didn't make it out of this group. I mean, they are 2 teams who potentially people expected them to progress, yet they've been outshined by these MRC rosters that are just coming in. They are hungry, they are practiced, they are putting in the work. I mean, do you think that we are going to be seeing team changes already? Do you think that that's going to be on the horizon? I mean, I'm sure going into main season, people want to try and stick with it. But once we get to that possibility of team changes, surely a couple of these MRC guys are going to have eyes on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're dead on the money there. I think that's definitely a potential, but I think it also just speaks to the talent, at least in this bracket. I mean, across the board, the amount of times that we've seen underdogs win over this last 2 weeks is blown my mind. I mean, that's why brackets are just in shambles right now. Nobody's nailing it at all, because it's just any given day, any team can show up. Every time we predict something, we're probably wrong, but that's the beauty of this level of Marvel Rivals right now. There's just so much talent, and teams are still kind of figuring each other out.
They are figuring each other out, and just when they think they have figured them out completely, suddenly it changes the next week, the next day. When the meta shifts, suddenly you have to learn everything all over again. And that, again, is the beauty of Marvel Rivals Ignite for me. Expect the unexpected here in all of the games we've had so far. It really has been a preseason of just surprises, especially here in America's Dog. I mean, as this is the conclusion of the preseason group stages, what's been some of your favorite memories thus far over the last couple of weeks?
I mean, I wasn't here for it, but it really was. I think you brought up TSM, and I hate to double down and kick a team while they're down. But, realistically, that 5-minute spawn hold on Central Park was just crazy to me. Like, I have never seen that in my time watching this game. And, like, I guess it's almost been 2 years now or something. Like, it's been forever. We're old as hell now. But that was insane. Like, I feel like TSM getting spawn held by Yeah We Lost was truly something memorable. And we might see more of that later on. But 5-minute spawn camping, that is and maybe a safer way to put this is belt to booty.
There we go. You've learned from me. Belt to bottom is what I went with yesterday, which is just even safer. Has to be said.
Yeah, booty. Yeah, maybe not.
Shib, what about you? What's your favorite moments from these last couple of weeks in preseason group stages?
Oh, it's tricky, man. I feel like every day when these games get to map 3 and get to OT, I could shout out the hype of that moment. There's multiple times where my voice is cracked, like I was 16 all over again, just because of how hyped I've been from these matchups. And I mean, when we're watching these games, and if you just looked at, if the audience had a look at our cameras while we were shoutcasting these games, we are nose to screen, just amped. That's just been happening so much in this tournament. I literally can't pinpoint a specific game because even today we got to see it. With NRG, that match was crazy back and forth, and I was up on the screen with Sen. I could list every day and find a new team and a new matchup.
And as we bring this back to Lunex and their victory here, Dog, looking at the bracket ahead, and we will be able to look at it when that's ready, but I believe Lunex will play Swamp Gaming with the first matchup in winner's bracket, and they know each other well through MRC, I would assume, but do you think that, like, is the sky the limit for Lunex? Like, how far does this road go? Because they seem to be improving every time we see them on our screens.
Oh God, this is gonna. I hope the social media team is not watching, because I mean, realistically for Lunex, this is a huge win. Like, for sure, like you mentioned, 2-0ing a partner team and making it to the playoffs. We had talked about Cafe Rose almost doing it, by the way. So that's insane that they could do that. But I think it's, as you mentioned, Gask, like, the tough part is that Lunex will be going at Swamp Gaming first, which was, a former MRC champion when they were under Nemesis before. Like, I feel like they just struggle versus these ex-MRI champion teams. Like, yeah, we lost almost like former Nemesis versus MRI teams. So it's a really tough matchup. But after Swamp Gaming, I wouldn't be surprised if this team does a lower bracket run, considering how good they have looked. And they could definitely make a run at the right moment.
And we mentioned it a little bit earlier as well, Shib, the fact that we move now to best of fives. I think it does change everything when, I'm a stats man. I've been throwing stats at you for the last week, and you're probably getting bored of it by now. But domination has been such an integral part of our discussion, and the fact that it will feature multiple times now, I think does change this dynamic. Do you think that prep completely changes for teams now going into best of five? They would have been looking at far different things and statistics when it was best of three.
Yeah, I mean, prep-wise, I'm not sure, but, maybe. But I'll tell you what, the game is absolutely going to change. I think we will really start to see teams separate themselves between each other. We've seen a lot of back and forth from teams from best of threes, but I think as we head to best of fives, we're going to start distinguishing who are the best teams, because when you get into those matchups, teams really start to figure out each other's weaknesses, and that's where they start exploiting. In best of threes, it's tricky, especially after Dom and 1, where it can kind of go either way. It's typically more 50-50 in Dom. We're going to see where those lines are drawn and where teams are in the upper echelon.
And Dog, I know I said that this doesn't hurt Space Station Gaming because they already were in second place, but thinking about it further, does it hurt their ego a little bit moving into playoffs, knowing that they've just lost this matchup against Lunex?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have some pretty glaring holes to fill. Like, realistically, what are they going to play now if we let Rogue through, or if we ban it? We could play it ourselves, but how do we match it on that Vanguard line? And I think what we've noticed so far throughout the tournament is these Vanguard players, and especially the Vanguard heroes right now, are just so strong. I feel like the limelight has been talking about strategists, but we just, failed to mention how most of these games, if certain heroes are through, we're seeing triple Vanguard lines. Like, we're seeing so much, even on Domination, we're seeing Rogue, Vanpool and stuff. Like, I just can't believe how many Vanguard players on social media will complain about heroes being weak when, realistically, I mean, Vanguard's never been stronger.
Vanguard, I mean, I see it just in my simple ranked games, right? I see the importance of Vanguard, mainly when I'm solo Vanguarding, because apparently no one wants to play it with me. We need more Vanguard players, all right? Learn from what you're seeing here.
There, baby.
The strange play that we've seen today, the Venoms that will come out as well. I mean, it has just been pure brilliance to see how everyone has developed here. Shib, do you think there's any more, twists in the tail with how the meta has developed thus far, though? Because I know that we've been shifting back and forth with Elsa, with Gambit, with Vanpool. Now we're looking at Strange. Now we're looking at Rogue. Is there something that we're missing, or do you reckon that we might be down to the T now?
Yeah, I think we're starting to see shifts, and I think we're starting to see things not succeed as much as we all expected. For example, Jeff, I think has been struggling a little bit in terms of ultimates. I think teams are starting to download kind of how to counter Jeff. I think Jeff's been in a really good spot and does a great neutral, so instinctively feels like a good hero, but haven't seen a ton of influence in this tournament so far. So yeah, I think we're going to keep seeing shifts, and the beauty of Marvel Rivals, not just to over talk about it, is the amount of patching, the amount of new heroes coming into the game every month. That kind of stuff forces these teams to be able to be flexible. You need to be able to react and become strong and learn new metas on a whim. And I think the teams that learn metas quickly will succeed in this scene, and we're seeing that already. And again, the metas keep developing, so the teams that are staying on top will keep succeeding.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a bit of a lesson learned situation, especially with it being preseason. That's the beauty for even those teams that were unable to qualify for playoffs. It's preseason. At the end of the day, it's a fantastic chance to experiment and to learn.
Yeah.
But Dog, do you think that for those teams who were slow to adapt to the meta as we got thrown into preseason, we'll be looking at now going into main phase saying, all right, as soon as new season drops, as soon as new patch drops, we need to be on it, we need to be studying, and we need to be the ones innovating rather than chasing?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about being on the money. It's about being smart and fast to adapt. And it can be hard, I think, if you don't have the right people talking, right? Like, I feel like, there's always the case of too many cooks in the kitchen, but it's also you don't want to leave all of the agency into somebody that has no idea what the hell they're doing. There's a lot of very smart players in the pro scene, very highly mechanically skilled players, but also sometimes you can get baited, right? Especially if you do well in practice, like we saw it of Nightmare, right? Like, the fact that Nightmare are now eliminated is just crazy due to the fact that, like, they were apparently dominating scrims. Like, they were doing well enough to be a top 2 team in their group. And maybe we could talk about that. Maybe they got baited about, they were doing so well weeks before, and then they're slow to adapt because of it. Oh, this week we just lost our scrim blocks because, I don't know, like, we could be a little bit iffy on it. But I mean, that's happened to me at points where, like, there's a new character that gets introduced, the new character gets buffed, and you're slow to adapt because your team was doing well the week before. So it's tough because of the timing, obviously, but it is very easy to get baited, and especially in this current scene where I think we get patches pretty frequently before tournaments, because this game is obviously a very casual game, just for everybody enjoying the game, obviously, just to play whatever they want. I don't think we're really considered too much when it comes to these patches. Maybe in the future that happens later on, but the fact that a patch happened a couple weeks before a tournament was crazy, and it might happen again, and you have to be, like you said, Gask, ready.
Have to be ready. When the 4 teams who technically weren't ready are the 4 teams who got eliminated: Cafe Rose, FlyQuest, Nightmare, and TSM. Shib, who was the biggest surprise for you that didn't make it through to playoffs, though? Because we've spoke about FlyQuest and the expectations and predictions, but of course they went through a lot of changes. Cafe Rose, I don't think we could be too hard on with the fact that they came through from MRC. Nightmare and TSM, though, maybe some expectations there. Who was the biggest, I don't want to say disappointment, but who was the biggest surprise in not making it through for you?
Yeah, so we did the predictions and we were talking about it for a while, and I predicted, because TSM is so good at hit scan metas, their team is just super good at that, and this meta is very divey, so I kind of assumed that. Nightmare, I would say, I thought they'd be more of a dive team. This would fit them more. I think, they've seen a lot of success, so my statement is I think Nightmare is the more surprising team for me. Leaving themselves in a position where they needed to have another team win in order to move forward is obviously not what I expected, but, again, I think that's the beauty of this, is that if another meta comes and it's poke, I don't think this shakes out the same way at all. I think this is a totally different bottom line team. So that's the weird and cool thing about Rivals right now.
That is the thing. Sometimes you just have to roll with the punches, and if it's not your meta, it's not your meta. You come back stronger. You just got to stay at least in the competition when it gets to promotion relegation scenario with the MRC teams. And then as long as you can have another stab at it when the meta changes, you might be the team that is leading the charge, and you might be the one who finally, when the championship comes around, you get to the grand finals and you're like, oh, well, now it is our meta and it's our time to shine. Remember, guys, if you want to learn more about Marvel Rivals Ignite, in-game, there is an esports tab. You might have heard Shib talking about it during the cast as well. We don't have to say this, but it is incredible to have it in-game. As someone who has worked in many an esport, many different titles, to have this support from Marvel Rivals is absolutely incredible. You can look at the stats of all the players, the history of all the players, the results that have just happened, and you can watch the matches live as well. I know I'm going to be looking at all of the stats from preseason in group stages as I prep for playoffs. And speaking of players, Dog, if you had to name one from group stages who stood out to you as the absolute shine above everyone in the scene, who would you go for?
Ooh, I mean, dude, it's a tough situation to sort of come back to. But it could definitely be maybe like Cooper or like Nero or something on the side of Liquid Citadel. Some of the Vanguards have been really good too. But yeah, probably with some of those two. Sorry, but I was like turning purple and stuff because I was opening the in-game tab to look at my predictions and how terrible they went in comparison. So yeah, I think it's got to be for me probably Nero so far.
Shib, what about for you?
Yeah, I'll go with just based on the raw aura alone of not being able to play your hero a single time. Pauly, I think forcing is one of the few people in the game right now that you have to ban his hero or you lose the game. At least that's what's happened so far, and that's a lot of power. I don't think a lot of people can say that right now in these ban phases. I don't think there's virtually anyone else that has that kind of power right now, and he's still succeeding with the more traditional Vanguards.
Well, let's take a look at all of the matches that we saw today and the
wait,
results.
Wait, guess what? You didn't answer. Who would you say? Who would you say was your stand-up player? See, throw it back on you. It's a hard question. Get answered.
How dare you? I'm the host. I'm not answering. No, yeah, I'll say Valentina. You know, Valentina has been my surprise player. I think she's been excellent on strategy as stand, especially on White Fox and Gambit. So yeah, that's been one of my favorite players to watch. But as I was mentioning before, I was rudely interrupted by my incredible co-commentator. These are today's results, guys. If you didn't manage to catch them, you missed some incredible ones. I implore you to go back and watch them either on YouTube, Twitch, or remember, in client, you can watch the VODs as well. Nightmare took down TSM 2-0 to give themselves the chance of trying to qualify, and they had to wait for later on to see Lunex beat 2-0 over SSG, which sadly meant Nightmare wouldn't go through. CR beat 100 Thieves 2-1 and gave themselves the chance to potentially go through, but sadly their hopes were crushed when NRG took down Sen 2-1 and they kept 100 Thieves in the competition. And we saw Team Liquid Citadel continue their unbeaten run 2-0 against Yeah We Lost. Dog, what was your favorite match of today?
None of them. I hit them all because, hear me out, because I'm about to get less than 20% accuracy in my predictions. I just looked it up. All I got right was Team Liquid and Yeah We Lost getting their spots. So it's brutal. No, I think to really answer your question, I mean, I think that it came down to the Sentinels NRG match. That was a banger. Obviously, Nightmare and TSM were also sick. So we had a lot of really fun matches. And I can't wait for Shib to brag about how he actually predicted correctly and is going to get all of the units and all of the sprays.
Well,
yeah, had some good ones.
This ship is how it has ended up. These are the 4 teams that will be qualifying from Group A. SG, NRG, 100 Thieves, and Sen in that order as well. Sadly, with Cafe Rose being eliminated on tiebreaker, FlyQuest not able to get past that one victory as well. That's how Group A is looking. As we look over to Group B, though, of course, we saw another undefeated team, Liquid Citadel, were able to stay on top. SSG took second. Yeah, we lost, finishing third place. Lunex grabbed that 4th and final spot to qualify from Group B, and then we saw Nightmare and TSM eliminated. I actually think Group B was my closest in terms of predictions, Shib. How about you?
Yeah, I think I was pretty much on. I think I missed one for that side. I got pretty lucky there. Group A was a bit of a mess, but you know, I was pretty close. I think that in terms of the teams eliminated, I got that correct. Just the rest was a little bit mixed up, but landed a few of them, as I'm sure a lot of people did. But it's just like anything, any of these brackets, it's all just about who shows up. It's all incredibly lucky, and that's why March Madness brackets make you $1 trillion if you land it.
Well, speaking of brackets, of course, we know that was the group stages, but now we move on to the playoffs, and that means we've got to find out who is playing who. We've got SG versus Lunex, SSG versus 100 Thieves, NRG versus Yeah We Lost, and TLC versus Sen. I mean, these are some mouth-watering matchups. Dog, what's your first initial reaction seeing that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shib seems pumped for it as well. Like, dude, this is going to be a banger. I mean, first of all, who knows how Lunex will do versus SG? SSG 100 Thieves. We have the potential for a meme matchup of SSG versus SG. That's always going to be fun. And then NRG has a really fun matchup versus Yeah We Lost. Everybody wants to see that, right? That team is definitely eyes on for all of our fans.
Well, make sure you have eyes on April 16th, because that's when we'll be back for playoffs, when SG will be playing Lunex, when SSG will playing 100 Thieves, and you can read the rest on your screen. It's going to be a week for you to just gather your thoughts, take a breather, of course, play your ranked games to try and get to a position where you too can be having your pick and bans and not stuck in silver or gold. And then you can enjoy the best of the best competing at the very top here in Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason. It has been such an incredible preseason here. We have loved every second of it, and I cannot wait for these matches, Shib, as I'm sure you can as well. I mean, you've got 1 week to kind of prepare yourself here.
I know, we got to rest our voice at this point with all the insanity in these matchups. And another huge shout out is the 16th is when it's, you're going to see those Gambit skins coming in. So make sure you tune in then for when we start up. Very excited for that.
Very excited indeed. Well, of course, these are not the only things you can look forward to as well. We have plenty of promotions and skins that are happening in game. I mean, talk me through this one, Dog Man.
Yeah, because class is in session right now, man, and reality is about to be rewritten because at ESU, Brilliance takes center stage. Ria and Landau dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Denim Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass, bending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Ria and Landau, the debater in Mr. Fantastic's Denim Ket, the professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. It was available as of the 2nd, and like you said, we're coming back on the 16th. This skin will still be available. Both skins will still be available. And maybe, just maybe, will we see some of this Mr. Fantastic / Reed gameplay. That is always a possibility when Yowie lost as a team with Kendrick.
The city never sleeps, but something beneath it just woke up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths. Fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building. Then descend into the secret labs, pulsing with unstable energy beneath the surface. From street-level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York. It's what lies underneath it. Available out now, April 2nd. Was when it was dropped. In Marvel Rivals, the city is only the beginning.
Of course, from new maps to new Twitch drops, or Twitch drops that you might already have by this point, because they started with the Ignite preseason. Tune into any participating channel and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, everyone. It includes a spray, a nameplate, emotes, and an exclusive Gambit costume, which, if you've seen how good Gambit is, you might want that to look pretty in ranked. It started March 27th. It carries on through May 30th, so you have plenty of time if you haven't got it already. Watch, support your favorite teams, and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason heats up. And boy, has it heated up. We've finished group stages, but now we've got to start thinking about playoffs. Dog, Shib, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you both here. I'll give you a chance to take the floor and tell us how you feel about group stages and what you're looking forward to for playoffs. Dog, let's start with you.
Oh, God dang it. Yeah, he's throwing it on me first. Yeah, I'm excited. It's awesome. The preseason's been awesome. You've been awesome, Gask. Like, you've been awesome as hosting it, and obviously coming in this week, it's been awesome to have you with us. Obviously, just so quick shout out to you and obviously Shib here for bringing his good luck charms to today's matches. Because everybody that's watched, you guys have seen it. We got some bangers today, and it's only getting started, dude. It was only the group stages. Shib, what about you?
I'm stoked to be back with you, buddy. It was a pleasure. And Gaskin, you've been an absolute champion out here coming in your first week. What an absolute stud. Not much else I need to say besides these games were so much fun. I cannot wait for this to start back up again.
Well, he can't wait. You shouldn't want to wait too much either. As we said, April 16th is when we will be back for playoffs. You are not going to want to miss it. I said it's a week. It's about a week and a half. Be there or be square, because we're going to have the best teams in Marvel Rivals Ignite all competing against one another. Thank you so much for joining us here today, for joining us for all of the group stages. A big thank you, of course, to my co-commentators, both here and the ones who have been on previous days, to all the production team, to everyone behind the scenes, and to you for watching. We'll see you next time.